Hello, welcome everyone to TTL Platinum, and as I'm clicking start stream, I'm realizing I don't actually have a logo for Platinum downloaded or put onto OBS, so let me see if I can do this. TTL Platinum logo. I gotta love Platinum. Let me grab the file location of gold. And file location of Platinum now. Why do I not have the TTL5 Platinum logo in this folder? Did I not download that earlier? Silly Twest not downloading stuff on Discord when he should. I can get the drafts up and download everything. Our resources. This is Platinum. That looks fairly Platinum. There we are. And just like put that. Oh, it's TTL4. Hold on. No. TTL5. There we are. Oh, even bigger. Get that right in the spot we need it. Middle of the scoreboard there. There we go. I'll put that in OBS when we get there. So this is our first day of the Platinum sets. Platinum. We will have Yo versus Ciskhan. Same setup, it is play all three. I made a last minute adjustment to the maps based on a bug report this morning. And then there was traffic, so I'm slightly later than I wanted to be. Or broken roads that didn't start. Or what am I saying? There was a road that was closed. Is this there? Yes. And how you doing, Kai World? Yes, Platinum, our first match of Platinum. Get to hope that my maps still hold up in Platinum. That we don't have sudden stuff breaking. Get an announcement on Discord. I'm gonna grab the drafts. How much do you see the screen like flashing white when I open menus? I see that on the camera and it bugs me. The heck out of me. And alright, let's get these drafts up. Boom. So we will have Valley as game 1, Reverse Acropolis as the home map for Yo, and African River as the home map for Ciskhan. I need to update the thumbnail for Reverse Acropolis because that corner spawn is no longer possible, but I think it's a more fair map now. Now we've seen it played a bit, made some small changes I did to try to improve the fairness. Just a bit. And just open up Twitch. Make sure I have all my stuff set up. Open up Twitch. I'm sure everyone will be casting Platinum. I don't know who's going to cast the other stuff afterwards. But like I said, 6 sets to cast today, so this ought to be a long one. Got hopefully all my errands done this morning, so I think I'm good to cast for a long time today. Which is the type of casting I like. I'll try to cast over the weekend as much as I can too, but for now it is lots of Platinum, and I need to add this logo to Capture Age 2. Platinum logo, right atop where the gold one was. On chat, give me a second. I'm gonna swap to my Capture Age scene so I can see this properly. Get it covering the gold. And hello, Sadishes, how you doing? I think I say the S's in your name differently every single time, so again, my apologies for my inability to pronounce names properly on the internet. There we are. So, Yo versus Ciskhan, our first set. It's all good. At least it's better now than when I was teaching and had to figure out how to pronounce my students' names. Those were worse to get wrong. And are we in a game? We are in a lobby. Oh, they are just launching the lobby. Let's go. And as they are launching the lobby, we have a 2-minute spec delay, and I can start eating my breakfast today. I have a wonderful sausage, egg, and cheese sandwich that I will eat during our load in to the game and during our Dark Age. A wonderful lean bagel. The road by my house was closed due to construction, so I had to take a detour. We see more fire. I'm sure we'll see lots of fire lancers. No, I don't think you have to worry about that. Is this an American thing, the fast food breakfast sandwich? Yeah, I've heard there's going to be more cold this weekend. Florida lower temps than Alaska. Totally fine, yes. So here we are on Valley with a mule cart from Yo. He will explore with a mule cart. Georgian, so he starts with the mule cart. Extra scout, and he can take the chickens, the hares, the deer in the middle. Let me update this. Play all 3. This is TTL Platinum. And eating your deer in the Dark Age. Nice healthy breakfast, just like Twist eating his breakfast sandwich. Eating a boar, too. So right away we see the meal cart from Yo. In the middle for the hares. That's why you take Georgians on this map. Only eat meat, no carbs or fiber or anything. They get berries. I get the berries from the forage bush. In the old days, we used to build 2 farms in the Dark Age. Not anymore. Maybe one day they'll be able to hunt trees again. My sandwich is exploding out of the bagel. Don't mind me and how sloppy I'm eating. I'm hungry. I'm gonna sustain myself the whole day. Alright, so Woodline for Yo. What's going to happen in the Civ matchup? Fire Lancers, and I imagine the Vietnamese have a much better unit composition than the Georgians. Georgians like to go Cav Archer. Heavy Cav for Knights, Manaspas. But Fire Lancer plus Skirms, they gotta deal with Cav Archers, or their own Cav Archers even. I think I really like the Vietnamese here. The advantage for the Georgians is simply gonna be this early hunt. And what will Ciskhan be able to do to pressure Yo off of that? Maybe he opens for Men-at-Arms. He's milling his berries, which feels horribly inefficient on this map. I don't like milling the berries at all. But Mule Cart is one nice advantage. Ciskhan just wants to push the deer. Wants to push in the deer. Alright, done with breakfast just in time for the scout fight, and Yo will stop that deer push. He will stop that dead in its tracks, as Ciskhan wants to preserve as much HP on the scout as he can, but unfortunately for him, once Yo gets up to the next stage, that Georgian scout will start healing. Very slow at first, 2 HP per minute in feudal, but having already established the advantage, that will be a really nice benefit for him. It does feel like they need to win early. I agree with that. It does feel like Georgians need to win early. With all these hairs, maybe they can. Can you drop off shorefish at the mule cart? I guess you can swap to a hare villager. But shorefish would indeed be faster. Yeah, soon the Fire Lancers will come. Soon the Fire Lancers will arrive. I need to write songs about the Fire Lancers one day. Tonic Knights and Siege Towers were a fun meme, but what's really scary about the Fire Lancers is that they're not a meme. They're real. They really can hurt us. But we have to reach the castle age for that. Yo immediately will be doing a forward stable. No spears from the barracks yet. He's maybe going to wait to see what Ciskhan does, but he likely will need some spears to fend off the scouts that could pop out of that stable. Here's another house, too. As the scout still wandering around, sees the stable, and still no spear queued from Yo. Ciskhan will wall with a gate to try to keep himself closed. Scout will attack the gate, force the Vil to spend a bit more time building that to put HP on it. Your diagonal gate's always a weak spot in your walls. And Yo could, of course, just go around. Or just loop around the side. Looks like he will do exactly that. Did I see how strong? Group B. This is Group B, and this is the strongest group. Ciskhan, I think, unfortunately, is the weakest player. But it is Yo, Hera, Hart, and Lucho. And Winchester. And Winchester. I almost forgot about Winchester. Unfortunately for Ciskhan, I think his role will be players will look to get sweeps, and whoever doesn't sweep him successfully might be out of the running. The absolute nightmare group. Hello, Twitch fans, 2K26, Jacob, and Igor. The absolute nightmare group. You have the solution to the siege towers. What is your siege tower solution? Lily, hello, Lily. You're poked down by the scouts. This might be a 3 cup of coffee day for me. We got 6 sets to cast. Those Hail Mary strats. I mean, it doesn't look very Hail Mary. It's a simple scouts opening while your base do farms. This is about as simple as AoE2 strats can get. We have Hera's matches today. Yes, Hera is the third set today. Hera versus Lucho. Let monks garrison inside of the siege towers. I think that just makes the problem worse. I don't know if it solves anything. I think that makes it worse. I do think that the no garrison, just deploy them on walls and units hop over, is probably the smoothest solution. But then again, like I said, we'll probably see players just place a palisade foundation to hop units over and avoid monks, and maybe that even makes it worse. Best of 3, play all 3, play all 3. All 3 games shall be played. And one of the 4 won't even advance to the playoffs. I mean, if it feels like if I had to rate the group, I'd probably go Hera, Yo, Vinch as the top 3. Art is 4th, Lucho 5th, and Ciskhan 6th. The scouts will be hitting the spears. Spears go down. The scouts get in from Yo. Ciskhan not walled in time, but at least he has his own scouts atop the hill to fight. Yo doesn't want to take too bad of an engagement, but his 8 scouts to 6 with the 9th on the way. He probably could just YOLO the fight if he wanted to. Took a while for the spear to get there. And Ciskhan now does manage to get walled, however Yo this entire time has been taking the hares. Needs his mule cart to run back over to the right position. For the bottom 2 to be auto-relegated to gold, it is. I was thinking maybe there should be, instead of direct relegation, some type of gold versus silver playoff. Where the 2 who qualify for platinum maybe should just each have to play a best of 5 set against the 2 players who are relegated to see if they drop or advance. Because we do have situations like Doubt and Gold right now. And maybe this doesn't continue, you know, maybe Doubt falls apart, but it feels like he's clearly a step ahead of the rest of his group. And Gold. Spears here to poke down scouts. Ooh, scout dying. We'll have Wheelbarrow and Bloodlines on the way for Yo, so he is investing more into these scouts. And I'm sure he'd love for them to heal, but he's taking a couple of risky fights against the spears. Wheelbarrow's there for Ciskhan. Wheelbarrow actually pretty important, I think, for the Vils in the middle like this, in case they do have to run. They're not walled, so if they have to run back to the TC, might as well help them run faster. Now, with Bloodlines, Yo would love to be on the hill when he fights the spears, and would probably love even more not to fight the spears, as he will fall back. But still get chased by them. He'll try to run away and get some distance. Hope to use his own spears to defend his Vils. Res collected pretty good in Yo's favor. Ciskhan might be closer to clicking up, though. And the spears will be poking down the scouts quite a bit. They do ultimately all get killed, however the scouts remain alive. And now the Vil counts are the same, 39 to 38. Ciskhan clicks up. Even with a bit of idle time, he's had that faster Wheelbarrow to make up for it. He's adding in 2 ranges, and the key here is that he's putting the ranges at the back, so Yo will have a hard time scouting them. He's not immediately going to see what Ciskhan is trying to do, whether it's Fire Lancers or ranges. And it will be the Cap Archers from him. A stable at the front that's been there for the entire Feudal Age. It's not like he's building a new stable and Yo's scouting it. So, Yo's gonna have to play a guess. Is it Fire Lancers or is it Cav Archers? And it will be Cav Archers. Yo himself clicking up, not adding any other buildings yet. Either way, I imagine the Georgians probably want Cav Archers. I don't know what else they do against Fire Lancers. Knights, if you go heavy Knights in an early castle, you can probably overwhelm the Fire Lancers before they get too numerous. There's a Georgian self-HP heal OP. It was nerfed at some point. So it's less OP than it used to be. Whether or not it's still OP, I'm not quite sure. They feel a bit more balanced now. I still fear their late-game eco. I think they have the best late-game eco. But I think they can struggle a bit in terms of army composition and have a couple of tough Civ matchups now. Another house for Ciskhan, as the scouts keep attacking the gate. And the spear comes over from behind. Scouts will need to turn and fight the spear. And they'll do so immediately as Ciskhan gets up. Take like 100 wood and repairs. Hello, Caterpillar. How are you doing? And locked gate, but this is what makes the diagonal gate such a weak point. That more units, there's more surface area, because you have this little bump that sticks out than you get compared to a normal size gate. Right here, a normal size gate, 4 tiles, is exactly the 4 tiles of surface area exposed by the middle. Then you also have the corner bits. But here come the Cav Archers. They will likely fend this off, and Yo knows now that it will be Cav Archers, and he is going into Skirmisher. He'll go into Skirmisher, prepared to fight the Cav Archers. And there'll be another TC on the way here for Ciskhan. He's let me in. Nope, and he will see the Fire Lancer. So there's our first Fire Lancer of the game, unceremoniously killed by the Light Cav. Second Fire Lancer. I'll at least get a shot off. Maybe, yep, gets a poke on a scout, but nothing more. TC up for Ciskhan, who walls behind it, making sure Yo won't try to YOLO his way in. And Yo will have his TC up just behind that on the gold. Heading in Town Watch. Always love to see a good Town Watch. 3, 2, 1, and bam, he sees more. I love having that vision. Another reason Byzantines are my favorite civ, free Town Watch. You don't need to make a decision on whether or not to get Town Watch, you just get it. And Yo's eco, despite having all the hunt in the middle, really isn't that far ahead of Ciskhan's. He's only 300 more res collected. He's only at 300 more resources collected. And he's still there taking the hares, trying to have a clandestine hare economy, 1 mule cart on each side. Now, I think he has to be careful about showing this with the Georgians, because now other players will see this and they'll know, they'll have it in their minds. They gotta look for Yo in the corners, on the sides. Ciskhan handcart already, that's the Vietnamese eco bonus. No wood, eco upgrades, no wood, and research faster. Boom, he gets handcart. Gotta love a good handcart. And Late Cav trying to break through the palisades and the houses. Also, if this set is, for some reason, finished in the next 30 minutes, we can cast Gabi versus Monoz live. If we don't cast that live, then I'll cast the Rex. Probably at the end of the day by Daniel, right after Daniel Terz.
Get you ours.
I was thinking, I did those sub goals last month for Red Bull. Should I do more sub goals for TTL? I don't know what to do, but I was thinking every 25 subs, we could do Force Nothing. Maybe that's, I don't know, is that too many games of Force Nothing? Should it be every 50 subs? I don't think any pro in London will forget to check the sides anyway, so it's not really that much of a giveaway. Well, this map isn't used in London, right? This is just for TTL. This is just a TTL map. And it's more players scouting him for the group play. So scouts hit the gate, they'll run away, and some more skirms come forward. And a TC will go up in the back between the gold and the wood line. Also, chat, what do you think of these Asian maple trees as the forest? I love the little peach blossom trees I use for the small clumps. I feel like these trees are maybe more appropriate for small clumps, but I wanted another bright and shiny fun forest tree to go with the birch trees. And it'll be skirms for Yo. Switching with skirms. His eco's still the same, but Georgians... This is such a weird game, where it feels like Yo is super far ahead in military, but hasn't really done damage, and yet is far ahead in score. He's 1,500 score in the lead. Has he scouted more? I guess he does that. He has more scouting. Okay, some of that score is scouting. Still taking the hares. I wonder if he would ever want fortified churches out here by the hares, or is that too much of an investment? This was the leftover map. This is the game 1 map. After everyone had banned, there were 3 maps left, and this was the one that was selected randomly. So it feels like military count and scouting are the real gap here. Ciskhan actually feels like he's neck and neck in res collected and probably ahead in bill count. Problem is, being ahead of bill count to the Georgians doesn't matter as much because they have fortified churches boosting everything by 10%. And I think that's the strongest eco bonus in the game when you get to the late game. 10% faster everything. Dies to 10 knights, and there are 6 knights here. And it's complete counter units so far, or trash units. We have light cav and skirmishers. Going skirmish versus Vietnamese is either a Genus or a YOLO move. It's a Yo move. And the Vietnamese will have the Imperial Skirmisher and Imp. The Georgians will lack the last armor, so you don't want to get into a skirm war. Georgians versus Vietnamese in the long run. And Vietnamese will also have paper money, so they'll have rat archers for a while if they want them. Hard to push up the hill. My initial thoughts for the hill were that it would make it easier to push all of the chickens in the middle, but it also ended up being a pretty strong defensive position. So, if I were to do the map again, not exactly sure how I would stylize it. I did want the hill so that there is actually a valley in the middle of valley. I was thinking of trying to make the hill kind of go in steps to the edge of the map, but that was kind of tricky with the way the game does elevation and separates lands and wasn't very straightforward. Maybe I'll try that again in the future, though. So the knights are running around as monks might want some conversion. Skirms attack the house and might try to break through. And will the monks get 3 conversions here? What luck will Yo have? He gets 1, he gets 2. 2 conversions. One of the tricks when you're attacking monks, put your units on stand ground or no attack stance and issue your orders manually. Then, when the units are converted, your opponent has to select them and change their stance. I think I did that to one of the AI players in the pacifist runs. I think that was Genghis Khan 3. I converted, or I made a bunch of knights. I put them on no attack stance and I let them get converted, and then the AI filled up its pop space with units that it wasn't smart enough to change the attack stance of. They just stood there doing nothing. Yeah, TTL is S tier. I don't think it really means all that much to be S tiered, but it is. And so it's like WWC for some reason wasn't S tiered, and I'm not sure why. I feel like that should have been. Same with the Sax Arabia tournament last year. And then there's random stuff like the Grand Melee that are S tier. I think there's a lot of subjectivity as much as they try to apply certain criteria to the list in the ranking. Yeah, Yo does seem to have a lot of luck with monks, and he is the first one up to Imp with Chemistry and Bracer. He is being raided though in the back, and Ciskhan has opened up a pretty good Vil lead, while also clicking up to Imp himself, and should, with the 4TC boom, have a much stronger eco. But then again, he is against Georgians, who, as I've been saying, fewer Vils, but fortified churches. Yo also has collected relics. He has all 5 of the relics. The relics also are in the valley on this map, too. AI doesn't change stance. I think it depends on the AI script. The campaign AIs from the original campaigns didn't. The knights all killed there. Grab attacking the castle. The skirms kill some light cav. Yo used his bad luck in the Londinium ladder. I don't think that was luck, though. I think that was just admin chaos. Castle hitting the light cav as Yo's is 1 Treb, so Ciskhan's still holding. If he can destroy the Trebs, he buys himself time. The Vietnamese will have bombard cannon with siege engineers, so really good siege for the Vietnamese. The Georgians themselves don't have cannon. They do have siege engineers, at least for the Trebs and Rams, but no cannon. And now if this gets to a really long game where Ciskhan can hold, it'll be, I think, better units for the Vietnamese. Imp Skirm, Fire Lancer, against Georgian Eco. The thing about the Georgian Eco, though, is it's more efficient. It's not longer lasting. So Yo might exhaust his resources earlier than Ciskhan, who can do paper money and get significantly more gold from all the trees, but that's counteracted by the fact that Yo has 5 relics. And up by 5 relics to 0, in a map that maybe goes to a resource game at this point, I think is a pretty good lead. And the question is, does either player want to push? Does Ciskhan feel that his army composition can overcome 5 relics? I have had matches where I'm the Aztecs with 5 relics, and you think, oh, I have so much gold. Then the Poles spam Flock to Privilege Cavaliers or Winged Hussars and still manage to wreck me. And use the Folvark farms. So Treb's taking some damage. Shot from the Trebs atop the hill. I love Treb wars, don't we all? Don't we all? Defensive castles, though, really high up on the hills make it hard to take an early Treb fight, and Yo had been losing a couple of Trebs here and there. Been trickling the Trebs, right? This is TTL. What does T90 say all the time? Don't trickle the Trebs. Don't trickle them. And honestly, oh my gosh, Yo trickling more Trebs. He doesn't have the army to fight this. Oh, okay, he has Hussars behind it, though. The Hussars need to fight. This fight might be ill-timed. Yo. You're trying to go for the TC, but this guy probably doesn't care about a TC. As long as his castles are fine, he's okay. The skirms are all going down. The cav archers doing work for Ciskhan. He has an insanely good KD. And yeah, he might lose 1 TC, but he'll destroy 2 Trebs. I think he'll take 2 Trebs for 1 TC. If he does eventually fight them, and took a great fight there in terms of his KD. Just needs a mill and a lumber camp and he's fine. He has 121 vills, doesn't necessarily need the TCs for vill production. Yo, though, starting for more Hussar raids. They're, ooh, a bit of an overchop from among the houses, and Hussars run through. Hussars have arrived. And we'll force a garrison. Ciskhan does at least have Bracer on the TC. He has some army here to defend. I will lose quite a few vills. He's chasing more Hussars as he tries to get stone walls up. Yo will do a watchtower on the hill in front of the stone walls. Terrorizing the vills, yes. Now, it's a good raid for Yo. These Hussars have done work. At the same time, though, counter raid. Some Vietnamese light cap from Ciskhan getting in on Yo's wood line. Yo is not walled at all. He's relying on castles and churches. Georgians should be a very difficult civ to raid if they have churches everywhere. But then the churches do indeed have to be everywhere. Yeah, Yo is floating 2.5k gold. Right, and he does have the 5 relics, so he certainly has gold to spend. Does Ciskhan have paper money? No, he doesn't have paper money. Doesn't have chatras either. Oh my gosh. He could do chatras. Could we see another game that lasts 2 hours and is decided by elephants? Maybe this time chatras elephants? He does have herbal medicine. A tech for cav archers and elephants mostly. He can defend with cannon against the Trebs pretty well. And Yo doing more towers, guard tower to the west. If Yo can take the resources over here, I'm sure he'd be happy about that. Same with the ones over here. guard towers, and now he's researching capped ram. And there's Asnari Cavalry, which is the unique tech of the Georgians, and mounted units take minus 20% pop space. So instead of 1 pop space, each of these Hussars take 0.8 pop space. Oh, and he does have the tower upgrade. What's it called? Swan towers? Yep, extra attack, and turns them into scorpions. And how did... Oh, there's a ram there. There's a ram. I thought that was deleted for a second. I was like, what? But no, the ram gets through. Cannon trying to destroy the tower. And the cannon have to be careful of the ram. Cav archers will have to destroy the ram so it doesn't destroy the cannon. Another ram on the way. But the cannon can keep cleaning that up. However, there are hussars in the back. And ooh, this is a good hussar raid at the same time. Light cav from Ciskhan raiding Yo. I don't think they're going to do nearly as much damage as this raid is from Yo. Ciskhan has some idle vills. At least Yo and Ciskhan know that these vills need to be put to work. Cav archers coming to clean up the hussars, but they have now slaughtered all the vills on these mining camps. And Yo still trying to push it at the front, but at least held off by the Cav archers as he tries to creep his way forward with more spawn towers. Trebs now from Ciskhan to try to clean the keeps. Wants to keep Yo away. As Yo wants to keep encroaching. Wants to continue encroaching on Ciskhan with those towers. And Hussar is there to pick off Trebs. Vills are not repairing. And can another Treb be destroyed by Hussars? Now the Vills are repairing, so that Treb should stay alive. No, it doesn't. More Hussars pushing through. Down here, this southern area walled again. The workshop taken down, and the cannon can destroy the ram. Yo, throwing a Treb needlessly into the middle of Ciskhan's Cav archers. That goes down. He continues adding more Cav archers, and continues adding more spawn towers. As he's trying to fight the Cav archers from Ciskhan. And looking at his res collected, up by about 5k, he can afford now to have that negative KD. But actually the KD is ahead for Yo. Remember, Ciskhan has such a great KD at the start, that is now flipped. And Yo, especially behind that 2.7k relic gold, he is floating all of that gold. The Treb is not the unit to raid with, I'm afraid to say. And Ciskhan will call the GGs. He can't hold the raids off from Yo. And well done from Yo. Well done. I think the key was how he grabbed the relics while booming. Grabbing the relics kept the pressure up on Ciskhan. Suffered a couple of raids, but was able to clean them up every time. And winning with the Georgians. That's a 228 to 207 KD for Yo. Better eco for him, especially pulling ahead in eco at the end as he was raiding. Faster imp time, and lost some Trebs early on, but seemed like he was very comfortable playing the map. And let's get this updated. 1-0 for Yo. Winning on a Valley. And for the Civs, that was the first pick to Georgians against the first pick to Vietnamese. Yeah, the rating from Yo was very perfectly timed and also spread out in many locations at once. So it was hard for Ciskhan to get army to all of the places he needed to defend all the raids. Yeah. Oh, and if Happy Leaves is around, then yeah. I don't know if you made any changes since yesterday, but this tournament page works much better. And I can see everything all at once, even with my everything on one monitor. On half the screen. So it is wonderful. And African River will be the next map. And I already am out of coffee. Use the relic monks? Are they relic monks or are they multi-purpose monks? Monks are men of many talents. And Boss Even G. Hello, hello. I first started reading your name thinking of the Vikings tech Bogsvigar. And I was like, is there any way that name is a play on Bogsvigar? But I guess not. Welcome in, boss. It isn't, but you are a Scandinavian. Nice. Garlic Witch showing off the language talent to use a word that looks like Boss Evan G in a sentence. Is it an actual word? And is that the EN just some ending to it? I have to throw this into translate to figure out what it means. English detected. That is a horrible detect language, DuckDuckGo. On Vasvangen, that's where I want to live. It's a song where it was about a slightly different place. Okay. And DuckDuckGo, I pasted that into the translate thing, and it told me it detected the language English. I had to go to Google Translate. Anyway, here we are on African River. Map number 2, Ciskhan's home map. It'll be the Koreans for Yo and the Armenians for Ciskhan. This could be the Feudal Age longsword map. If the Koreans get to the Castle Age, I expect guard towers and fire lancers. Although maybe longswords into champions would defeat fire lancers, so maybe it'll be war wagons instead. 3 Korean armor may be countered by the composite bowmen, who ignore armor. Maybe. Slight chance of that happening. So, African River. Hopefully everything's all balanced and lovely. Should be 6 fish in each of these ponds. And looks like there are no shorefish, but you can build a dock and place your vills gathering from the deep fish, should you want to. There are shorefish by your TC in the middle. We haven't really seen players using the middle for water, although I do think that war galleys for pressuring the opponent's TC in early Castle Age could be useful. Yo, going for the tower civs, Mr. Buddha. Yeah, so far. Spawn towers and now Koreans with the free tower upgrades. And the unique tech for more range. And he's taking the zebras too. Taking all the hunt he can. So far, no one trying to dock just yet. And Ciskhan, as the Armenians, will have the mule cart on the wood line. And maybe that's a dockville. Yo, adding in a house first. These are some nice looking maps. I know I wanted to get the map author on the overlay. I didn't quite have time for the stream. But maybe for the next stream I'll have that. There's still lots more editing I need to do for my overlay. I also need to probably write an OBS plugin for the mouse cursor location. Because apparently a very hacky browser source I made as a WebSocket server for some reason ends up messing up my audio on Windows 11. That was the most random bug I've encountered through my entire technology stack that I use for streaming. I was not expecting an upgrade to Windows 11 to cause my mouse cursor to mess up my audio. So, Yo, looking for a dock spot. And decided he didn't want to dock the outside. We'll come down here. One thing I haven't seen players do is go for a dock block. You can do 2 docks back to back in several locations and actually block off the passages. It's pretty consistent. I need to double check this passage, though. Maybe I need to tighten that up by a tile. I think this one looks a bit larger than the other passages. It does make sense to my mind based on how borders work. So I might need to change the borders. Maybe that's just looking at it here, though. This is a bit thick there. Maybe it's just how the map spawned. There's these little things I see when I didn't script the map myself originally that then come back to haunt me. And I spend hours looking at tiles that are 1 or 2, or at terrains that are 1 or 2 tiles off how I want them. And then I gotta think about it and like, wait a minute. We could perfect this. The TCs are so close. The TCs are very close. Oh yeah, I also, on this map, I did take all the tigers and I replaced them with lions. Chat informed me there are no tigers in Africa, so I placed lions in the corners instead of the tigers. And before Persia... I mean, I haven't seen a douche yet on this map, but it certainly would be possible. What you could do, I think you could douche the berries, and that way you attack the TC and the lumber camp. Like imagine Ciskhan if you were Persians now, walking around douching the berries. Historically accurate? Geographically accurate, maybe? I don't think lions are historical. Oh, that's cute. Yo able to use a single villager to kill the ostrich by shooting it with the TC. Or, I mean, Ciskhan able to do that. I'm also the LY clan tag. I 100% am going to mess that up at some point, and I'm accidentally going to call Yo Licks. I did that for bad quality the other day. This LY really confuses my brain when I'm casting for 8 hours. So both players up to feudal. Both players have docked 3 fishing ships to 3. So equal there. And it will be a man-at-arms rush from Ciskhan, potentially even a longswordsman rush from him. And then the question, he has 0 bills on stone now, but the question will be, does he follow that up with towers? And will either player potentially go for a forward dock? The map is pretty good for tower rushes with the acacia forests. You can get little pockets where you can fit forward towers and hit everything. So Yo will get up. Being up will be important for him because he'll get an extra melee armor on that house. And bills from Yo will be repairing that as the ostrich gets pushed in. And there we have him up to the next stage. Bill's popping out of the TC. And this house will get repaired quite well. And we'll have a range up for Ciskhan. So archer follow up to the men-at-arms, and he'll prioritize the archers. Now we have to see how he spends his food. Does he go blacksmith for fletching, or does he go longsword? And he goes longswordsman. He researches that longswordsman upgrade. And he's looking to do more than teach Yo a lesson with these men-at-arms. He's looking to go longswordsman. We'll have arson on the way as well. And a watchtower for Yo too. The archer comes over. And blacksmith now for Ciskhan. So Ciskhan will look to do fletching. But Yo has walled himself enough, even gone for the defensive tower. We'll have 1 fire galley forward for both players, but they'll either be patrolling and fight, or they aren't patrolling, they'll pass like ships in the night. And Ciskhan is patrolling, Yo is not, so he gets the advantage in that fight. And Yo will try to harass the fishing ships, but with the 2nd fire galley on the way for Ciskhan, he should be safe over here. Ciskhan in. Yo's walled. He's not letting anyone in. And he will let his own villagers out, though. He wants to mine some more stone. As fletching now comes in for Ciskhan. A good collection of longswordsmen and skirmishers above the TC. And Town Watch then will be on the way for Yo. Seville's Hunt the Zebra. I have never seen a longsword rush work in pro levels. They actually work out for someone. This rush works, but not longswords. What do you mean? You mean like the feudal rush, or do you mean a normal Castle Age longswordsman? I've seen them work occasionally. I've seen them work occasionally, especially now with all the buffs that they've gotten. And looks like Yo committed to the fires and tries to hit Ciskhan's fish, but again, Ciskhan there with more fire galleys. Looks like he's safe. And Yo hitting the skirm. Not much happening here. Yo looks like he'll be the first one to click up, though. First one to click up does open up castle drop possibilities. We talked about the douche earlier. The castle drop is very strong on this map, too. Armenian longswords and feudal? I've seen it work a couple of times. It has worked on the map Monocle. There are a couple of maps that are very swordsman line heavy, particularly when there are lots of shorefish. The shorefish mean that you have a good source of food, and you don't need to commit to farms as much. So you need fewer vills on wood, and you can take more vills on shorefish so you have more food. And then the food-heavy units are scouts and men-at-arms, / longswordsmen, depending on the civs, / Flemish militia for the Burgundians. And the swordsman line does tend to beat the scouts. So food-heavy maps tend to be swordsmen with maybe archer or skirm follow-ups. Did you see Castle Age two-handed swordsman work? Castle Age halbs, I think, are the real menace. Dark Age spears, I saw that work once. I casted that Aussie 4v4 years ago on Seize the Hump, where the Dark Age spear denied stables. And it looks like it is Ciskhan who is getting a bit more water control, actually, investing into the fires more heavily, but that'll... I mean, Yo's also the player who invests more into the food eco and clicks up more. And invests more quickly into the Castle Age. Skirm is taking down the longswordsmen, lowering their HP. They will destroy the fire, though. Longsword strong enough to fight fire galleys. Let's go. Yo needs a demo. I think he would actually be fine. Maybe, I mean, a demo would help. He needs more fires before the demo becomes particularly effective. Skirm still javelining away at the fires. And we'll have Castle Age on the way for Ciskhan. It's a 90-second difference, though. Yo will have a good timing advantage. Also, the ability to repair his fires. Until the Repairville dies, Skirms try to end the Repairville's life, end the repairs subsequently. And Yo will run the bill away as best he can. Now he needs a demo. Now Yo needs a demo. Explode all the Skirms. It would be to fight a fire galley from a swamp. Even more terrifying to fight a demo from a swamp. Heavy armor? I'm sure Barbarossa would be afraid. Oh, yes, we saw it. We see it. Oh my gosh. Yes! Turtle ships in the center pond. Ironically, they might be horrible because the TC has the same range as they do. But let's go. Turtle ships in the center pond. Now, turtle ships are not good against buildings like cannon galleons are. Okay. So Siege Workshop for Yo. Wants to push. And here comes the first turtle. Let it go. Alright, how does this sail here? This water's not deep enough. There it goes. Yeah, 6 range. And 6 range on the TC. There's a charge attack now, somehow. What did they do to turtles? What did they do to them? +7 against building with the TC. Yeah, no building armor. Good pierce armor for the turtle ship, so it won't take too much damage from the TC. So this guy now docking the middle. Let's go. I haven't seen players docking the middle. Yo needs more turtles. He needs more than one turtle. It's the cannonball as the charge attack. He does see the docks. What's this gun gonna do against turtles, though? Oh my god, that turtle ship can't even kill vills! What did they do to the turtles? The poor turtles! Massacred them. What did they do? Charge attack feels too AOM to me. 1000% agree with you. And a TC up for Yo. And Bodkin Arrow on the way for Ciskhan. A cannon, yes! It's sad. It pains me. It also pains me that Yo has only one turtle. They also don't one-hit monks anymore. So that's a change. Oh no. Oh wait, we were talking about Yo getting demos earlier. I completely missed that he's Korean. He doesn't have demos. Oh, that poor turtle. He needed 2 of them, even under the guard tower. Now, Arson on the way for Yo. He's looking to fight with Fire Lancers. So here are the Fire Lancers. We didn't get them... Well, we got a few last game, but not that many. Here we actually have a player committing heavily to the Fire Lancers. Ciskhan with the Cav Archers, trying to defend against them. Skirms, especially Feudal Skirms, will be very ineffective. These things take 1 damage from the Feudal Skirms. But Yo will continue pushing with towers. He does have 2 TCs, so should have the better eco. He needs to garrison Vills in the tower should he really want to fight the fires. Now they should go down. 4+0, that is correct, but I think that refers to the rockets they shoot and not to the cannonball. So yeah, turtles were massacred. 4 attacks spread over many rocket projectiles. And 3rd TC for Yo. As a mule cart heads to the wood line for Ciskhan. And well, bloodlines on the way for Ciskhan too. Oh, Fire Lancers! What bonus do they have against ships? +4 against ships! Let's go Fire Lancers. Because ships used to be camels. Fire Lancers versus ships, and they all go down. Lovely, lovely to see that. And we'll have a siege workshop on the way for Ciskhan as the rocket carts attack the town center. Oh, there's a demo from Ciskhan. Hits a couple of Fire Lancers. But Ciskhan's still on 1 TC. Even with a couple of relics. Not in a good spot, I fear. As we said at the start, players are going to have to try to sweep Ciskhan. Because this is the group of death. This is the Hera, Lucho, Vinchester, Yo, Heart group. Ciskhan also is there as... I don't think anyone would argue probably the 6th player. So he will try to hang on. But I think it's a very tough task for him. And what's up, Noob Netrum? How you doing? The mangonel defense from Ciskhan, that turtle ship Yo had, was very ineffective at destroying the TC. Maybe another turtle ship will help him get the water again. Another TC for Ciskhan as he starts hoovering around with the Cav Archers. Well, it's a 14 Vil lead, but the res collected are still pretty close, so Ciskhan might still have a way to kill some Vils and stabilize the eco difference. Yo, not wanting to be raided, will add more guard towers. And as the Vils will have to run back into the TC, Cav Archers might snipe them slightly. Used to be beefy ships with a cannon shot, yes. Now they're just a memory of what once was. The glory days of yore. Oh, turtle's on the outside too. Did he mean to do that? I hope so, it's there. How does the turtle do against the fire now? Oh, these things used to massacre fires. Barely even hit it. Saddens me. No end. And Vil getting hit by the turtle. And his dock very, very low on HP. The mangonel destroys his own dock. Ciskhan, no, don't mangonel your own dock. Well, he has another. I'll do a fire there. Oh my gosh, the mangonel even tanks turtle ship now. Oh, I feel so bad for the turtles. And he has to use the dock to defend against the fire now. Another TC going up for Ciskhan on the outside, so that'll be his third TC. And it's only an 11 vil difference. He has managed to keep the TCs running pretty well compared to Yo. Yo has a lot more idle time. Needs more food, adds in more farms. And like discount Lutron. I don't even think they hit that level. Oh my gosh, the poor turtle ship. Yo's going for a castle drop though, the mangonel can't one-hit it. Yo, lucky he didn't lose the castle in one shot. It will go up though, no stopping that. The wild turtle population have ever recovered. Mining camp here for Yo on the gold. TC looks like it's about to go down, but at least this gun will have 2 TCs in the back. 12 vil difference, and he'll add in another TC in his corner. Have a few ostriches there, we can take some hunt. And Ciskhan's advantage is the fact that he has destroyed all of Yo's fish. Yo, though, has also killed all of Ciskhan's fish. So Ciskhan investing a lot into water that at least he stopped Yo, but hasn't really given himself too much of an advantage. And he does have his own castle drop. He is rotating around to hit Yo. And as much as Yo has an advantage, it's not a huge insurmountable advantage yet. Ciskhan's still finding ways to hang in there. Maybe there's a way both players go imp and then we get Ferritor champs that overrun Yo. That would at least stop the Fire Lancers and force hand cannoniers out. Oh, another poor turtle. Oh no. I feel so sad for the turtles. Oh, the lion, yes! We replaced the tigers with lions and it paid off. The lion makes a beeline for a cav archer and gets a bite out of him. Oh, there we go. Let's go, lion. The cav archers are all distracted by the vills. You can do it, lion. You can do it. Keep going. Oh, you have a hill advantage now. Yes, go, lion. Go. At the same time, there's a defensive castle that is canceled from Ciskhan as the Fire Lancers push in, and Yo will do his own castle right in its place. There's nothing to stop that, nothing coming out of the workshop. And oh no, the cav archers pick off the lion. He did his best, but didn't get a meal there. Zero T. I don't think you're going to be a 0 TC gamer on this map when there's so much room to run. It'd have to be much earlier castle drop. Rip Simba. Okay, that castle will not be placed because of the farm. This gun would look to drop the castle more forward, though. Tower destroyed by the Fire Lancers. Another guard tower there for Yo as the rocket crit hits the Vil. Of the moving of the relics. Ooh, TC in the back for Yo. Ciskhan scouts it with the warrior priest. Cav archers come over. They won't be in time to deny it. The turtle ship will know that will give Yo with the knowledge that they're running to the corner where they'll find another lion. One of those cav archers is weak. Go lion, go lion. Aw, gets a bite at least. So that ram push from Yo. As he's continuing to move forward with towers, and now is open to 20 vil lead. Res collected are still exactly the same. But Ciskhan has to deal with the army composition of the Koreans now. Army composition of the Koreans, which I think should be much better than that of the Armenians, particularly with the Fire Lancers, the very scary Fire Lancers we've seen so much of these days. Rocket cart still dealing damage to that TC. As Pazza Bowman will wander around. We'll have a monk trying to grab a relic. 1-to-1 relics now. Warrior priests do excel at grabbing the relics, but that guy's trying to win a foot race now against the Fire Lancers. They're using the charge attacks. They're poking him down. 2 HP left. Can he make it? No, it doesn't make it to the church. Then we'll have ballistics there for Yo, and Imperial Age on the way for Ciskhan. I can see the animals are weak and mostly a nuisance. Maybe they should gain more HP and strength as the game time increases. I expect a lion to take down a knight or a cav archer easily in real life. Would it? I mean, I would expect a human well-trained with a sword to be able to take a lion. Fire Lancer cosplayer sub-goal? Fire Lancer cosplay sounds like punishment if we don't have enough subs. Rocket cart attacking the dock. We'll have Imperial Age for Ciskhan. Yeah, I don't think he's the eco for Ferreters champs, and even then, you end up with a composition that's trying to fight war wagons and hand cannoneers. Don't give Ornlu more power. Well, there go Fire Lancers in a ram. Time to ram the church with the relics in it. Iron casting for Yo, who's staying castle against Ciskhan, who's up to imp. Ooh, Ville's taken down by that fortified church. Another castle drop? Well, is Ciskhan at least having a good time castle dropping all of Yo's eco? And maybe there's a world where Ciskhan gets imp and pumps out Trebs and stops Yo. He does have imp and access to Trebs now. There is the first Treb popping out of the castle. Yo's ram push has destroyed a fortified church. Maybe the Lancers need to pop out of the rams and actually fight the Vills. There they go. Fire ship attacking the rocket cart. You know, we'll do what he can to raid this TC. If there's enough HP that the Vills can still get in and out. However, the ram looks like he'll take it down. So Ciskhan abandoning that TC for the fortified church. And does go down. The relics are out there. Yo up to imp himself. And the Vills will take down that battering ram. Ram attacking the church on the side. And Ciskhan has to run. Looking at the Vill count, 128 to 65. I think this is over, and I think Yo has it. I think Yo easily has it. Fire Lancers destroying the fire ships.
Yeah.
Couple of Vills going down. Another fortified church on the way for Ciskhan. Ooh, tower there with ballistics. Clearing the Vills for Yo. And, well, there are the Trebs. They will clear one of these castles. Fire Lancers so far are not jumping the Trebs. Just trying to clear Ciskhan's eco in the southeast. Yo not even bothering for the relics. See if he has monks out anywhere. Where's the other monk? Oh, right there. 2 monks right behind the monastery. Got it. Yeah, 2 more relics out there and 1 more on the map. The Armenians did add the 6th relic. Mangonel cosplay. If we really want to be authentic, we can go for the siege onager that gets downgraded to a Mangonel. There's plate mail armor and elite fire lancer on the way for Yo. Plate mail armor and elite fire lancer. As we'll have bracer for Ciskhan. As the dock will go down to the fire lancers. Trev will hit the keep. And the Fire Lancers destroy the Treb, pick the Vil. And, ooh, all the bowmen going down. We have some leather archer armor in the blacksmith that's being rammed. And the Trebs from Ciskhan are doing okay. The Trebs from Ciskhan are doing okay. They're clearing some of Yo's central TCs. It is still a 20 Vil lead. I mean, a 60 Vil lead, 120 to 63. And a 60 population lead for Yo. So far, though, he's not been able to make a push into the castles. Or really finish off Ciskhan. He's just pushing around the outside. And Ciskhan's doing chemistry, trying to get a unit that can fight the Fire Lancers. You gotta hand it to him for really finding ways to hold on and still threaten Yo, even at this point of the game. He is maybe still hoping that Yo's eco isn't enough to pump out too many elite Fire Lancers. Or maybe that the composite bowman will be a good counter to them. That 6 pierce armor they have, that'll be ignored. Does Yo have it? Nope, he does not have Upsiong yet. Ooh, chemistry, but that university is under attack by all those Fire Lancers. And chemistry is denied. Chemistry denied by the elite Fire Lancers. The demo may be wasted on a ram instead of Fire Lancers. And handcart just now in for Ciskhan. Alright, and that's going to be denying hand cannoneers for quite a while. His farming eco, his front farming eco is. His back, he has 1 farm in the back. Oh, I guess all of his farming eco is, yeah. Well, only 11 Vils on food now. And perhaps without the farms, he still might struggle, but he's getting a higher Vil lead as the push continues. It's gone down to 1 TC, adding in a second. Warrior Priest trying to stop the Rams, as are some Vils. Fire Lancers will destroy Treb and then attack some Vils. The Vils going down. Ciskhan dropping in Vil Pop again. More Trebs attacking the castle as Fire Lancers want to raid. But we'll be raiding against Bowmen. And now a couple of cannon out for Yo, but he dares the castle fire to shoot the Trebs and gets taken out. And that castle repaired. Ooh, it's repaired long enough that the Bowmen able to do damage to the Treb over time. And Yo's push stalled out. Man, Ciskhan's doing an impressive job of holding when he has nothing left. Those composite bowmen and Trebs are strong amidst all the castles he has in the middle. It's GG. I mean, I think it has been GG for a long time. I don't think there's a way Yo loses this. But it will take him a while. There's a cannon galleon for Yo, too, to hit that TC. Oh, it's just the bombard cannon. The cannon galleon's over there just being lazy. Oh, there it goes, there it goes. Boom. It's a very slow cannon projectile. Oh, this gun calls the GG. Oh, would he have lost chemistry a second time? I think he would have. So finally he calls it. Oh, right there is Yo. Yo with the win, despite the slightly negative KD. He did have many more resources collected. So GG's 2-0 for Yo. Yes, Ciskhan did not have a win condition there. He would have needed to do a lot of pushing on with Trebs in the middle. But still nicely done for Ciskhan to hold on that long. So that was, he did lose African River, and Reverse Acropolis will be the next map. This will be the first game I've played since I've seen played since I've updated the map. Maybe Burgundians versus Georgians. Could be Catans too. Still not sure exactly what Civs players will be picking here. Okay, and while they are still in the lobby, I'm going to run to the bathroom myself. I'll be right back. I'm back, and we are into the game. Yo's long game is hard to beat. That it is, and we're on Reverse Acropolis. Now, I did make a couple of small changes to this map. In particular, I forced the players so that they'd be spawning in the corners now. And I did take these wood lines, and they're a bit chunkier than they had been in the past. You have the same total number of trees down at the bottom, but they're a bit easier to use. You'll get maybe 11 trees per wood line, maybe 9 to 11, maybe a couple more, like 13 trees, maybe 2 wood lines spawn together like you might have had in the past. But it'll be slightly chunkier, even though it's the same number of total trees. So I have fewer clumps, more trees per clump. I also set it up so that you always can wall to the edge. We had a couple of generations where players were in the corner, and the rock terrain would generate basically around one side, and they'd have maybe 5 tiles on the edge of the map. They were rare, but occasionally happened. So to prevent that, I just put the players here smack in the middle. And then the relics, I also made them a bit more fair. They ended up in a straight line now, but basically I said relics cannot spawn in the corners, so one player is not going to have an extra relic there. Maybe you get an extra gold or an extra stone over there, one of the neutral ones can spawn there, but it should be pretty fair. And players should a bit more consistently have these small wood lines in the middle of the map. In the past I had it randomly 1 or 2, now they should always get 2. So I think the map is a bit more consistent and a bit more fair, so that one player doesn't get the short end of the... and doesn't get shaft mininged with the unwallable base. Do I have an example of a map gen script somewhere? Exclamation mark RMS in the chat. That's the command, and you'll get the scripting guide. Exclamation mark RMS. You can download the mod itself, but the mods are the output from the scripts are the output of the preprocessor I had. So Boar gets a bite out of the Vil. The Vil gets pushed into the TC. And the scout now will push in the Ibex. And the Vil will be hunted by the Vils. So what's we gonna have here? Catan Gajurs. This will be lots of scouts from the Catans versus lots of camels from the Gajurs. Loom for Yo. Do we have Loom here for Ciskhan? No Loom yet for Ciskhan. Oh, actually Loom right now. I was going to say, a bit risky to be that forward without Loom. But didn't get hurt for it. Didn't get punished for it. In this game, there are no fish in the lake in the middle. We had that last season in TTL, and everyone docked and went fires, as this is not intended to be a fire galley map.
Timo.
And a bit more walling up here for Ciskhan.
Namaste.
As the Vils on that wood line will turn and fend the scout off.
Fitting bad.
And that deer pushed in by the scout. That's a pretty long push for Yo. Maybe he just goes to the mill. There are deer around that central lake, and I have seen players pushing them occasionally. Each player does also have a gold by the central lake. Lake pond? What should I call it? I thought about putting Nessie in the pond, but the pond's a bit too small. And her animation runs into the nearby grass. So if we have a map with a larger pond, though, I will be looking to put Nessie in the future. So there's domestication. That is the horse collar equivalent for the pastures. Yo will research. And we'll have a house and a couple of palisades on the way for him as the deer gets pushed into the TC. And there's double bit axe for Ciskhan. And he'll be enjoying those Gajur berries under the TC too, as he heads over to the mill. 8 sheep in the mill, all 8 sheep in the mill, not taking the sheep. He might think of ungarrisoning them at some point in feudal, but for now, keeping them in the mill. Oh, look, a little bit of hill terrain in the back. How cute. Hello, Red Cliffy. How you doing? Flowers to you. Oh, I need to double check. I've totally forgotten how I add emotes to YouTube, but I need more emotes there. I need to add the flowers. So, also note, this is game number 3. This is a play all 3, and Yo does need to get the sweep, and honestly pretty important for him in this group to get the sweep. We'll have MBL repard after the next set, and then Hera and Lucho both in the same group. And I do worry the group might even come down to who gets more wins against Ciskhan to win tiebreakers. Or just to pick up the extra points in the standings. And the Wallingville does go down at the cost of a scout. So Yo losing a scout, but gets a Vil. And Ciskhan in the middle adds a few archers. He'll likely need a spear, one of those wonderful feudal age Gajur spearmen. And forging on the way for Yo. Crazy strong group, Ciskhan and Lucha. They did get it very rough. Very much. Scouts. Take down the camel. Now forging done for Yo. More scouts popping out for Yo, and he's going pretty heavily into those Catan scouts. With forging, he can fight the spear, and spear gets a kill at least. But spears go down very, very quickly to Catan scouts. And if there is ever a wood line where Ciskhan needs to make sure he doesn't overchop, it's when you're against Catan scouts. If those scouts get in, the Vils go down like crazy. Yeah, right. Like, it might come down to who farms Ciskhan most effectively. And maybe our pasture is the way to farm someone effectively. Who takes Ciskhan out to pasture most effectively. Oh my gosh, Ciskhan, no! Not like this, not like this. I want to see the scouting. Oh no, Ciskhan, no, 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 no. And the scouts get in. He realizes, he tries to wall. Yo is just gonna say, don't wall, I will run in. Oh no, oh no. Oh, he walls the Vil. So far, so good with the walling. He kills a scout with the TC. Those scouts are kind of weak. And he will wall. The berries are awkward, though. Only one forge bush left. And one Vil exposed. Oh, Catan scouts, not what you want to happen on this map. Oh, no. Oh, no. I can move my keyboard around on my desk. And there we go. House on the way up for Ciskhan. Spear wants to poke the scouts. And we'll have a couple of extra palisades up there for Ciskhan's Vil.
Namaste.
Double palisades for Ciskhan too. As the spear comes over, wants to poke. Scouts will run away from the spear. Look at that micro. Ooh, almost dodged both of them, but does get poked. Remember, no bloodlines for the Catans, but Yo just did do the armor. Won't help much against the spears, though. Will help against Vils that try to fight back. The damage control is good. We can see Yo starting to pull ahead in eco. And, oh, nice gate, but the scouts still will get around. That doesn't go all the way to the wood line. There was still a hole. Gate deleted. Vil deleted. Or deleted by Yo's scouts. Fight back, Vils? You can't fight back against these scouts, and Ciskhan will call the GG. Oh, wait. You know what else? There was something happening in the middle. Oh, the scouts jumped the archers in the middle. The Vils were... Oh, Yo went for a tower rush. The Vils had to run. That meant the scouts could hit them, and the archers had to fight the scouts, and they had to do a new lumber camp, but the scouts were going to kill all the archers, and then they would kill all the Vils. Why doesn't he fight with Vils? They're half HP, because these are Catan scouts that have forging, and because they have forging, they have the bonus that melee attack upgrade effects are doubled, and you will get massacred if you try to fight Catan scouts with villagers. They go down so quickly. It's almost never worth it to fight once forging comes in. Even the low HP scouts. Has the res for Castle Age, but no wood for a second building. Well, that was unfortunate scouting from him. Pretty unfortunate from him. I'm thinking maybe I want to... What do we feel about the gold being in the corner? I think I'm fine with that. It's only going to be like 1 gold there ever. I always got to decide how much randomness I'm fine with or not. And that's fine to me. Maybe other people have different preferences, though. So 73 KD for Yo. Better eco, but just at the end, he was going to slaughter all that remained of Ciskhan's forces. So that'll be our first platinum set. That was a quick one. Or a quick game 3, at least. So that's Yo up 3-0. And he does win his home map of Reverse Acropolis. And our first platinum set is in the books. That is the Khitans. Very last pick Khitans winning over the Gajurs. And maybe Ciskhan will regret not taking the Khitans earlier. As he only stayed with the feudal camels. I've never seen feudal camels really be used. But Yo had a good map with 2 wood lines spawning together. Ciskhan had 2 wood lines that were close, and he could have done a double lumber camp. That was a bit farther away from his TC. The point where he couldn't really use it. And yeah, Ciskhan, unfortunately, might be the punching bag of this group. Well, that's not to slight Ciskhan as a player, that's just to say this group is incredibly strong. So, want to look at standings? Will this page be updated yet? And try to take a look at these TTL standings. Here we are. We have, in the books right now, Yo up 3-0 over Ciskhan. In the group, that also has Hera, Hart, Lucho, and Vinchester. Hera and Lucho will be playing later today, but our next set coming up in scheduled for 20 minutes. I don't know if it'll start early. Maybe it will. Will be MBL versus Repard. MBL Repard in Group A. Along with Barles, Liereyy, Lix, and Tato. Liereyy, I think, should be the favorite there. But behind him, I'd say Lix and Repard probably are at the bottom. But honestly, Repard's done very well in TTL in the past if he prepares properly. And there should be a lot of cloud maps for him to pick good settings for himself. Lix, MBL, if Lix is playing well, he can always beat these players. MBL and Tato probably favored over him, but Tato, don't know what shape Tato will be in, especially with all the GL drama that's gone on recently. And Group C, ACCM, Andy, Lewis, Nikov running Sebastian. And Group D, not to say these players are bad or anything, but I think Viper lucked out in his group against Dark, Mihai, Sato, Dragonstar, and Vivi, in addition to Viper. Sato probably his toughest competition. Dark has done very well in TTL in the past, and maybe he has a preparation strategy that lets him do well. But I think Viper is still pretty heavy favorite in his group. How are the groups arranged? I think somewhat randomly, somewhat based on previous TTL results. Like, I think the players are tiered based on previous results and then assigned to groups. I just did the maps, though. I didn't write the handbook or do the adminning. So I'm not entirely sure. I don't remember the process. Maybe it says in Wikipedia somewhere. You know what, since you asked, and since we probably have time, I'll check the handbook. Details for the next platinum site will be confirmed ASAP. Maybe losing the shackles of GL will make the Dorito even stronger. Maybe they'll make Viper even stronger. Maybe Viper will be better when he gets to a new situation with a new team that actually pays him. So let's double check what we have. Group stage draw. So this is how the groups are drawn. If you're curious. Check this out. So before the group stage draw, players are placed in different pots based on their performance in the previous season. For example, in Platinum League 1, Pot 1 is filled with all semifinalists from Platinum Season 4, and Pot 6 is filled with players that won the Gold Promotion playoffs in Season 4. All pots have 4 players each, which will be split over the 4 groups in their specific league. So they call them pots. A very smoking example. So how it was is these players, Liereyy, Dark, and Nikov. So because they were the top 4 from the previous season, and you can see how Dark and Nikov, doing very well the previous season, have ended up at the top of their groups, but maybe you're not thinking Dark Nikov over ACCM, Yo, Viper, MBL. But they earned that through their positioning by finishing top 4 in last season, and then it's based on performance last season, and then promotion from gold. So each of those, they called them pots, I'll call them each of those buckets, has 4 players, and the 4 players themselves are spread randomly among the group. Yeah, so I mean, ACCM, Yo, Viper, MBL, that could literally be, well, I would say it could be a top 4, I guess, probably not with Hera and Liereyy. But they could be players in the top 6. Then Vinch all the way down here. Crazy considering how well he's played recently. Yeah, Dark did very well last TTL. Alright, let's see, do we have details for the next set? Not yet. Yeah, Dark's a dancer. I see him on his Instagram posting his dances. Alright, so I'm going to take a quick break then. Let me just update the scoreboard and we'll get ready for the next set. I'll put some more coffee on. And this will be MBL against Repard. I can update my titles everywhere. Even on YouTube. Ciskhan has some strong strats in game 1-2, a better set than the overall score suggested. Yeah, he definitely played well. And also, Gabi versus Monoz is going on right now, and I will cast those games as Rex when we're done with everything else later today. As I said, I will take a break, and then when I get back, hopefully we'll have the next set started, so stay tuned, and I'm going to get some more coffee, and I'll be right back. Alright. I think they still haven't posted details for the next set. I hope they get started soon. Looking for them. Oh. Okay, Hera versus Lucho has had to be postponed. The set will be replaced with Liereyy versus Lix. Okay. I'm here in time to see that announcement. But okay, it'll be Liereyy versus Lix. Update my YouTube description then. Liereyy versus Lix. Lucho. Liereyy. Lix. Liereyy versus Lix? Yes, all Lily will enjoy that. I know you'll like that one. Alright, let's see, get the ads out of the way. Yeah, and like I said, we'll do the Rex of Gabi versus Monoz at the end. And we're still waiting for this NBL repard draft to start. Oh, yes, we have the draft. We have the draft. Let's see, they're doing the map draft at least. Pay no attention to the civs. Those are from the previous set. Pay no attention to the civs. It's 2 a.m., so you'll chop off first. Alright, well, the rec will be there if you want to see it. Also, do you get ads, Lily? I'm curious, because I'm talking to you during the ad. If you do, then I'll wait for the ad to end. But if you don't, I guess that's a no. No ads for now. Lovely. Yeah, well, the VOD will be on Twitch and on YouTube if you want to catch up with Liereyy Lix. When you get up, then. Because 2 a.m. is quite late. Although, in Age of Empires time, I'd say it's quite early, though. Never met an AoE player with a proper sleep schedule. Myself included. So, slopes for MBL, Zimbabwe for repard. Let's go. They have 2-hour matches each. Well, this one did start exactly 2 hours after the previous one. So if all 3 sets end up taking a lot of time, then we cast Daniel Terz. If we have time, maybe we cast Fire Sobek in between. My plan is afterwards, if we have time, we cast Fire Sobek. No matter what, though, we cast Daniel versus Terz, and then the Rex of Gabi versus Monoz. And if we have to after that, then the Rex of Fire Sobek. But I'd like to cover all 6 sets today. In live Red Bull, the casters just take a nap live since it's so long. And to be honest, at the Garrison at 10 p.m., I was almost falling asleep before my cast. I had to wake myself up to get energized for it. So pay no attention to that Civ draft. That's from the previous set. I'm waiting for them to re-update to the link for us. Need to get the link from MBL and repard. Some long names, too. On the draft website. Waiting for JVR to get that lovely post channel of said draft link. My coffee to cool down so I can drink it too. So Reverse Acropolis, that'll be our first map. We'll have 2 Reverse Acropoli in a row. Sleep. Oh, is that, you have an emote for sleeping? Or is that just a Unicode character? Ooh, Unicode characters. Well, I can message the draft channel. Gotta be careful with that power. It is a Unicode character, Unicode emoji. Goodbye, Lily. Have a wonderful evening. Sleep well. Oh, is Grubby having the TC rally point bug still? Oh my gosh, that's still a thing. Thanks, DE. Still waiting for them to start the Civ draft. This is why I am in favor of a clock. Of 1 clock for both drafts. And you have maybe a 2-minute break between the map draft and the Civ draft. But there shouldn't be an infinite break like this. We have them way too long before they host this next draft. There we go, now the draft started. It's like the pitch clock in baseball. Everyone will love it, trust me. At first, people will complain because they think there's not enough time, but then they'll grow to love it. Our base will understand what I'm talking about. We need our base to give us the good pitch clock insights. Alright, so there we have Byzantines, the first pick for MBL. He likes his skirms. He'll go Byzantines. Banned Mongols, Cumans, Khitans, Khmer, and Portuguese. Repard, meanwhile, banned Koreans, Wei, Vietnamese, Chinese, and Malay. So 3 of those Steppe Lancer civs other than the Jurchens. I mean, of the Fire Lancer civs other than the Jurchens, the Koreans, Vietnamese, and Chinese. Also the Wei were banned, new civ there. And then he picks Bohemians first, clearly picking a civ for Zimbabwe. And Persians, his second pick, probably a Reverse Acropolis civ, but could also be used for slopes. And the Gajurs there. Gajurs for MBL. And Hindustanis. All right, Gajurs and Hindustanis after the Byzantines. So 3 camel civs back to back to back for MBL. Byzantines so far the only civ I'd really think about for Zimbabwe. Hindustanis maybe, but I don't think you'd want them against Bohemians. And Byzantines for camels struck me as a good Reverse Acropolis civ. Maybe they could be for slopes though. Maybe they could be for slopes. And then Tatars for Repard and the Maya. Ooh, Maya could also be a Zimbabwe civ. A longer-lasting hunt for Zimbabwe is very nice. And Plume's still a scary, unique unit. Jurchen's there for MBL. Well, maybe we will see some Fire Lancers after all. He does pick the remaining Fire Lancer civ. And Magyars are there for MBL. I still don't really see a great Zimbabwe civ, but maybe that's where he's going to use Byzantines. I feel players sometimes are reluctant to use Byzantines for the closed maps for some reason. Then Saracens for Repard. So once again, we're going to do all platinum sets. Daniel, Terz, Gabi, Monoz, and Fire Sobek. Afterwards, Daniel Terz will be live at 22 GMT. Thank you for streaming on the YouTube side as well. Thanks for watching here, Cloud. And start the game already. Nice, your fave maps are all banned. Coast Arena has been my favorite map so far. You like Reverse Acropolis? I've liked that one too. I think ever since I made it more consistent, which we've seen one game on, but I think it feels like a better map. A lot less randomness up to being in the corner or not. I think it works a lot better. I want to see Monocle since I did update that to have a bit more mill spots in the among the shorefish, but I think they're all a lot more consistent than they had been in the past. So we will see game number 1 hosted in a moment. There we are, MBL repard in the lobby. They selected High Tides, but they'll change that surely to Reverse Acropolis. So far, no High Tides in their first 2 sets of Gold League. That was our most selected map so far in Platinum. That was our most selected map so far in Silver and in Gold. So far, mostly been avoided for Platinum. And yes, we can see the 120-second spectator delay properly set on the lobby. They're playing on the Europe server. It is streamed and it's a 1v1. And launching right away. Lovely. Failed to download. Match content DE. I wrote these map scripts. I don't need to download them. I have the mod installed. There we are, and it will not be the Byzantines, it'll be the Jurchens for MBL and the Persians for repard. Now, repard picking the Persians early on, pretty set, I think, that he'd use them for Reverse Acropolis based on the maps that we have. Could Persians be viable, maybe? For slopes, maybe? If you get a lot of hunting and keep a 3TC boom running very quickly, maybe they could be viable for Zimbabwe, but usually you don't play Persians on a closed map. So Jurchens might be a counter pick from MBL there towards the back end of his draft. Quick rundown on repard. I would know repard mostly as a clown. I think he would probably be stronger on the closed maps, and I'm not surprised by his picking Zimbabwe as a home map. Other than that, pretty strong player, but I don't think he's quite at the same level as MBL is. I would expect MBL to be favored here. And I think I would say the same thing about repard, but so far repard has actually managed to do pretty well in previous TTLs. I'm looking for that Zimbabwe map if it's an opportunity for repard to pick up a win. Slopes in Reverse Acropolis, I do favor MBL, but I think that Reverse Acropolis will be his opportunity. As we have a couple more seconds on the spec delay, then we'll jump into it. Typo in the scoreboard. It's MBL? MBL, the M is capitalized, the L is lowercase. That is an L, not an I on the scoreboard. Alright, so we have repard as the red Persians to the southwest and MBL as the blue Jurchens to the northeast. Both players with a gold kind of towards the back for their base. MBL does end up with, I think, 2 of them there. That might be one of his extra golds. That's just one of his extra golds. So relics should be pretty balanced here. MBL lucked out a bit with 1 more extra gold on his side, but that's about it. This is one of the maps we spent quite a bit of time tweaking and trying to get right. And we'll have one of those extra golds on this side for repard. I've never seen a repard play. Like I said, you look for him on the closed maps. Reverse Acropolis is an interesting one, though, because you could play it as a closed map if you go Bengalis and try to go Phosphoro-esque on your build. And we did see that from Stone Please. He lost the match, but it was an interesting match. Just in case someone wants to try some kind of Cannon Galleon play, the center pond is there because Acropolis always has had a center pond. And I felt like the map needed something to spruce up the visuals a bit, since I can't really do any type of extra hill or bumpy elevation at the top. So that pond is there because I didn't want to remove it from normal Acropolis, but we did remove the fish because last time we saw far too many fire galley wars in the pond. So no more fire galleys. Do they fight for pond control? No, they do not. Thankfully, they do not. They could push one of the deer from up there if they wanted to. They have 4 ibexes at their home base. Could get greedy and push those deer. There are 2 guaranteed woodlines for the players at the top right by the pond. And a bunch of small woodlines at the base near the TC. There are 5 relics that should be roughly down the middle of the map, 1 by the pond, the other one's spaced out. I adjusted the map so the relics can't spawn in the corners. You could have a player get an extra stone there, like Repard has an extra stone, MBL maybe a bit more gold, but they're not going to have the relics in the corners. The relics should be pretty fair. Helps with the resale value. Also the resale value, indeed. That's important. This house, you build it by the pond. Oh, 25 wood. No. That house costs 25 gold then. Predict forward mangonels from MBL. He loves those. Maybe. And they can be effective on the hill if your opponent tries to stay at the bottom and boom. I wanted to put the Loch Ness Monster in this pond, but her animation was too large, and she would go out onto the grassy terrain. So unfortunately, I wasn't able to do that. Gotta love a castle and a good school neighborhood. So boar lured in by the villager. Scout pushes in the ibex. Ibex hunted by the vills. Another ibex in under the TC. Vills will shoot that ibex, and another vill from Repard out towards the wood line on the side. Scout will come down and grab a couple of sheep. And be ready to bring the sheep in. We'll have Loom on the way for Repard. And he'll be looking to go up. 19 pop up with Loom. All things pretty standard there. A bit faster than MBL because of the Persian TC bonus. So that'll translate to about an extra vill for him in the Dark Age. MBL doing Loom and he'll be up. About, what's that, a 17-second difference or so there. And he might look for more wood down here. Maybe another lumber camp. Yeah, he'll do a second lumber camp at the bottom by the looks of it. Will he go over here for a triple woodline? Or he'll go for a double woodline lumber camp. Alright. Also a mill on the berries. He left a gap in case he needs the quick wall. As a scout will push in another deer. Try to get that deer into the TC. What if instead of a castle in a school neighborhood, we just had school in the castle? Right, we just had school in the castle. Let's take the deer, and we will have a barracks for MBL. He looks like he's going to wall. 1 tile palisade there and there. And he could go around here and be basically fully walled. And the lumber camp can help as a wall too, although it has to worry about overchops. Wall to the edge. Couple houses here and he's fine. We're thinking like a city planner. Repard up to feudal. He's thinking like a city planner too. He will be doing an archery range. So no stable for the Persians. Not going to open scouts. It will be an archery range. Our AoE traditionalist suggesting we merge castle and university. That'd be pretty cool, going to university in a castle. I mean, that's what Harry Potter was, right? They had school in a castle. It's not an original idea.
آماده.
Double bit axe on the way for MBL. You want to know the most unrealistic thing about Harry Potter? And this is the most unrealistic thing about a world with magic. It's that the teachers at Hogwarts had to teach 7 classes. Like, think about that. Think about that. It was 7 different classes. Poor Snape. He had to teach potions from first year up to 7 year. There's no way any teacher was doing 7 classes in one school year like that. That is just not gonna work out. I once had a school in a castle for a week as a history class project. I did take trips to castles
فرمان.
when I was on a exchange program thing to Germany and Austria one
آری.
summer in high school.
فرمان.
But unfortunately, we don't actually have many castles here in the US, and the ones we do aren't real castles. So it's quite the distance we'd have to travel.
فرمان.
Famous American
Sorry.
castles.
آماده.
I mean, we've got forts. Those are different than castles, though.
آماده.
Our forts were built with cannon in mind,
فرمان.
not trebuchets. White Castle. That is the most American answer. So nothing surprising from MBL. Spears, skirms, and scouts. Repard just making a few archers and spears. Won't get much damage done, but he will be walled fully. And wants to get his farming eco ahead. And late game, I worry about the Iron Pagoda. Those are really strong. They're, again, the melee Shravamsh Rider, they absorb 1 hit before they take any damage. And their stats outside of that are themselves pretty strong. Yeah, White Castle fit for a Burger King. And Repard has to make sure he doesn't overchop. Big YouTube presence of people buying and restoring old castles is cool, but makes me feel poor and lazy. Can we do that and then host a LAN there? And by restoring castles, that means we need to apply, or we need to add in proper internet service.
آری.
آری.
Good old fiber to the castles.
آری.
The Repard content to sit at the bottom and boom. He wants to boom. A scout fight from MBL chasing Repard's scout. And MBL will do the blacksmith himself. Not going to commit too much to military. Just a few skirms, 7 skirms. Well, keep up the pressure. Try to javelin over the wood lines. A stable in the back for Repard.
آماده.
Fletching on the way for MBL. And the skirms will hit the vills down. And this army for Repard wants to move forward. That's enough archers that could fight the scouts, but doesn't want to engage the skirms. We have a world-famous glass pyramid with a Bass Pro Shop. That was, oh my gosh, in there's a lake near the edge of the town I lived in growing up. And our high school cross-country coach, sometimes she would give us planned runs, like we had to run somewhere and back. And the run wasn't like go to the lake and back, it was go to the bait shop and back. No, the bait and boat.
آری.
Right on the edge of the lake.
آری.
I rented a boat from that once to go fishing on the lake. It was a small lake.
فرمان. آماده.
Not this small, though. Slightly larger than this. There was a tiny island in the middle.
فرمان.
Probably several Loch Ness monsters in it. And now the skirms are chasing after the spears, but they are split up from the archers for Repard. And repard with the archers will push the scouts back, but he can't really push up the hill with the skirms looming up there. What was / is my 5K PB? My best in a race was around 1740, I think. But I was in much better shape in track season in the second half of the school year. And like on a track in practice, I was high 16s, like 1640. But I don't actually have a time in a race of that. So, but if you want to call high school races as official, I don't know if you do. But in the best shape, in ideal conditions, I was high 16s. That was when my 2 mile was around 1035. So full archers from repard. Nothing else to deal with the skirms, just going archers. And super skinny, hello, hello. First time watching AoE. Have you ever heard of this guy, the Viper? He used to have a dynasty. Oh, high tower's here too. Yeah, well, one day I want to get back to getting in shape. Finally deal with my knee injury and my shoulder injury. And we'll have a fight, but it's an uphill battle. Repard, he has the numbers though. He has the numbers of scouts. He clears all the scouts and all the spears with bloodlines, and he'll slaughter MBL's skirmishers. That was not a good fight for MBL. Repard didn't even do Castle Age upgrades. He just had numbers. He bided his time, added more military, and yeah, he just full feudal, engages MBL's army. MBL's up, but he fights before upgrades come in. Bloodlines, Bodkin's Bowsaw on the way, and now after winning that fight, Repard will click up. He'll be the Persian, so he'll go up a bit faster. 10% faster with the faster working TC. And he has a lot of farms added in. Needs to wall up. Oh my gosh, those vills. Those vills are running a marathon just to get to that wood line out there. That is the danger of staying at the bottom on Reverse Acropolis. Should do a house there, a lumber camp here, and wall the vills in here, baby. Oh my gosh, look at him go. He's not paying attention to that because MBL has a hole in his walls, and he will have a dead vill. MBL didn't fully wall himself, even when he was forward all that time. He was sneaking out for a TC, though, and he is lucky that Repard did not find that TC. Instead, Repard simply will find some vills and some cav archers, and he'll kill the cav archers. Cav archers will do what they can to clean the scouts. Oh, there was a spear there poking cav archers. Never want your cav archers to get poked by a spear. Or poked in general. Castle Age on the way for Repard. Your best 5K is 22:36, but only trained running a few months in the winter. When hopefully in a few months I'm fully dealt with my shoulder injury and then can get back to worrying about my knee injury. Then after that, maybe we can get back to running. I feel like I am still a good few months away of rehabbing the shoulder. So, Bowsaw, Bodkin, for Repard, who's opened up a good lead. We had seen Persians last season of TTL on Acropolis fairly often, but that was when there were fish in the middle, and the Persians had the dock and fire galley production bonus. The dock HP, faster working docks. So they'd be able to win the water and take the fish. Now it's just Persians for the land eco, which is still very good. And it will be Repard opening cav archers. Remember, the Persians do not have bracer, but they do have Castle Age Parthian tactics. So the cav archers are not a unit that will scale well for them. Bracer and a camel. It's warming, we'll try 5K. And I'd love to get back to running. I miss it. Your high school must have had some crazy requirements then because we had to run a lot faster for a good grade. 7-minute miles? That's not too fast, but it is definitely going to be impossible for some people. When I went to college, I had to pass a swim test as part of my graduation requirements, but the swim test, thankfully, was only down and back and down again on a pool. So it was nothing difficult.
准备就绪。什么？
Took a good 2 minutes. And repard will be trapped in the back now. MBL with his cav archers, getting the camels and the cav archers, walling them in. And a great cleanup for him with a nice palisade gate. You can delete the gate, but using the edge of the map quite well. This is why I edited the map, so that players have the edge of the map to use. MBL finding ways to use it.
Ari,
And if your cav archers will climb out of the hill for repard and start moving forward. Doing pull-ups and push-ups. Yeah, a couple years ago, before I really had to cut stuff down to deal with the shoulder, I was at around 15 pull-ups. I want to get to about 25. That's going to be a lot of work. Mostly rehabbing the shoulder work. I'd like to be able to do pull-ups without
命令。喂，
needing to stop due to injury.
准备就绪。
So Vils will be dancing away from the crossbows. Look at those dance moves. Dodging ballistics. And that'll put the crossbows at the mercy of the cav archers as MBO closes the distance and massacres all of them. Are we going to get a civ with a bonus that they can walk 2 tiles into the void? That'll be a unique tech. They'll bring back cartographers. Units can walk 2 tiles along the edge of the map. $15 in 1 set, yep.
什么？
喂，
我有命令。
I'm very skinny. Your name is super skinny. I might be skinnier than that. So I'm very light. I don't have much to pull up.
命令。什么？喂
I did that at like 160 pounds. And okay, this TC. MBL had a TC that wasn't scouted by repard earlier. Repard's TC will be scouted by MBL. He's lucky MBL doesn't have ballistics, but he doesn't even have wheelbarrow. So he'll have to do some houses to try to save some vills. Save what he can as he brings his own cav archers over. 8 versus 13, but he has ballistics. Is ballistics enough here? Now where are the vills going? They're going back to the cav archers. Well, here's repard thinking if MBL focuses the vills, he won't be focusing the cav archers. And that will help him win the fight. 1 cav archer a bit far away. But he'll lose some vills, and he can ill afford that, as MBL did get that early TC up, and we'll be able to take those golds in the wood line now. And so repard didn't go for this gold on the side, didn't scout that either. His golds are a bit forward. Little mistakes that show the difference between 2 players. Well, he didn't have outposts to scout that either, right? Like that first TC could have easily been denied by the scouts. But I mean, it's not like he didn't do damage to the scouts, right? He did get in and cause some chaos in MBL's base. But not as much as denying a TC would have been. So gold shaft mining now for repard. Must have looked like a rock. No, I was as your name. Your name is a very good description to me. Super skinny. And forward workshop from repard, grabbing the gold shaft mining upgrade. And Scorpions coming? Scorpions against the cav archers would make a lot of sense. Only 1 Vil constructing that workshop, and that is a big risk if the cav archers can deny it, which I think they can. Only 1 defensive cav archer from repard. MBL happy to pick off the Vil and then engage the rest of the cav archers. Okay, that Vil, 3 HP. He'll run away. Finally go down. Repard did not have his army in position to get the workshop up. And again, another downside for repard not finishing the workshop. Cav archers all falling apart. All falling apart as the towers try to attack the workshop. And Thumbring will be on the way. The tower is also a great defense at the front of the gold. MBL did the TC in the back. We'll have the towers defending the gold in the front. And he did luck out a bit with the map giving him the extra gold. And repard now will do the TC on his gold. Remember, he hadn't scouted that earlier. So he has a gold in roughly the same position. Just doesn't have 2 of them. His luck will be the extra stone. And some scorpions killing cav archers as the cav archers have to flee. that Cav Archer does go down as the Scorpions come over. And Imperial Age on the way for MBL. What's the ideal comp for Jurchens? Jurchens, they have options. They can go Grenadiers. They have that special unit at the archery range, the Grenadier. If your opponent's going Infantry, they can do the Iron Pagoda, which is in general a really strong unit. Late game, they have great gunpowder and heavy rocket carts. And they also have Fire Lancers. So like those Koreans we saw all the time in Red Bull, the Jurchens can go Fire Lancers, and their Lancers fire faster. They're one of those and Fire Lancer civs, mounted units and Fire Lancers. Attack 25% faster. So a really strong unit for them against Cav. Iron Pagoda is also, in general, very strong and good siege. Just wait until there are more. I'm not looking forward for more civs myself. And there is Imp on the way for MBL. Yeah, spread formation. Yeah, fortified bastions too for the Jurchens if they want their fortifications to heal. So walls, castles, towers. Do TCs count for that? Oh, I didn't think about that. I don't think they do, but walls, castles, and towers count. Maybe outposts should count as fortifications too. Mangonels on the hill, taking out that range. And Cav Archer still trying to find a way to do some damage. Repard flipping back and forth in score, taking a score lead. And he's going all in for a Castle Age push while MBL's up to Imp, but MBL doing guard towers. Repard's thought process here, 5 TCs, full on Castle Age boom with the Persians to catch up in Vils with the faster working TCs. Keep the pressure up as MBL goes Imp, and hope that MBL maybe went Imp a bit too early. Now, MBL will upgrade the Cav Archers. Good thing is for Repard is they have neither Parthian Tactics nor Thumb Ring. So even though they have all the Blacksmith upgrades, they won't be particularly strong Cav Archers. However, Persians without Bracer, they do have Parthian Tactics. So in a straight-up fight, actually, the Persians win, I think. The Persians do have Thumb Ring. So Repard will look to fight now as best he can, or MBL does finish his upgrades. MBL just does finish Bracer. And that is against Parthian Tactics, though, so MBL has the range, and he'll try to use the range. Repard just needs to close the distance and use the armor. MBL will get Chemistry, but other than the range, that fight then becomes a wash, with Parthian canceling out Racer and Chemistry. And actually still the Cav Archers from Repard having Thumb Ring. So nicely defended from him, I'd say, and he's buying himself some time to go Imp. He will, of course, go Imp faster because he's the Persians. And he's going to lose that fight, but get some reinforcements, and actually, wait a minute, he might be okay here. Losing a couple of Vils by the range. But again, taking a decent fight against MBL, and those Imp upgrades not enough against the Parthian Tactics. And there is Elite Fire Lancer, though. The Persians do have Hand Cannoneers. We've seen this so many times that Hand Cannoneers don't really find a situation where they properly can fight Fire Lancers. There are always towers, or skirms, or arbs, or something else. Maybe Jurchens are the civ that doesn't quite have a complementary unit for dealing with the Hand Cannoneers, but then again, they do have Iron Pagodas. Repard's forward Mangonels will be cleared, but not before getting a few parting shots on the Cav Archers. And another TC for Repard, forward on the lake. No boy, here come the Cav Archers over. Are they not building castles? No, they don't have much stone at the bottom. And I think they've all focused more on gold at the top than they have on stone. And this now will be a forward TC for Repard that is denied. As MBL will do a castle. Finally someone building a castle. And let's try to secure the middle of the map. Bill has Cav Archers, comes forward with the Fire Lancers and the Scorpions now. He has his TCs up on the top. Tower is there for MBL, and he'll add in the Monastery. Scorpions keep moving forward. And the Vils have to run. A few Cav archers out for repard. And he will try to fight before the castle goes up and will kill several Cav archers in the process. I don't think he can deny the castle. No denial there. I almost had to sneeze. MBL, though, he denies a TC and a second TC. That's 2 TCs denied right away. And repard at only 111 Vils, not really getting the Persian economy he wants, and he's pushed back by MBL's Scorpions. The castle for the unique techs. I think he's doing the castle for the map control and Trebs first, but maybe unique techs after. It does take a long time to Treb the Persian TCs with all that extra HP they have. And all of repard's forward buildings now getting hit. He's trying to do a watchtower, a pair of watchtowers to defend.
何种命令？
And that tower will, though, face MBL in a guard tower in a tower fight. Persians only get guard tower, no keep. The Jurchens do get keep, should MBL want it. Arrow slits, architecture, masonry, treadmill crane, murder holes. No arrow slits for the Persians either, so they don't have good guard towers. Oh, the monk dies with the relic right outside the monastery. How sad for him. But the rest of repard's eco raided heavily by MBL. Those Vils have had to come back down to the bottom. MBL doing a great job of controlling the map. This TC does go up for repard. He'll be able to grab one of those forward golds. And there'll be another castle forward for MBL. Treb goes for the TC. Trying to take the TC down. And down it goes. And potentially, I would say he's not in a good spot. He's chain barding armor or repard. As he'll try to make a light cav swap. Only 22 Vils on food though, and Fire Lancers already are raiding his farms. Up to 30 Vils on food when he on garrisons. I don't think he'll have the final push he needs. And eco upgrades, 2-man solid crop rotation for MBL. As the Cav archers all fight and some light Cav come over. And there is the GG. MBL will take game number 1. He's had it for a while, and we'll look at the stats. And we'll have military 148 to 110 KD for MBL. Eco, much better for MBL2. Technology, a 3-minute difference to imp time. And for society stats, 125 Vils more for MBL. So dominating that game pretty well was MBL. And now looking at the looking at the score, that's 1-0 for MBL, as he does win Reverse Acropolis for game number 1 with Jurchens over the Persians. And hello, Gabi. Gabi, I'm gonna cast your set later. Don't spoil anything. You have to get the popcorn ready for Gabi's set later. It's secret, yes, it's secret. Alright, so next up we'll have Zimbabwe. They are just getting started. I should have been quicker to do the ad in between the games. We'll miss a Borlor. Persian oh, that message should be allowed. Sorry, I didn't click that earlier. Persian camels could be clutch here or there. Why don't people draft Poles? Poles, I think, need a very specific type of map where they're able to get Folvark farms safely. I think Poles are probably much stronger at lower elos where they can get Schlachta privileges and win games from that. And Gabi would still have won from repard's position. Did CA Persia versus CA Jurchens was not a good idea. So successful Rhino lure from repard. It'll be Maya Byzantines. All right, feels like we're watching an AOC arena matchup here. Maya versus Byzantines. Now the Maya will be quite nice on this map with the longer lasting hunt and the early loom, and the eagle for luring in all of the hunt. So triple bonuses they have, eagle plus loom plus longer lasting hunt for the elephants. And MBL no stranger to Black Forest. He'll take a hit already as he walks forward. I think he ran into a crocodile somewhere. How did he take a hit? Oh, maybe from the eagle. Where's the eagle? Oh, looks like the eagle. Wait. Okay, so the eagle fought the scout and had one hit on the Vil, and the eagle died. Yeah, that's me when I was a child model. That emote. Those are my baby photos. My father was a photographer, and I guess he had a friend who needed a child to do some modeling. And, ooh, MVL taking a bite, but he will get the triple lure in. So, at the start of the game, we had lots of luring action in the Dark Age. A rhino and 2 elephants will be an extra 1,200 food. And you do get 2 boars in your base. So this map is quite... Oh, no! MBL, no! Didn't want the elephant walking back and he lost the Vil. I was about to say this is quite plentiful in food. But also a bit dangerous, He did not do loom. And as I was saying, Byzantines versus Maya. The Maya do have that extra Vil at the start, so they do loom. They'll get longer lasting food from everything they lure in, and of course they do have the eagle. The eagle already took a fight against the scout and lost. But it did get a hit on a Vil, and that might have led to eventually the Vil dying. So MBL, a bit sloppy under the TC. He got greedy, he didn't want that elephant walking back, so he ungarrisoned. Lost the Vil. I have to go see you later, Major Blazer. So repard, yeah, repard himself, a very low HP Vil, and loom definitely paying off for him as the Maya. A Civ matchup where maybe late game we could see a lot of skirms. Byzantines with the cheap skirmishers. Maya, they have the Holcha Javelineers. Master Boar Lamer lamed himself. Yeah, you're right. The start to this map should heavily favor MBL. Now, players very rarely take these rhinos in the corners because there are a couple of crocodiles close to them. Players fear the crocodiles, it would seem. Well, they take all the elephants right from the middle. And so far, so good for repard. Getting a lot of extra food as the Maya, too. And he still has one more boar to lure himself. So we will see some fast castle ages here. Wide did have a build with the Ethiopians on Bypass, a map where instead of boars you start with the elephants that have 400 food instead of 340. Elephants are the rhinos. We went 19 pop up to feudal, and then loom plus one more Vil up to the castle age to go siege and monks. That was very clean. And on this map, when you have even more extra food, repard maybe wants to go up pretty quickly as the Maya. And yeah, that'll be 22 Vils adding the scout, so that's like a 23 pop-up. Or I guess 22 pop-up since you'll have one extra as the Maya. Because of that free loom. So fast up here from repard 2. And he's lured in so much hunt, he needs to remember that he still has a boar. He doesn't want to forget about it. He's gonna start taking the buffaloes. Wait, he didn't take... How did he not capture one of his buffaloes? It's right by the TC. Okay, repard may have forgotten that he still has a boar. He's going out to take the deer. And he doesn't have an eagle for pushing in the zebras. On this map, you have 3 zebras in the back of your base. And we see MBL deleted a couple of walls to push them in. Usually they're by the corner, and you can try to push them through the gate. MBL didn't take his buffaloes either. Players just not wanting their buffaloes. And this is version 2. If you saw the game the other day, there was a relic that was missing from one of the corners. I fixed that. So it won't be missing anymore. And MBL will be up to feudal, but he will be a lot later than repard will be. That'll be a market and a blacksmith for repard. MBL fast imp. I mean, he could fast imp as the Byzantines. I do love a good Byzantine fast imp. And with all the extra food he has, he certainly could pull it off. Would need to go more to gold and feudal to pull off a fast imp, though. And where's this ville going? Is that a lumber camp or a berryville? It's a berryville. Well, 5 on berries from MBL. If he wants to avoid doing any farms, put more on gold and fast imp, he could. Using a house to plug up the hole in his wall. As he lures in one final zebra. And then still would have 2 more water buffaloes to take. Market and blacksmith should be pretty straightforward and easy for him. 26 pop up, and that is pretty slow for this map with all the food he had, so maybe it could be a fast imp. Oh my god, he didn't see the buffaloes. There's not much hidden area inside your base on this map, but he didn't see the buffaloes. Alright, so he's up to feudal, and let's see what he does. Market, blacksmith, where are those vills going? Market, and blacksmith. Blocking his stone a bit, but maybe he doesn't want stone. You only have 2 tiles of stone in your base, so blocking it's kind of awkward. Didn't do them at the front, maybe worried about a castle drop, wants this space to do his own castle or otherwise defend without losing the buildings. This is on Arena. Viper used to have a 19 to 20 minute fast imp build with Byzantines. But your walls had more HP back then. So it was a bit less of a risk that you got trushed trying to do it. Here, though, the player is up. MBL could pull it off cleanly. Would need a monastery and a university, or a monastery and a workshop. Eventually, you want either the castle for Terz or chemistry for bombard cannon, and sometimes both. So this might be monastery plus workshop, and then you work to get a forward castle on your way to imp. I should want archer pressure. I could go plumes. I do feel that the Maya struggle in unit composition against the Byzantines, and their goal is probably to have a bigger economy that they could maybe control the map and overwhelm the Biz with their economy rather than their unit composition choices. Individually, everything the Maya do. Plumes, countered by Byzantine skirms. Eagles, countered by cataphracts. The Byzantines have an answer for. But if you have the stronger economy, you can go for a wider variety of units with the Maya. Swap back and forth a bit quicker, or more quickly than the Byzantines can. We saw the Inca win a nice game against the Byzantines on slopes the other day. Even though the Byzantines had cataphracts to kill eagles. So this will be MBL doing a couple of outposts for scouting. As the Byzantines, he does of course have the free town watch and town patrol upgrades. So each outpost will see a ton. And what is he doing? He doesn't quite have the food to go imp. Didn't invest into farms on the way up. He's floating quite a bit of wood. And we'll get that outpost forward. As a scout now, 2 HP from MBL. We'll see a siege workshop. And then bow saw and heavy plow both from MBL. And it will be the castle. Alright, so forward castle drop from MBL. And if he goes fast imp, it'll be behind the forward castle. It won't be before the castle. So the castle will be his building for going up. He's starting to add farms now with heavy plow. So heavy plow farms. That's going to slow down his imp a lot, though. If he's adding in that upgrade for all the food it costs. And these farms will be a long time before they expire. How much food do they have? 375? Is that the number? Yeah, 375 food on them. And there's the castle. I think you can hit the gate. But you'll have a ram regardless. And next has to be imp for Terz. So forward castles on this map, you have to be wary of the fact that the enemy base is atop a hill. And you will be pushing uphill, doing less damage, so it is a bit slower to break into. And I think, is the castle... Okay, no, the castle can't shoot the gate. There is a tile gap there. I was worried the corner of the castle and the gate would be kissing each other and the castle wouldn't be able to shoot it, but he'll be able to break in. And now, what does he do? He doesn't really have resources for anything. He doesn't have any monks to monk rush following this up. Maybe he doesn't need anything to defend the siege now, and he can mangonel pressure the TC while ramming the market. But it's only one scout, one low HP scout. Didn't heal it up anywhere. Could you implement hill bonus for buildings in scripts? I don't think so. You mean just like change the percentage for buildings? I don't think so. I mean, I make hills at different areas in scripts. So there's Town Watch for repard. If he needs to go imp, he has a TC in the back. And MBL not going to go fast imp. He'll add a second TC. Second TC, but he's down 15 vils. And he has to force repard to react to this. So the market is down. That's good damage. Next thing, I might even be tempted to ram the mining camp just to get it out of the way. But he will go straight for the TC. Straight for the TC. And MBL still not healing that scout. I'd love to see that in the castle for just a few seconds to heal it up. And there's the defensive mangonel from repard. And MBL still will have to work around that mining camp with his mangonels. Mangonels attacking the TC. As the cataphracts tank a shot, but they are cataphracts. They can tank a mangonel shot. And with no monastery to defend them, the mangonel goes down. Oh, no, it doesn't. It gets repaired at the last moment. The TC doesn't have enough HP to be... Oh, no, the Vils couldn't garrison. They go down in the middle of the TC when they couldn't garrison. They tried to garrison, but there was not enough HP for them to do so. Okay, Vils fighting a cataphract. That cataphract has a good tiny bit of HP left. It will run away. The Vils would have won that. We'll go back, maybe heal up in the castle. MBL, yeah, bringing the weak cataphracts back to heal. And that'll be a defensive castle from repard. Maybe now forcing a change in MBL's strategy. He is floating a bit of wood. If he wants to go imp, he still does need to turn that wood into food by using farms or by selling it and buying his way up at the market. He will choose the longer-term farming option. But he still is down 10 vils, and I guess good to be down only 10 vils and only 300 resources collected so far. But the ram goes down, vil inside unable to repair, and that workshop also collapses. Imagine the story those vils tell about the time they fought off a cataphract. I don't think MBL has scouted this TC on the outside yet. The farms are just something we see while spectating. And I'll have a market on the way up from repard. Two cataphracts healing in the castle as the mangonels try to take down a house. Another house from MBL. And repard will go start to farm. As that Vil repairs the mangonel and goes to build a house. So another question is, will MBL ever go imp? As repard has a pretty good boom. Now pulling a bit farther ahead in resources, adding in a plumed archer. And there will be a defensive castle out here on the cracked terrain, so MBL did spot the farms, it looks like. But has to be careful, he might lose mangonels to that castle. Might also shoot the Vils if he sees the castle. And what will he see? He sees it, and he has to shoot the Vils. Ooh, doesn't shoot the Vils, and he loses one mangonel. Only fletching on the castle, no bodkin. But the castle should protect that TC fairly well. And now MBL doesn't have a good spot to raid. And now it has to be time to go imp if he wants to keep doing damage. But the Byzantines don't need to use their fast imp right away. They could boom and then go for a later imp. But not as late as other civs, because they won't be trapped in the castle age by spending so much food on villagers that they won't be able to go up. It is, remember, minus 33%. So that's, I think, 667 food for them to go up. Hello, Tornado Watch. Now we're at Imp Watch, as all of a sudden repard using the market, selling everything, and clicking up to the Imperial Age using that back TC defended by the castle. Doesn't have much military himself yet. I'm sure he'll want some more in a bit. Already out of coffee. And I need like 1 coffee per set I cast. Maybe 6 coffees in 1 day is too many, but I might go for a third later. The 1 plumed archer sprinting forward from the castle as repard is up first. The Vils still don't have loom, but they're protected by mangonels. And that plume will try to stay next to the Vils. But it doesn't get mangonelled, but repard may be forgetting about it. Down it goes. So castle from MBL, but he won't be up just yet. There he goes. Needs to sell 300 wood at the market to buy his way up, but does so. And he will be over a minute, not quite 90 seconds slower. Mangonel will destroy the outpost, and he will have the hill advantage for the Trebor. And hill plus cracked terrain means this castle goes down very quickly. Cracked terrain here, it's a multiplier. Doesn't negate all of the hill, or it doesn't change the fact the castle is on a hill, though. So the hill defense will still help. I believe it's the castle takes 90% damage when it's uphill for the 25% resistance, but then takes the 20% bonus damage from treb shots. Maya beating... Well, Maya are usually a fast imp civ themselves, too. And it'll be double castle trebs for repard. 2 castles actually keep the cataphracts away. Perhaps more importantly, the mangonels. But it does have to be a finished second castle. His MBL now has a good Vil lead, 94 to 79. He's pulling ahead himself in res collected, as more Vils will be mangonelled. They'll have to run away. Doesn't he get Trebs out first and cook the castle? If this castle goes up, this castle has to go up. MBL now will get a second castle. And remember, the Byzantines, they can do chemistry, and then he can make bombard cannon. And bombard cannon against a civ that does not have siege engineers for their Trebs? Oh boy, they're good at stopping Trebs. So denied castle, repard needed to send a larger village to raise it earlier. And he's making Trebs, but those again will be downhill Trebs against Byzantine castles with all the HP that entails. He gets up to Imp, and that'll be 40% extra HP. And he still can do hoardings. And, oh! The mangonels. Oh, too much mangonel pressure, denying the castle. This castle even has bracer. It barely even reaches the mangonels. They're going to have to pull back just a bit. And they get a few more Vils as the castle goes up. MBL now up by 30 Vils, and he's popping out 2 trebuchets. And he is ready to win this treb fight. That castle even took some fire as it was going up. Oh, what is this? Oh, MBL also decided he's going to build a castle forward in repard's base. Repard will try to treb that down. So treb war over here, 4 castles all involved. Now this is again a Byzantine castle, and MBL will make his own trebs. Be 2 trebs for repard. 2 trebs out in the north now for both players. MBL might need to swap the castle he's repairing. Is he going to forego repairs on this castle and let it fall? I don't think he has to. He will get a 3rd treb, and 3 trebs uphill could destroy castles on cracked terrain no matter what. 4 castle treb production. We'll also wall in front of the trebs to try to block the treb shots. Stop melee units from closing in. He'll also give up 1 castle. And he'll keep doing cataphracts. He thinks 3 trebs will be enough with all the hill and terrain bonuses they'll have. And still down in the south, repard a couple of houses, but not moving down there. Treb still trying to destroy this castle. been pretty successful at that too. And that castle will fall. And Byzantine building HP coming in clutch, as we also have MBL winning the Treb fight in the north. And now those cataphracts you have will pick off the Trebs, but the Trebs defended by some TC fire. Cataphracts, remember, they only have one base Pierce armor, and those TCs have Bracer. All the Vils trying to repair as best they can. The TCs slaughter the Cataphracts when they're not armored. MBL will repair this castle. As long as Repard repairs, he should keep the Trebs alive, but that'll take a lot of idle time on the Vils. The repair Vils might occasionally die too, especially if the Cataphract targets them and the TC isn't garrisoned. And more Cataphracts will be on their way too. MBL probably does need Cav armor. And while he does clear the castle, he still has to contend with the Trebs over here from Repard. 3 Trebs still attacking MBL's Trebs. It's very hard to hit Trebs in a Treb war. Stone walls now from Repard to help defend his Trebs. Both absorb some missed Treb shots and keep the Cataphracts away. There's chemistry for MBL. Wants a conversion on that Cataphract. This castle still great HP. As Repard will have everything here fully walled, so the Cataphracts won't be able to run in anymore. On the other side, that's another castle from Repard going down to the Trebs. MBL dominating the hill with the Trebs. Such a strong hill to hold with all that cracked terrain on the downhill. Captaram running forward, as these Trebs will be rammed down. Oh, so close to destroying the Treb. Another Treb shot needs to hit, but Repard will call the GG, and MBL will go up 2-1, as Repard feels there's not much more he could do. MBL did get up to 150 Vils that game, and made a good call of pressuring, reading the situation, deciding he had time to add in TCs. And still clicking up at a time to take a Treb war and win it, even though Repard was up first. So everything there very well managed for MBL, 62-31 KD. Ecos were close for a while until the MBL eco kicked in when they were an imp. And technology's little over a minute slower, but did have the double castle production, and of course is Byzantines. Yeah, the Byzantine building thickness coming in clutch here. Extra thick. And let's see, what else we got here? It is... Game 3 will be on slopes. And Repard did lose Zimbabwe. And that'll be Byzantines winning against the Maya. Kind of surprised we didn't see Bohemians there. Went for the Maya instead. I guess it has to be Tatars on slopes then. Maybe we could try to go for Saracens. That's up 2-0 for MBL. And Kita, hello Kita. 60 village just too much, yep. Yeah, coffee running out is a horrible issue. Hope you're having a wonderful day, Kita. I guess it must just be starting. Or are you having that T-West sleep schedule where you're waking up in the middle of the night? How do you influence game mechanics with map generation? What do you mean? I can't change the attack bonuses, but I can change hills and cracked terrain locations. 8 a.m. 8 a.m. on a Saturday, I guess, for you. That sounds very healthy. Round of applause for Kita. And indeed, slopes will join in just a moment. It will indeed be the Tatars for Repard. MBL perhaps anticipating that goes for the Hindustanis. And the next set, remember, the next set was supposed to be Haralucho, but that got rescheduled, and it will instead be Liereyy versus Lix. Jafar, oh, Jafar with the fish emote. That fish shimmering in the sun. So with 6 sets, I guess that's 18 games of AoE 2 we have to cast today. We're 3 hours in and we've done 4 of them. This is going to be a long stream. I think I will need that third coffee. You're also at 375 sub points. This is insane for the channel the past couple months. Hopefully that keeps growing. We're really close to 400. We haven't gotten to this level since Cartographers. So how have y'all liked the map so far? Anything broken? I'll need to ask for some opinions about the gold and stone generation on Reverse Acropolis, but I think that was fine, and it just some players played the map differently. You like them a lot so far? I want to see Coast Arena. I really hope we get to see some Coast Arena. That's my favorite. I'm also going to do something. Is the Platinum logo too big? That looks maybe slightly too big for me. I think they're just a tiny bit smaller. I don't want it to be distracting. Anyway, we'll have Repard as the red Tatars to the northwest, and MBL as the blue Hindustanis to the southeast. The map is slopes. Players do have shorefish, 1 deer, and a pack of hares, 8 hares. What's the collective noun for hares? They have a group of them. Top each part of the slope. I was talking about the cracked terrain multiplier. Yep, it is the cracked terrain. Yeah. And the elevation and cracked terrain, they just multiply together. You multiply by 0.75 for the elevation that Treb wore for the uphill castle, then multiply by 1.2 for the Trebs that are atop the hill attacking the downhill castle. It's multiply by 0.75 and by 0.8, or by 1.25 and by 0.8. Or no, by 1.25 and 1.2. There we go. Right, for the attack. So downhill you have 2 numbers greater than 1 that you multiply. Uphill 1 greater and 1 less. And I think it comes up to 0.9. Yeah, it's not the fire rate. It's just a multiplier of the hill bonus. It's about the damage that you take. So Tatars Hindustanis feel like normal civs that'll go stable into a boom. We have seen crazy drush attempts on this map so far. And I do like a good 5 militia drush. We saw T90 do one of those on the ladder yesterday when we were casting him. Boar under the TC for MBL, and he will push in the deer. So 2 deer you can push in total. A group of bunnies or rabbits is most commonly called a fluffy. We have a fluffy of hares. We have a hairy fluffy. Top the slope. Are Tatars a real thing? Yes, they are. Yes, they are. So Tatars have the extra hill bonus. They have units deal plus 25% damage when fighting from higher elevation. So I actually don't know. Is that multiplied by 1.5 instead of 1.25? Or is that multiplied by 1.25 twice? Because that's a pretty big difference. Le fluff.
Namaste. Ha, Adesh?
Ha.
Goes out to the berries. Not I-E, L-E. Not that is, just the. I go for deer push when you're already milling them? Oh, well, then you get more vills on hunt. Right now, all the vills are on hunt.
Selam.
And the hunt for both players, both doing loom, so 19 pop scouts for both players looks fairly realistic here. Could also just be skirm spear if you're not taking gold. The golds for repard are pretty far forward. MBL does look out with a back gold. Oh, a fluffle. Oh, okay. Okay, thought you were putting the in front of a fluffle. Alright, so we have a fluffle of hairs then. There we go. There we go. Now I understand.
Emriniz.
Here's a house for repard. And both players up 2 seconds of idle time for MBL. Slower. 2 whole seconds. A down as in watership? What? He is very, very serious. Catches several fish every time the song plays. And MBL, oh, he's forward with a couple of geese, doing some laming. Laming is exactly what you expect from MBL.
Tayyar man.
There we have repard and MBL both up to the feudal age. That'll be double bit axe for MBL, double bit axe also for repard. And a stable here for repard.
Emriniz.
Emriniz. Hazır. Emrinizge mademem.
Spear there will try to chase the scout away, and it will indeed be a stable. Alright, so scouts from both players. Repard getting his stable up a bit faster. MBL may be ensuring that the stable is up before committing to his own stable, wanting to go for the mirrored scouts. One more scout from repard there, wanting to chase MBL away again. Spear is coming out, heading to the villas at the top of that hill.
आपकी सेवा में Emriniz.
Lots of scouts running around for repard, but still not able really to push in. He needs to find a gap in the walls, and he's not going to find it with the spear out by the mill, unless he's able to engage with his own spear and occupy MBL's spear. MBL immediately decides to turn and fight the scouts. Does a great job. The hill's trying to wall themselves in, as MBL gets another spear over, but 2 spears for repard. Does MBL wall the entire pond? He could. You can't wall directly on the pond and not on the shorefish. And these dots here, are those the ones you... Oh, these dots! It's whether it's actively queued, so it goes like from... That shows the progress of the thing that's queued, I think.
Hazır.
Like it lightens over time to show as it gets finished. See that from the scout, and like maybe the Vill's a good one. Like it's dark when the Vill is started, and then gets lighter as the Vill finishes. That is the progress bar of the Vill. The black recedes as the color fills it. Yeah, that's what it is. But you certainly will be forgiven for not understanding that. Because I never actually realized that until I just looked there. I knew the dots had some meaning. But yes, that's what they mean. It's how close the units are to popping out.
Emrinizge mademem.
And if there are multiple dots, I think that means there are multiple units queued or multiple buildings producing. Yeah, we see 4 vills queued and only 1 dot. If there are more TCs, I think that you get more dots.
हाँ
So scouts on the slope getting chased away from MBL. So repard with a good score lead, but down in vill numbers. And as the Tatars, he really does want to make use of that hill bonus to fight atop the hill. And blacksmith here for repard. Watchtower on the way there.
हाँ आदेश हाँ
नमस्ते आदेश नमस्ते हाँ मैं तैयार हूँ हाँ
Scouts want to fight the spear. Archer tries to fend that off.
आदेश
Another archer for MBL defending, but now the scout's able to hit some vills. Spear's not quite there to defend. The scouts don't have forging yet, and they will have to run into some spears and take a couple of nasty pokes. No vills go down as MBL's managed to kill 3 vills. His army is in the back of Repard's base. Scout tries to run off the edge of the earth. That spear still wants another poke. Oh, the spear defense from MBL is great. As right now, Repard trying to fight off with the vills, but he'll get a lot of vital time. You can see MBL pulling ahead and res collected. He'll try to go for another lumber camp, leaving a space to fit as many vills as he can on the wood line. Does chase these archers and those scouts away, but will be chasing them directly towards his mill. So on the other side, a couple of scouts from MBL keeping Repard off that hill. The scouts from Repard low HP now running around MBL's base. And MBL finding the vills on this pond. Full of archers to deal with that pesky spear. And I don't think the scouts have the HP to fight the vills. Scouts will chase them away, but the vills have to run back. So MBL doesn't get a kill there, but he will continue getting some idle time on Repard's economy and expanding his vill lead, or in his res collected lead. So 5 vill difference now. More TC idle time for Repard. There's padded archer armor for MBL.
hazır emriniz emriniz
And scouts take down the skirm. Spear pokes down a scout.
hazır आपकी सेवा में हाँ
The archer will run now. Scouts there from MBL to rescue the archer. And MBL taking a pretty resounding lead at this point, with 800 more res collected and up by 4 vills doing wheelbarrow.
emrinizge madem hazır
And Repard still trying just to hang on as best he can.
تيار من
hazır
तैयार मैन emriniz
سلام
Archers will fend off the scout. Fend off the scout, as a couple of archers and a spear and some other scouts for MBL will be on the other side.
आपकी
Our
सेवा
archers
में
come
इसके माध्यम-
forward.
आदेश
Archers from Repard will be chased down by the spear, and they'll pick the spear off as another scout comes forward.
आदेश
Archers around. Oh, he's going to find more vills. Those archers have fletching. And they also have a hill bonus against Repard's archers. And if those vills try to run, they don't have wheelbarrow. And these are
सेवा में
hill bonus archers to attack them. They're not going to run down the hill. Yes, oh, they are going to run down the hill. Oh, no. Repard, no. No, no, no. Goodbye, villagers. This is like looking like a good 3-0 for MBL. The vills all go down. And behind that, MBL can click up to the Castle Age Knife and safe in his base. 17 farmers and ready to go full crossbow as the Hindustanis. He could go Cav Archer, but probably just opens straight crossbow.
emriniz
Tries to use the range and manage the hills and maybe booms behind it. Repard clicks up at 30 seconds behind and already down in res collected will be 37 to 44 vills during the feudal to castle transition.
आपकी
Okay, MBL does have to be careful here as we lag a tiny bit. He doesn't lose too many vills on the gold to archers that are coming forward.
तैयार हूँ
And okay, 2 very low HP vills escape. Low HP is better than no HP. And they do get away as MBL finishes this second layer of walls. Keep the archers out. And now he'll go for some skirm production on the way up to deal with those archers. Really a micro pause for a quick wall. That I don't think that was actually a pause. I think that was just my internet getting too far ahead of the game that it needed to catch up. Had like some little server lag somehow. Maybe I shouldn't be watching all the way at live time. Maybe I need to let it run a few seconds farther ahead.
Hazır.
And then try casting. Well, we'll see. I guess the next set will probably be Rex. We'll see if we get that issue at all while doing Rex. Let's not bring facts into this. Facts are good. I highly recommend facts.
Ha. Ateş. Emriniz.
So archers, MBL sandwiched between two groups of Repard's archers, but he will try to get away and then get crossbow Bodkin to come in. You'll notice the archers going forward, and Repard's plan now is to defend with a tower and with walls, while going forward to try to counterattack MBL. And this defense should be enough to keep MBL's crossbowmen away, but MBL, however, has elite skirm being queued, so he won't be under threat of being attacked. Workshop now for Repard. As the crossbows. Is there a hole? Oh my gosh, the Repard, there's a hole in the walls by the blacksmith, between the blacksmith and the house.
Selam. Tayyar men. Hey.
And MBL will start to pick off Vills with the crossbows. TC hits the Vills. And more crossbowmen attack for Repard. Nail leather archer armor for MBL.
Hazır. Emriniz gemademen. Emriniz.
Crossbows being slaughtered for Repard.
Hazır.
Oof, down they all go as they push forward, and MBL with the micro, think he's still winning this fight. And Repard 7 crossbowmen to 8 now. On the other side, the scouts and crossbows still at the mill. But more reinforcements from MBL, including a few skirmishers from behind.
Emriniz hazır.
And there's a GG. MBL will go up 3-0. And congrats to MBL with a nice opening round over Repard. That reverse arena, or reverse Acropolis game was pretty close. MBL with a clean sweep will go up 3-0 in his group to start off Platinum. And Liereyy Licks will be the next set. I think that's played as Rex, but that'll be from that group B, where we saw Yo and Ciskhan play earlier. So 3-0 for MBL. The maps he does win on slopes. And for civs, that will be Hindustanis over the Tatars. No Bohemians used for Repard. GG. So 3-0 MBL. And next up will be Liereyy versus Licks. So nothing really to check out on the standings so far. We've only had 2 sets, but we will have... Let's see, the results of this set isn't even on Wikipedia yet, but it'll be there soon. MBL goes up 3-0. And this will be... Oh wait, no, never mind. Licks and Liereyy is the same group. I'm sorry. Hera Lucho was going to be the same group as Yo Ciskhan. Licks and Liereyy are the same group as MBL and Repard and Tato and Barles. So we'll stay in Group A for the next set, Liereyy and Licks. I don't know how long that'll be until they post the Rex, but it should hopefully be pretty quick. I don't think we need to wait for players or drafts or anything. I think it'll just be Rex. Does Twitch want to play an ad break? Alright, well, I'm going to take a quick break myself. And don't think I'll do another coffee. I'll wait on the coffee. I'll run outside and grab my mail before the next set. So we'll be back in a few minutes for Liereyy versus Licks. I posted the rec for game 1. Give me a second, and we'll get right into Liereyy licks. Microphone out of the way. Let's see, will this download? No downloads? And right into game number 1. On a wonderful map that will be slopes. So once again, slopes. Vitality Liereyy against LY Licks. At the very least, Licks will have LY before his name, so I will not mistake him for another LY player like I do everyone else for Licks. Hello again, Caterpillar. How you doing? So once more slopes, the map we've had a nice pattern. We went reverse Acropolis to reverse Acropolis, and now slopes to slopes. This is our third set of platinum. As all the vills shoot the boar by the TC for Liereyy, and we will have the Ibex pushed in by Liereyy. Get it over to the TC there, and two huntable animals, the deer and the ibex. They're the pushable. Oh, actually, that is an ibex. The pushable animals he can push. You are for Liereyy. I think there are a lot of Liereyy fans out there. And he'll be the Chinese, so they will have an incredibly good eco. And he'll be against the Wei, so they will have an incredibly good eco. Should I put some flags up there now that I think about it on the scoreboard? You have Liereyy, he's from Austria. Nix, he is from China. Oh, your fellow countryman, you're Austrian. Yeah, still need to work on my scoreboard, but I'm thinking unique unit up at the top, flags down here, and then over here we still have the civ icons. Countryman. I mean, Liereyy's micro is so good, it might as well be multiple people microing at once. And I think you're safe to use the plural there. And hello, Barabas on Twitch. For Liereyy. For Frodo, for Liereyy. And Lix, let's see, is he going to look for the hunt he's already pushed? I hope Lix realizes that there's only one thing to push up here. Oh, wait, no, there is. There's another ibex there. Never mind. I'm silly. I didn't see the ibex hidden among the hairs, among the fluffle of hairs. What's on my... Oh, this is the OG Viper logo. If you were here in, I don't know, 10 years ago at this point? 9 years ago. I would have gotten this in 2017. This is like the most OG you can get for Viper. It is, if I can clear this if you want to ask. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, that's also, this logo is so much better. Not to knock his current logo, but this logo is so much better. I can understand the need to rebrand and do new logos and stuff as you grow in social media, but OG logo was the best.
Wait.
I don't know if he still sells these. I need to get a new one. This one's kind of old and beaten up at this point. But it was a really nice hoodie for a while. I know T90 swapped his merch from Teespring to Fourth Wall, I think it's called now. To Fourth Wall. But the Teespring merch I had gotten years ago was remarkably very good and has held up pretty well. Old and beaten up home office hoodies are the best. Legit, my high school cross-country hoodie is still in my closet. It is amazing. And I still wear that to go running sometimes. So second lumber camp for Lix in the back. He's going there now. We'll have 21 pop up for Liereyy, but as the Chinese, he is up pretty quickly. And that'll be, what, 19 pop up for Lix. Lix did loom with it, so as standard and uptime as you can get. for Licks. Liereyy with 24 seconds of vital time on the TC, so essentially 1 vil worth of vital time in the Dark Age. Remember, fewer houses now for the Chinese. You don't need to build 2 at the start. I get off to a super duper smooth Dark Age because of that. Not in yellow. No, it's not signed by him.
什么 Wait.
I think I've done more autograph signing myself. I haven't really collected autographs.
何种命令
I can fit in my high school clothes. I'm still very skinny, yes. I'm still very skinny. That I have. That's like the only sweatshirt. I think I have another sweatshirt from high school that still fits me.
就绪
Yeah, they're in my closet though. But yes, I'm still very skinny. Even after gaining like, I went from like 128 to 170, and then I've lost some weight since then. I go into the gym a lot.
什么？
I'm still very skinny. You also have some shirts that you wore 16 years ago. Your company selected Cthulhu as our corporate conference mascot for some reason, so that shirt is wicked sick. If I had merch, what would it look like? I don't even know. What would you guys want for merch? Someone asked me to sign their chest in London.
Wait.
When will I do it? They'll have to supply a pen/marker.
何种命令
So Spears forward now for Licks. He wants to fend off the scout. Give us tips on going to the gym consistently. Live somewhere warm so it's not cold and demotivating like where I live.
何种命令什么
Move to Florida.
何种命令什么
Or maybe not Florida. Florida might be too weird. Move to North Carolina here in the US. That sounds warm. Yeah, Liereyy likes to open scouts still. Lierey's still a player who goes for a scouts opening more frequently than others. So we'll be scouts for both, and Liereyy applying some very early pressure. The way, get 1 free vil for each ecotech, so they do go for the early horse collar, but that can slow them down in spear production because they're spending wood on horse collar. And a bit of food on it too. And the vil snipes off a scout, nicely done. And Liereyy will commit against the vil and suffer a poke to do so.
准备就绪
准备就绪。
Wait.
And Vil's from Licks doing a palisade on the side of his base.
什么
And they will get in on the Vil with a slight hill. As the scouts maybe getting poked a bit. Liereyy 24-second idle TC. Has Liereyy ever had a dynasty? And didn't it go straight from Viper to Hera? I don't think Lierey's ever had a dynasty. Super skinny.
准备就绪 何种命令
And now more walls up for Licks, but he's still wide open on the left. And Licks had maybe an ideal map with that back gold. Maybe he tried to wall too much. Maybe it should have been a back lumber camp. And then you wall here to the TC. And then you can wall here into the edge of the map. And all of this front walling could have been more safe walling. And he could have gotten up faster. And you'd think with Shinbei Raider plus Hui Guang Cav, you're not too worried about the Chinese going forward. Dynasty manager, you approve. Maybe he's afraid of Fire Lancers, though. The Chinese do have Fire Lancers as an option. There shall be another mill for Liereyy going up on the pond. A bunch of hares, another fluffle of hares around that pond. Spear looking to poke the scouts. Scouts have to run away. There's a gate up for Licks as the scouts run in, but run right out as he doesn't want to face the spears. That archer doing work in terms of keeping the spears away. Will run and shoot, and now with a hill bonus. And Licks will decide to run away. Try to get the gate up. Does Liereyy want to hold open the gate? No, he's not going to do that. But he will attack the gate. He will attack that diagonal gate. Paper-thin diagonal gates. And he at home will be completely and utterly safe almost fully walled. Can't wall the rock terrain on the slope, but you can wall to the edge of the map as Lix had done. And he'll take all the hunt by one of his mills, do a lumber camp, and he simply could wall to the edge there using that forest. And he'll take the mill on the other side now. Still looking to break in. A couple of archers that could push Lix off of the berries. And Lix not up on either of his hilltop locations. Liereyy is up to the castle age, and the Chinese have done what the Chinese like to do. They're up by 1,000 res collected. Yeah, 1k res collected gap. Chinese Civ moment. On a map with some shorefish that you can take to extra boost your eco. And throughout the feudal age, Liereyy has had only 6 seconds of idle time. He was 24 in the dark age with the Chinese start, which is a decent start with the Chinese. And has pretty much had his foot on the gas since. That is a big tooltip. Yeah. It's the biggest of these tooltips. Oh, why is idle TC such a big tooltip? Relevance. Value percent G. They really got to sell you on the value percent G. Losing a paladin is not the same as losing the skirmisher. That skirmisher is much more valuable. Paladin's not the best unit in the game like skirmishers are. He'll have fire lancers on his face before he even clicks castle. Will Liereyy go for siege tower fire lancers? He's trying to gauge himself up. I think he'll just go crossbow. He'll just go crossbow and he'll have so many that Lix won't be able to hold. I wonder if we'll see a forward workshop. Yeah, there's the Vil. Liereyy does like his forward workshops on occasion. It'll be bowsaw with crossbow and the bodkin. As Castle Age comes on the way for Lix. Archer is picking off another archer. And they will run around, just trying to help the scouts get through the wall as crossbow and bodkin come in. And once those upgrades come in, Lix has to be careful with his walling vills. And crossbows will shoot them away. Not enough to one-shot them, but enough to threaten Lix now. As Liereyy himself is almost up. That house, not much HP on it, and he will get in soon. Lix will have to wall behind that in a semicircle away from the crossbows out of range. But a workshop will be up for Liereyy forward, and we'll see mangonels, rams, scorpions, whatever he wants from that. As the scouts get in, part of me is tempted even to open with the ram, but it'll probably be the mangonel to attack the TC, which is probably the right choice. I'm so used to Arena where you open with a ram, but here, already through part of the wall. Unless he wanted to rush around the outside with the ram, probably will be the mangonel. And behind this, he's even getting a second TC, so seeing that Lix isn't up yet, getting a second TC with the push, and he's up even more than 1k res. Definitely Chinese Civ moment here. Crossbow is forcing Vils off of the house. The scout will run around as the farm goes down. And the rocket cart comes forward and will attack the TC. We'll have a back castle deleting the house to build a castle atop the location. And the rocket cart will shoot the TC. And pressure is on. Pressure is 100% on. Lix also not going to be able to get out to either side. But the second cav armor is on the way. And he will have Tiger Cav. The Tiger Cav gets 6 Pierce armor. And what will Liereyy have to deal with that? If I were him, I'd be putting up a monastery right now for monks. He has to hope that Lix cannot afford Tiger Cav. Lix probably wants a lumber camp over there, maybe a couple more farms to keep the Vils busy under the castle. And it's Tiger Cav time. He'd better hope that these things pay off. And where did Lierey's crossbows go? Oh, they're over here. Still trying to break through. Yo, he actually doesn't see the castle yet. Scouts are through. They'll debate the spears into the crossbows. There's the castle, slaughtering crossbows. But as I said, 6 Pierce armor. So the crossbows do 1 damage. They will have to get a lot of arrows off. No bloodlines. Bloodlines now important here. That's an extra 20 crossbow bolts you take. But they'll be forced back. Maybe heal in the castle. As Lix will try to do more Tiger Cav. He'll do his own monastery. Still no forward monastery from Liereyy. He simply will add a 3rd TC in the back and try to turn that Vil and Eco lead into an even larger lead as he's at 3k res collected ahead. And he did do the ram. All right, I like seeing the ram. I like rams. Well, that stable's there to do bloodlines and husbandry, should Lix want them. And you usually do for tiger cav. And you do for all cav. Well, it's hard to afford them while producing tiger cav at this point. And we have a fire lancer for Liereyy, so he'll try to go fire lancers against the tiger cav. Get enough lancers and it should be a good fight. But you do need quite a few. Just eat all those buildings for wood lead value while booming, no risk needed. I think it is a risk simply having crossbows forward with tiger cav on the field. But Liereyy not risking much since he's not out on the tops of the slopes. He's booming in his base. The only downside is maybe he didn't wall this wood line. Could have been safely walled to the edge of the map. I guess this side's a bit harder and more exposed. He didn't even finish that gate since he sent the workshop, or the Ville forward for the workshop. Now there's a defensive monastery, so he's not trying to protect his crossbows, wants the monastery to defend himself at home. And there's a TC atop the slope for Liereyy. As he'll continue hoovering with the crossbows, try to get the scout under the castle fire. Devotion for the lakes to be more effective against the monks. But he's now down by 20 plus vills. Will the tiger cav see that TC? No. Ooh, they don't. No, they don't. Fourth TC indeed, and Liereyy, he's ready to quick wall. He's ready to quick wall. Some preemptive foundations. And where his crossbows all on that little divot on the hill. And watch out as the tiger cav run up here. And there is handcart. Handcart on the way for Liereyy. And forging on the way for Lix. I'll have a monk popping out. Going for conversions by the tiger cav. $98 pop versus 51 pop. 102 pop versus 53 pop. And handcart about to be finished for Liereyy. We'll need a few more monks, but he's using the defensive monks he does have to pick up relics. High attack, high HP, 6 pierce armor in the castle age. It is very strong, and it gains more attack as it kills units. And the crossbow in here, no ballistics, but Lierey's micro should be strong regardless. Getting in on the wood line. They're going to start massacring vills. And the vills will have to run. The tiger cav getting forward. And Liereyy needs to convert. He's more focused on killing vills, so he might lose his monks. The vills right now will run and get to the castle. Fire Lancers got separated from the crossbowmen. And one of the monks does hop in the TC and hop out the other side. His colleague was killed, though. And a couple of converted tiger cav now for Liereyy. His vills are raided a bit. Tiger cav closing in on the crossbow army, but some fire lancers are there at the front to deal anti-cav bonus, as long as they do properly fight. And Lix will call the GG, as he's not able to clean those two, or he's not able to do damage, and not able to clean that army up either. So 84 to 35 vil count too. I think an appropriate time to call a GG. And there we are, 27 to 26 KD for Liereyy. Better eco for him too. Better uptiming, and the Chinese 1k eco lead early on is so smooth. If it were up to me, I'd make the Chinese build houses in the Dark Age again. How the heck did I accidentally open Windows Copilot? What would I like to do first? Turn you off. Get your AI out of my operating system. If only we didn't need to cast AoE2, we could swap to Linux so much more peacefully. I'll have to get that one day, AoE2 on Linux. Alright, so let's just do a scoreboard update. I have the rec for game 2, so I'll head straight to game 2. 1-0 Liereyy. For the maps, he did win on slopes. His home map will be stranded. Lix's home map, African River, a map where he'll try to cause some chaos. That's Chinese winning against the way. And we hop right into game number 2. It was his turn to complete garbage. Even more so than it used to be. Remember XP? XP was fun back in the day. I've heard they even broke Notepad and the start menu. But game number 2, we will have Liereyy as the Green Dravidians to the west and Lix, the Blue Burgundians, to the east. A couple of villas shooting a zebra under the TC. This feels like a Lix map. Lix likes to be messy with tower rushes and vil fights. And if there's a map he can do it on, African River feels like exactly the one in this map pool. So the zebra will be pushed in. And nice lures under the TC. You do have a rhino on this map. The rhino should be towards the back somewhat. So I shouldn't need to worry too much about being lamed. And buffalo on the outside by this woodline. The woodline will be fairly hollow. I don't think there's a path to get into it. Kind of a donut-shaped woodline as the lumber camp goes up for Liereyy. So Burgundians, what does Lix want to do? Probably Flemish militia in the feudal age. We've seen a lot of those. Dravidians from Liereyy could go men-at-arms. We have seen tons of Dravidians versus Burgundians on Monocle. And the Dravidians, in all likelihood, will be docking on this map. A map where taking advantage of getting the pop space from the dock saves you a good bit of wood in the Dark Age. And if you want to go for men-at-arms, all that wood you get in the feudal age will let you do a follow-up archery range. Or follow up with a fire galley immediately on the water. Different ways you can use their wood bonus. Lots of hunt, so you don't have to go to the berries right away. You can spend your Dark Age pushing hunt, and then especially if you're fishing, might not need the berries instantly. Dravidian villagers also carry more shorefish, or carry more fish, that is. They can fish from deep fish as well as shorefish at the same rate. There are shallows here, so they can reach the deep fish. Lix has to be thinking, no way. He has to be thinking, no way, I lost with the way, but they were his last pick. Against the Chinese, which are, of course, incredibly strong. Part of me thinks we need a good balance patch. Like, cut some of the civs and go back to old school civs. More bonuses, less in line of power creep and specialized unique unit lines, and more just good old AoE 2 units. Because the Chinese were never an OP civ in AOC. Their opening wasn't as strong as it is now, since they don't need the houses, and all your stuff is right at the visible right at the start. You don't have to find your sheep anymore. That was one of the bug reports I had today. On Seychelles, I had missed putting the sheep under player control. Back in the day, the sheep were out of your line of sight, and you had to go find your sheep. Zero Empires had a video where he did that 100 times in a row to prove that you could do it within 45 seconds every time. Wasn't that kind of a question of people getting way better at developing the opening over time? I think it's more a question of the opening is easier. You have one sheep under your control, so you instantly have it under your TC, and you don't need to build the houses anymore. So the first 25 seconds of the game, your 6 villagers are basically heading to the TC to gather from the sheep instead of needing to go do houses. And then you start with an extra 50 wood, essentially, because you don't need the houses. Your TC is plus 10 pop space. It is more vision, so you see all of your resources. You don't have that chance of not finding your sheep right away and getting off to a slow start. And when you're taking a rhino or a deer and you need to drop off, it's much easier to do the force drop because you have the hotkey now. In the past, you had to right-click the building and drop it off again, and that always had a bit of inefficiency, especially when there was more lag back in the day. So it is a ton of little things that add up for the Chinese Dark Age. But I think it's much more efficient than it used to be. I wish we had a res collected stat back then from the Ruli days so we could compare the Chinese now to then. We could possibly combine Hindustanis, Gajuras, Bengalis, and Dravidians into one civ. We could also combine Italians and Sicilians and Romans into one civ. Or maybe Franks and Burgundians into one civ. So faster feudal age by a few seconds for Liereyy. Lix did idle the TC a bit, but he does have double bit axe to try to make up for that. Liereyy ahead on fishing ships. Very smooth Dravidian eco. Oh, but the scout from Lix has found one of Lierey's fishing ships, and Liereyy will have to run that. The scout is ever so slightly slower than a fishing ship in the Dark Age. Liereyy will bring his own scout over, though, to try to shore things up here next to the dock. And he will get the first hit, the first 2 hits on Lix's scout, the first 3, 4 hits. And now Liereyy will try to block with the fishing ships to get more damage on the scout. And he will be up faster, so he might even be able to kill that scout once he gets through to the feudal age. It'll be, I think, 6 hits to kill it once he does get up. And the scout goes down. Nicely done from Liereyy. But this is Lix we're talking about. And I'm sure that Liereyy will not be surprised to see Lix doing this. Did he go for a forward dock? No. Liereyy is looking for a forward dock, and he knows Lix. He knows this is Lix's playstyle. He's going to find a forward barracks, and there are the Flemish militia. Will this be double barracks militia? Well, it will be an archery range for Liereyy. I think he will have to wall in his wood line there, and at least his gold isn't threatened immediately. And Liereyy, I think, was searching for a sneak dock, maybe thinking he'd move the fishing ship to the other dock and be more efficient over time. But that was definitely scouting from Liereyy to realize that Lix is up to something. And now he has a spear out. The spear will not win against the Flemish militia, not even close. But he just wants to buy himself some time to start amassing archers as we have a forward range from Lix. And I imagine we'll see some skirms. No fire galley from Liereyy. Demo to snipe this Vil could have been sick. But it has to pay off then. It says YouTube featured under my tab on the main screen. Not sure what that means. What do you mean YouTube featured under my tab on the main screen? Why is that Vil still chopping wood without being walled? Why is that Vil still chopping wood without being attacked? That's a question. So, forward scout attacking Lix's fish, as Liereyy has a fire galley patrolling around. Fire over here will try to attack the Flemish militia on the shallows. And archers come over, but they run into skirms. And straight into skirms, and the skirms will take a decent fight at the start against Liereyy. Alright, I'm gonna have to keep my eye to snooze the ads during this match. Yeah, Tyler, I'm not sure what you mean about YouTube featured under my tab on the main screen. Ooh, Scout gets poked by that militia. Another house going up for Lix. As the spearmen try to poke the palisade. That forward Vil's still there. And looks like all the Vils have a secret passage they can use to flee at the back of the lumber camp. They chop through and they can escape now. And Liereyy trying to amass enough skirms himself to defend against this, but he doesn't want to fight the Flemish militia directly with his skirms. Yeah, he had a backdoor, a hidden alley through which he could escape. Ooh, this Vil might not be so lucky as to escape, though. She is cornered by the Flemish militia, and she will go down. So there we go, there's a Vil kill. And the fish are still disrupted from Lix. Lix still dealing with Lierey's fires. And Liereyy is fishing away peacefully, nothing disruptive down in the southwest for him. But now the militia number is getting a bit scary, and they'll push Lierey's skirms back towards the range. Maybe be able to find Vils on the gold. No blacksmith upgrades for Lix for the militia. But still threatening. He could try to pick off some Vils here. A weak one gets killed by the skirms. Feels like Lierey's skirm micro starting to come out on top in terms of pushing Lix's skirms away. The rest of the Vils will get back to the TC. That's a good bit of idle time as the skirms take out some militia. The skirms go down. More militia get hit by the skirms too. And we'll have scale mail armor for Lix. As an archer pops out for Liereyy on the hill. Skirm theory. Indeed, skirm theory. And Skirm's still pushing this army back. Love to see... Dark Noon always here in time for a skirmisher game. Nick's trying to get a fire galley out. He's still fishing. These fishing ships... See, one of them has food. They're both very weak. I imagine the fires turn and destroy them. At the same time, the skirms, still being microed from Liereyy, attacking the archers, trying to take the hill bonus again. Archers go down. And the skirms, ooh, as more archers go down. And the militia chase, but I worry they're just chasing to be sniped off by skirms, as the fire galleys did destroy 2 more fishing ships. Liereyy down, or Lix down to no fishing ships. Oh god, I finally have someone the Licks, or someone with the LY tag actually being Licks. And now it's 2 L players, and I'm gonna misspeak Liereyy and Licks.
Service. Without. See.
And with the tower on the gold, it looks like the militia are being killed, and that is a huge villager lead. Liereyy, now lots of idle TC time for Licks as he was trying to pump out those militia as the Burgundians. And there's Liereyy up to the castle age. This might be a castle age GG.
Without.
As the fishing ships will go past the house. Likes does he have Town Watch? He does have Town Watch, so we just see that. I just gotta love seeing Town Watch. One of my favorite techs.
Service. See.
And the militia will attack the vills as the archer and the skirm force them back into the town center. More skirms around here for Liereyy, though, and he will have army to turn into castle age military.
See.
See if he can take down this army from Licks. That's patrolling. And in the back, we'll have a market on the way up from Licks.
Sorry.
Licks buying stone, maybe realizing he needs to tower up against these archers. But there's Liereyy up to the castle age. Crossbow Bodkin on the way. And Lick's not going to call it right now, but Forward Workshop, okay, he is going to call it right now. 2-0 Liereyy, easy win for him. The forward shenanigans with the barracks did not work out. Liereyy able to defend while still winning the water. And GG, I'm sure Liereyy expected that from Licks, and he did a great job scouting with the fishing ship. The fishing ship scouting was key. Knowing that Licks likes to go for the forwards, including forward dock, this time was just a barracks as the Burgundians, but nicely done from Liereyy. Scouting to perfection. And we should have one more recorded game for this set. Let's see if they've posted it. Yeah, they haven't posted the rec yet, so we'll have a bit of a break in between. And I'm still wondering what that comment was about me being on the featured thing on YouTube. I don't know what that means. Game 3 will be stranded. As the first picked Dravidians over the fourth picked Burgundians. And I imagine this is now Persians against either Japanese or Maya. Although Koreans or Italians could also be good for stranded. Persian TC very strong though. Okay, in-game music. I think I'm gonna leave it off. I liked having it off myself because I listened to it too much. I'll try to think of something else to do though. I do want to expand the playlist for the out-of-game music. I will say too though, you could always just put the playlist on yourself and listen to it while listening to the cast. So let's see. The remaining schedule is in about 45 minutes we have Fire versus Sobek, and then in about an hour 45 minutes we have Daniel versus Terz. And I really want to cast Daniel Terz. So I think what I might do, instead of casting Fire Sobek live, I think after this set I will cast the Rex of Gabi versus Monoz. And that should time us properly to do Daniel versus Terz, because if I see that we're running late, I can speed up those Rex a bit. Now, Gabi's still in the voice channel in the TTL Discord. Oh, game number 3. Let's go. Into My save game folder. Open up Capture Age. And here we go. So game number 3, Lick's looking to pick up a win, but this is Lierey's home map, and he will be the blue Japanese to the west, Lick's will be the green Persians to the southeast. It said YouTube features in little black letters. Okay, probably just something local to you then? That's you know when I use YouTube myself, I actually turn off my watch history. So I don't get any recommendations. I don't actually know what the main page looks like. Maybe I should investigate what that looks like. The Licks didn't go for the center wood. Found a little wood patch and we'll put his TC there as fast as he can. Will be a couple tiles from his main gold should he need to take that too. If you're not on the main wood, you're maybe less vulnerable to a push from the hill. Not a big hill over by Liereyy though. This will be one of those 2 pump generations of Stranded that I have. As the TC goes up around the gold. Look at the main page on incognito mode, it's insane. It is. I've done that and it scares me away. Maybe YouTube feature just means it's showing the stream to more people than it usually does. I wonder if not having ads and not having the video monetized means YouTube doesn't share it as widely. I hope not, because I really don't like ads. Maybe I need to experiment with that someday. See if putting the minimal amount of ads that I can on a video would encourage it to be shared more in the algorithms. So what are the Persians going to do? They're going to try to have the best Dark Age they can with that faster working TC, and with that instant dock into fishing ship production, especially starting with 1 fishing ship. You know, things will be smooth sailing in terms of bill production. Like some 2 seconds of idle time once you made that TC. Lots of elephants and rhinos to lure on this map. We're going to see an instant double elephant lure from Licks. What are Licks' Rage Forest skills? Can he lure these elephants in? Can he bring them in? More palisades on the way. And ooh, oh no, Licks, bringing in the Vil. He's close, shooting the elephants with the TC. Gets 1 and gets the 2nd. Nicely done, doesn't lose the Vil. Better than MBL's lure earlier. Gets both elephants in safely. Doesn't that house block a farm? It does, but he's probably hoping to fish enough on this map, especially as the Japanese, that he won't need farms. And Japanese fishing ships are very nice. And looks like he wants to go out and dock again. So also extra fish in the corners, but they do get pretty far from the docks rather quickly. I do kind of like the starting dock in the side and then moving to the corner later on. So you have more fish available once you get more fishing ships. I see. We casted Doubt. No loom the other day. Doubt's been practicing on Rage Forest. I think it was 4. It was 4, yeah. I think that's still the title village, the title video, or the main video on my YouTube page. Slam lures 6 boars without loom. I just have to place the house foundation. Yeah, you don't have to start construction on the house as long as it's placed, and the elephant starts to walk off at de-aggros. You don't actually need to spend any wood on the house foundation. Just have to make sure you don't accidentally delete the villager instead of the house foundation like Licks did that one game. Or not Licks, like, oh my god, the LY tag. I'm sorry, every Chinese player I accidentally call Licks now because of that LY, even when they're not in LY. Like Deduzu did. Oh my god, I'm so bad at that. I need them to bring SY back, the classic, or WWP. Give me a clan tag that doesn't look like Licks for every Chinese player. It's worse for the ones who aren't even in the clan, and then I still get them wrong. Oh, anyway, Lick's doing Lick's things. This is how we know it indeed is Lick's, because the barracks is over here. That is one tile outside of Lierey's line of sight. Maybe another Vil will spot it. Liereyy not scouting that somehow. Those villagers don't want to walk one tile away. Liereyy really needs Nilly to have messed up the pathfinding here, so the Vil takes a detour on the way to that lumber camp. Tries to path around the goal, around the gold, to drop it off. Ooh, oh, nope, doesn't see it, doesn't see it. Almost. Well, it'll be a minute later to feudal for Licks anyway. I don't see, let's see, we have another dock in the south for Liereyy. I don't see any forward docks for him, and he didn't scout exactly where Licks is either yet. Oh, but now he'll see the Vil. Now the Vil's in Lierey's line of sight. Now he sees the Vil. So where are you going, Licks? Will that clue in Liereyy that something's going down? Oh, there's the barracks, reveals the militia. He could have walled like right there, but then maybe gotten trapped. Nice quick walling from Liereyy. Does Liereyy have loom? Yes, he does. He's up to feudal. He will kill one militia and then probably run the Vil. Or he's going to keep fighting. He will commit that Vil and lose the Vil. But he is trying to stop Licks' Vil dead in her tracks as more militia come out. He's killed 2 militias so far, but lost 1 Vil. And don't know which is better than the other. Licks has to be very careful that he doesn't get trapped. Oh no, Liereyy has to be careful that he doesn't trap a villager. Oh, nice Alcatraz quick wall, retreats and then gets the wall right back up. Arr, hello, Baron. Oh yeah, Baron, I got y'all's card in the mail today. I need to open it. I ran out between sets and it's on my desk right now. And calculated. So yeah, that was maybe unfortunate scouting from Liereyy not to have seen the barracks. On the water, 1 fire galley queued from Licks, nothing queued from Liereyy, and the tower goes up behind the wood line. This drush, now it's turned into men-at-arms, and the scary thing is when the tower goes up. Liereyy now has to counter tower. The one thing he doesn't want to do is run away in the face of the tower. And 3 Japanese men-at-arms with a villager with arson coming in. And that house going to go down. Liereyy has to wall behind this. His tower later than Licks's, but Liereyy will send a couple of Vils over to Vil fight. He's going to start by attacking the tower rather than the Vils. So I won't try to stop the tower, but now that Liereyy gets his own tower up, that'll force the men-at-arms away. Not going to be able to do damage under the TC. This can be a very defensive map with how much your TC actually defends. Men-at-arms will fend Lierey's Vils away from the tower of Licks. Licks trying to get some kills with the men-at-arms. Might get 2 Vils there, and with the tower should be able to shoot that one. How are the dodging skills? Not enough from Liereyy, and that's 2 Vils down. So 4-1 Eco KD for Licks. The one death was, of course, that Vil to the elephant. And hello, Tripta. Oop, I missed the chat. What did MCO want to see? Rhino under the TC. House on the way up for Liereyy. And in this tower fight, 5 Vils for both, and forward range from Licks. 1 fire galley now from Licks sailing forward, wants to get into Lierey's fish. Vil fight versus men-at-arms. Is Liereyy sending more Vils to their deaths? He is. Licks doing a great... If there's one thing you don't want to do in Age of Empires, is get into a Vil fight with Licks. This is Licks' wheelhouse right now. Liereyy up by 2 eco units so far. Ooh, tower snipes a Vil though. And Licks will abandon the tower and try to force up the range. Looks like he wants some skirmishers. But Liereyy will do what he can to micro these Vils. They're all weak. No fletching for Liereyy. 1 man-at-arms comes over to try to save the Vils. Maybe he will. Looks like he will. Hero man-at-arms, forcing the archers back. The archers might need to repair that tower, as it will try to shoot down the men-at-arms. Down they go. We'll have a house on the way for Liereyy. A couple of archers still hoovering around as that skirms there. And on the outside, a couple of fires will attack each other. And moving around the outside of the dock. Fishing ships on the fish. And I feel that Liereyy now is in a good position. 9 fishing ships of his own. He's down by 1 actual villager, but 9 fishing ships are great. If he could get 1 more dock in this corner for access to all these fish, he'd be really happy. And looks like he, on the water, is even pushing with his own fire ships, ready to disrupt the merely 3 fishing ships of Lix. So Lix doesn't have a great Japanese fish boom. He just has 3 fishing ships. Are we finding more buffaloes? And oh, Archer perforated by TC arrows. And Liereyy will go down, and Lix now stabilizing a bit at home, but looking at res collected, it's like that Chinese game all over again. Liereyy pulling super far ahead with that Persian's eco and getting ahead for free. And the Vil for Liereyy, maybe going for another elephant lore. He's about to click up to the castle age. It will be great to have an elephant under the TC up to castle and not need to invest into farms. Let's have 1 fire galley from Lix and his fish, but it keeps swapping targets, and looks like that'll go down. We'll have fletching on the way for Lix in a moment, but with the tower cleared, won't do much to pressure Liereyy immediately. And it's your winter vacation. Would you please wish you a happy trip and a great relaxation? Where is your trip, Bailo? Hope you have a good trip, but where are you going? Hopefully it's somewhere warm for your winter vacation. Paris, that doesn't sound warm. I think I've been to I had a layover in the airport in Paris once. But I hope your trip is a lot of fun. And that the French people in Paris welcome you warmly as a tourist. It's north of Baron. They're very different temperature zone, though, in Europe than in the US. Living in Berlin, it was weird that it was warmer than it was in Ithaca. But Ithaca's a very cold place. The days were shorter, though, in the winter. And oh, a couple of villas going down on Lierey's wood line. Low HP. And the feudal army, or the remnants of it, for Lix, able to clear them. Lix still a long ways away from the castle age, Liereyy only 15 seconds away. On his tuxedo stream, we did that already. Maybe we'll do another one someday. 24. Oh, the 24, that's so warm. Oh, what is it here? On the water, looks like Lierey's winning again. It's 30 today, so it was an extra warm day for us today. My phone needs to restart to update my operating system. Let's restart now. And hope that my phone doesn't die during the stream. Are we talking Celsius? I don't know what that is. Actually, 30, that's like minus half of a degree Celsius, because 32 is 0. So, night here, forward workshop and a night for Liereyy. He's looking to end the game. Looks ahead in Vils because he's still feudal, which is not really a good reason still to be ahead in Vils. Knights will probably pick off that archer. Vil is still safe if the knights get there. And does Lix have to react with walls now? Let's see, Lix still attacking the wood line. There are lots of dead Vils. He is up 7 to 3 eco kills. But now the knights on the wood line. Okay, Liereyy might make up that gap pretty quickly. He has both armors on the knights. Doesn't have bloodlines, but he will be doing forging. And if he can scout that stone mine on the outside, that'll be great for him. There's a really hot temperature in Celsius, like 35. 35 to 40. Another watchtower for Lix. And there is forging for Liereyy. Battering ram for Liereyy. He's thinking of cleaning the tower. Wants to get a bunch of knights. Against 2 towers, what does he need? Like 6 knights and a ram? Well, there's 5 knights, and they have their armor. Still would like to see bloodlines for him, but as long as he clears this, it'll be okay. And if Vil's in the tower, there won't be space for the archers, and the knights will decide, we'll just tank some tower fire and slaughter the army. The Vils have to run. They want another tower. Even with the ram, they want another tower. They'll try to wall themselves in. They'll be successful with the walls. This tower has nothing in it anymore. One Vil outside the walls. 4 Vils remain. Castle Age on the way for Licks. Monk for Liereyy. Don't think you'll be able to convert the Vil or any Vil before the tower goes up. One knight can sit at the base of it. Nice job getting a bit of extra palisade, or a palisade stone wall, though. Will help protect the tower. And Liereyy, so far on the water, hasn't completely eliminated Licks. Licks did go for that forward dock that's being annoying on Lierey's fish. So Liereyy actually will lose all of his fishing ships. And that'll even the Vil count up. Full of archers now going down, though, for the Licks. He's fallen pretty far behind in score and in res collected. 1.5k more. And Liereyy might not have any fishing ships anymore, but he did have them earlier on. And, oh, the gate is open. Licks needs to lock the gate while constructing it, so this doesn't happen. Mangonel will hit Vils. With a stable on the way now for Licks in the back. And a monk coming out. Is Liereyy, what are the priority? Yeah, they don't have redemption. I was going to say, the monk could try to convert a barracks and force a deletion, but not going to be the case. The ram there found the diagonal on that wall. And I'm sure that Liereyy can use a monk and convert those Vils at any time he wants to. As he's now pushing with Mangonel, and this might be it for Licks. Liereyy managed this map to perfection. And Licks trying to destroy Mangonel with the knight. Will he manage to do it? Yes, he will, right before the knight goes down. A couple of cav archers now for Licks, as he killed a Vil by the monastery, and the Vil decided not to finish it. Instead, she wanted to run forward. Go to a dock somewhere, maybe? And 4 Vils still there. Ram trying to ram its way in. Still waiting for a monk to convert them. There goes Liereyy looking for conversions. That'll force Licks to delete finally. Or he could just let the conversions happen and have Vils trapped in there. As cav archers come over, and now they can hit the monks. Alright, actually nice play from Licks letting them get converted if the cav archers get monks. But there's another monk in the rear, so not going to work. It'll just be a Vil fight on the inside. Let's go Vil fight. And Mangonel for Liereyy attacking Licks' TC. And the Vil's going down, and Licks will call the GG. Had another strategy, his GL next. Well, Licks will have a next too. He has 4 more sets to play. He's got 12 more games. But pretty much right from the start, the barracks for Licks, sneaky, but Liereyy managed to hold it off. So GG's. That's a 44-40 KD in favor of Liereyy, and his eco shot through the roof as the Persians. Licks didn't get a good fish boom. He went aggressively for the forward barracks, and his plans were foiled. And initially had a couple of interesting engagements, but Liereyy eventually had the walls he needed and will win his home map of Stranded with the Persians over the Japanese. So now, as I said, in about 1 hour and 30 minutes, we will have Daniel versus Terz. And I won't do Fire Sobek live. I'll do that as Rex. And before Daniel Terz, I will cast Gabi versus Monoz. So let me just update my titles everywhere, and we'll get to that set. This will be back in the Silver League. We'll swap from Platinum to Silver real quick. But that's all the Platinum for today. We'll have more Platinum tomorrow. Again, starting at 16 GMT with ACCM versus Lewis. Then Hera Lucho, Dark, and Mihai. And then at the end, I'll probably cast the Rex of the Duzu versus Stone Please. So, thank you all very much for watching Platinum. I hope you enjoyed. Hope that the maps were good. Everything looked good For me, yep, Lix. Lix is in Platinum, yeah. Don't be surprised at Lix being in Platinum. Lix is a good player. So let me just hide the drafts and update the scoreboard and the titles. We'll go back to Silver. This will be Monoz versus Gabi. And swap the logos over. Now I can grab their drafts. TTL map pack automatically unsubs every game launch. How to fix? Let me forward that to a dev real quick. Alright, now that I've taken care of the issue, or forwarded the issue, time to grab the drafts again. There we go, Monoz Gabi drafts. Oh, once again, we go from stranded to stranded. We've had great continuities in all of our sets so far. The final map of the previous set being the first map of the next set. Let me just download the recs. The recs are not posted yet. These admins slacking. I need to grab them from the dashboard. The dashboard not let me click. There we go. Monoz, download the recs. Just says zip. Doesn't even give me an option to extract it. Wait, what? Okay, download the recs individually, I guess. And let me clear out some of the other recs from my folder. There we go. So I will just play a quick ad, grab a quick break here. Do I want another coffee? I do want another coffee. I'm gonna go for, we got 3 more sets to cast, so I'm gonna need another coffee for this. Yeah, let me just keep the pre-roll ads off. I'll be maybe 5 minutes as I get a coffee, then we'll start our next set, so stay tuned. And we stranded the first map, bypassed the home map for Monoz, and African River, the home map for Gabi. And we'll get this started in around 5 minutes or so stay tuned. Alright, we're back and we're ready to get started. Gabi Monoz was played earlier today. And are we going to cast Sobek Fire? I will do that, but I'm going to do that as Rex because an hour, that's going to start in about 15 minutes, and an hour after that starts will be Terz Daniels. So I figure going as Rex, I will be better timed for Terz Daniels, for Gabi Monoz, and then we'll cast the Sobek Fire set after that. For now, we'll stay here in this one. And go live in, or start casting in just a moment. Let me click around, make sure we have pre-rolls off, which we do. Get OBS on my left monitor. And game number 1, Gabi Monoz on Stranded. Here we go. And I have my coffee, so I'm ready to do 3 more sets tonight. We will have Monoz here playing as the Blue Persians to the west, and Gabi as the Red Koreans to the northeast. We have some beach towels down here, or some rugs. 4 rugs for each player, different types of rugs. 3 of these yellow rugs for Monoz and a red rug. Gabi 2 yellow rugs, a blue one, and a red one. Which set of rugs is better? I don't know, but Gabi will go forward for the TC between the main wood line and the gold. Is that a W for win? Does she have her gold set to W for Wombo instead of M for Mini? I hope there are some SpongeBob fans who get that. Why are we casting Rex when there's a live set? Because the live sets are going to overlap, and I want to cast the second set because that has Daniel and Terz. So I'm going to focus on casting that one, and then we'll do these Rex first. Usually sets take more than 1 hour to finish. And that way we don't jump and have to fast forward through one of the live sets. I'd rather cast everything live and have it all time out better. Or at least cast the one set fully live and have it timed out better. As Daniel is an American, and I always go to cast Daniels. This is Platinum. Oops, sorry, I forgot to change the logos inside of OBS. This is Silver. I will spell silver correctly. There we are. This is Silver, and let me swap the logos. One day, Gabi will be Platinum. She's been Gold before in one of their earlier editions. I'm sure. I got faith that she'll get back there this season. Who do I think is the favorite? I don't know. Like I say, for all of the sets in Silver, whoever practices more, I think, is going to end up the favorite. Since you mentioned that, though, why don't I put their elos on the dashboard? Because Gabi right now is 2462, and Monoz exactly 100 points higher. It's 2562. And Flags, he is from Argentina, and Gabi is from Brazil. Boom. And on Stranded, you have, it's a nomad start, so you put your TC wherever you want it, and Mirshin, thank you for the follow. And then you lure in the elephants, 1 elephant right nearby for Monoz. The elephants do spawn, elephants/rhinos spawn in a circle around the middle. Morning, Elsie River, happy birthday. And we'll have the elephant lured in there from Gabi, easily taken right underneath that TC. Water buffalo scouting around the outside. Trying to find more stone spots. This is V3 of Stranded. As I said the other day, I did edit the map so that the stone is not as restricted by the forests. And thank you, Iliasmar90 for the follow. There was an issue in the earlier versions where sometimes the forests would be so close together that there wouldn't be any room for the stone. You'd have long stretches where you wouldn't have stone. So I tried to balance that out so we don't have one player not having stone. Kind of like this, but even worse. It'd be like this, but this stone might not even spawn. So I tried to balance that a bit. The stone is still pretty scarce on the map, but it's more consistently closer to the maximum amount that can spawn. What map is this? This is Stranded. This is Stranded. It's an old Trezini map that we resurrected for Wandering Warriors Cup 2. And it's been used in quite a few events since then. There's a version of this that right now is a standard map in the game, but very different because you have a little island on the outside of the transport. This is the 4-hill version of Stranded. So I have 4 hills here in the middle. And it should be pretty even for the players if they want to do TCs or castle drops atop them. Howdy, invincibility 6. Looking for some aggression from Gabi. She's the Koreans, so Koreans, Persians. That gives the Koreans options probably for fire lancers. I would say war wagons, but the stone is very scarce on this map, and you need to find 2 tiles to collect enough stone for a castle. 700 stone combined through 2 tiles, and it costs 650 for a castle. And starting with 200 plus 350 is only 550, so unless you're going to start buying from the market, it's really hard to get the unique units on this map. But against Persians, fire lancers are probably all you need. Persians who, we've seen them go cav archers quite a bit. But maybe you also want to go knights like cav savar on this map. You also see a lot of trash units. Your eco tends to be very, very small and very hard to balance from everything I've seen. The middle of the map is great because it has a ton of hills, but there's enough wood on the outside, you're not even really taking the middle for wood, you're mostly taking the middle just for the hill. There are no resources or anything of value there. And the elephant will hit the Vil. Don't know if Gabi plays too much Rage Forest. So I'm not sure how tricky she's going to get with the elephant lures, but did a great job with the house there. And we'll take a couple of the rhinos right underneath the TC. You guys think you guys need to reduce the size of forests next to gold mines and also make those other forests fewer, far from each other, but with 200 wood trees? I don't like changing the wood for trees. I think that makes maps confusing for players if they start having different tree values. If there's something like Tulo that originally was made like that, I'll keep it, but I think the less custom editing you do of standard objects, the better.
준비.
There's a house from Monoz.
예?
Chipper, there's a map called Life Raft. It's a team game map where you start with an ally's transport in your moat on houseboat. You can kind of manipulate the transport, though, by right-clicking it with your own vills. So it's not as horrible as it sounds. So Men-at-Arms from Monoz can't really attack the town center with how well it protects everything. But he will be the one going aggressive for the archery range and a few Men-at-Arms on this map, and he will find houses. The houses are out by the dock, and that's a prime target for the Men-at-Arms. Persian Men-at-Arms. If we see Persian longswords, that would be crazy. But it will be a defensive range from Gabi. She will have wood and gold control, but has to watch out for a tower. She will have a lumber camp on one of the small wood lines. Did have a bit of an overchop or a hole in the wall. Didn't get the palisade up, but only one Men-at-Arms manages to get through there. And he's quickly walled out. So this is TTL. This is the Silver League of TTL. This happened earlier today simultaneously with some of the Platinum League sets. I'm going to cast this. And we have some Gold League sets I'll cast after this. And Vil repairs the palisade, but 4 Men-at-Arms destroy the palisade over the repair Vil, and they get in. Does Monoz have arson? Yes, he has arson. And 4 Men-at-Arms with arson break 1 repair Vil. Archer around the back for Monoz. And he will indeed go for that tower on Gabi's woodline. She does her own tower in defense. Vils will try to fight this tower off from Monoz. And the Men-at-Arms want to break through. Nice that we've got arson to a place where people want to upgrade. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. It is pretty nice that we see it. And oh, nice snipe on the archer. The one thing that's most threatening to her archers. Men-at-Arms will chase them down, but they can run to the safety of the TC now. And if she gets Men-at-Arms into the TC, she'd love to get a shot on them, but Monoz does pull them back. On the water, Monoz getting forward with a fire galley. Gabi queuing 2 fire galleys of her own right now, and gets 2 of them constructed at the same time. I'll fend Monoz off on the water. And he's starting to add in a few skirmishers. This is where the Men-at-Arms get effective if Gabi has to add skirmishers herself. And Monoz now, did he long distance mine stone? Yeah, he long distance mined stone, and he will make a second tower. I have 13 stone left over. Oh, the men-at-arms start to go down. Nice pick from the archers, only 2 men-at-arms left. And Gabi gonna YOLO everyone, even the weak vills. She's gonna start fighting that tower. She does not want a tower going up on her wood line. The men-at-arms are a bit weak. She will lose vills here, but committing to the fight, Monoz will not get the tower up. Gabi will stop that and push everything back. She's just gonna sit there and destroy that foundation, make sure that Monoz has to delete it. He spent 71% of the stone on it, so he won't have enough stone left to do another tower if he deletes it. And good job pulling the vills. That's a weak man-at-arms if she turns to fight. She's sending all the vills forward. Oh, she's not turning around. She's going. Fix the man-at-arms. One vill still forward among the archers. And he's just maybe overstaying his welcome. But the tower goes down. She'll build a house with all those vills out there, and with some skirms, take the hill. Or at least try to push Monoz back as far as she can. And oh, she's not done. She's not done. Weak vill back. Strong vills forward. Monoz still fighting with a couple of vills, but she is up to the castle age while she's cleaning this. It's been 7 fishing ships to 8 now, so Monoz fishing on the water pretty well. He's ahead in res collected, but spent more in this aggression perhaps than Gabi has on her defense. Lost a couple of fires on the water, didn't disrupt the fish too much, and she'll move around for another dock. It is. Oh, I think that's more of a defense than an aggression, right? Let's just YOLO all the vills. We didn't see enough vill fights in Lix's set, so we need more. Now the skirms still wandering around. Gabi up to the castle age. That'll be elite skirm and bodkin for her. And it's nice skirm raid. Oh, Monoz tried to trap them in. That would have been nasty if that worked. Remember, the skirms do have a minimum range, so the vills would have taken a nice fight. But there is bodkin, and once elite skirm comes in, those vills are gonna die. And 1 second away, there is elite skirm. And oh, what a good raid this is. Monoz still stuck in the feudal age. I don't think he'll be able to fight this as more elite skirms come forward. He's trying to wall out, but the skirms body block those walls. Oh, he can't get the walls up. He can't get the walls up. And the weak vills are gonna have to chase this. Skirm's still attacking on the other side. Skirm's going down. Skirms here from Gabi will turn and fight. Pick off a vill. And it's a Castle Age Elite Skirms with Bodkin against Feudal Age Skirms. Gabi is more than happy to take that fight. And continue pouring more Skirms and now Fire Lancers forward. She's doing a second TC. She has fish on the water, all the water control. And with that, Monoz will call the GG. Nothing he can do at that point. As Gabi will devastate that lumber camp. That would be another 8 dead vills. And pulling all the vills to fight the tower while defending on the water works. Persians might have the better eco, but Gabi able to defend as the Koreans. Also have to point out that the Koreans do have that extra line of sight on their villagers, so great defense. And then we'll have more res collected from Gabi by the end. And well done. Reaches the castle age. Monoz doesn't. Stuck in feudal. And this truly is Age of Skirms. Now, sometimes that's just how the aggressive feudal maps play out. You end up with some skirms. Alright, so that's 1 win for Gabi. And looking at the maps, it's a win on Stranded. And for the civs, that was the Koreans over the Persians. So the Monoz still has Italians and Mongols. And Gabi still has Turks and Wu. Alright, the Chinese still for Monoz with their eco. Bengalis could be good for bypass. So bypass, let's just maybe take a moment and speculate. What civs do we think we'll see on bypass? Mongols you probably save for African River. This could be Bengalis. You like Bengalis or Italians more versus Turks? Last time Gabi played Turks on bypass, she actually picked bypass as a home map in the first round against 2CL. Wouldn't be surprised to see her go Turks again. Sicilians could be Donjans for African River. Has to be either Turks or Wu here, and I think it's safe to say Turks. So then the question for Monoz is, what civ do you think counters the Turks the best? Mongols, Italians, Bengalis, or Chinese? Italians can do a pretty good job countering. Usually strong archer civs counter the Turks, but the problem is the hussars and the heavy cav archers these days with the extra armor and HP they have, but a good mass of Genoese crossbowmen combined with condottieri to deal with gunpowder and a potentially better eco with... Well, I guess Turks have an even better eco now that their gold mining bonus was buffed, but being able to go imp to match any Turk imp timing is nice. Cheaper bombard cannon to make up for... And also the cheaper... What is it? Cheaper and quicker chemistry? What's the Italian bonus at the university? Anyway, we'll see if we get into the game, and it looks like it will indeed be Italians, Turks on bypass. We got capture age rolling here. And then we will have Monoz playing in the blue as the Italians to the northwest, and Gabi playing in the red as the Turks to the southeast. Make sure I got my chat there. I do on YouTube. And Gabi will send her scout forward, try to scout what Monoz is doing, see that Monoz isn't going forward. She'll try to wall him in. Sometimes players do this. They like going for the forward palisade, walling in their opponent. Forward elephant, she could think about laming that. Good thing she doesn't see it, though. Monoz will take that rather early. So Italians, what do the Italians do? They go up more quickly. Is Sobek playing fire now? Yes, I'm going to cast that as Rex later. And take the elephant there. Turks on bypass. Harry T likes the Turks, right? I remember that Turks Celts game MBL casted on Arena. So the first time Gabi played Turks, she was against the Britons. And she had some really great Castle Age aggression. Ended up in a really sick position with how much damage she did, but couldn't close out the game when HuCL had managed to head to both outside areas and boom up. We could come back with longbows when Gabi was on that 1TC fast imp eco for a while. Why don't I do salmon? We don't do any gambling here, no. We try to promote healthy habits. Morning, Soxy. How you doing, Soxy? Welcome to the stream. Elephant chasing a villager will be taken by the other vills. Nicely lured from Gabi, right under the TC where she wants it. You're enjoying the weekend. Oh yeah, so it's Saturday morning for you now. As it was for Kita when she was here. Waking up at 8 a.m. on a Saturday, she was. And is Monoz pushing? Yes, he's pushing the ostriches. Deleted a palisade to make it easier than going in and out of the gate. One day players are going to learn how to push the ostrich into the gate, open the gate, and let it run through consistently so they don't have to waste a palisade, but no big deal doing that. Body clock is still on the midday 5 a.m. wake up. Yeah, I was going to say 5 a.m. It's more morning than midday, but yeah, weekday. Well, hello, Phoenix. 8 a.m. for on Saturday. For you now. Well, enjoy your morning. It is 4 p.m. and that means it's time for coffee here. Yeah, Harry T likes the Turks. So, I imagine you pick the Turks on this map because you want to go Janissaries. I don't know what else you'd do with them. Gabi doing the outpost, spending 5 stone on that indicates that, well, maybe she wants to go aggressive, mine some stone herself rather than just spending 200 stone on 2 TCs. Could just long distance mine some stone to make up for that. But wants to have the vision. Don't think she'll do Town Watch in Feudal, but that could always be interesting. If you want to go forward Loom plus Town Watch. So the question if you want to drop the castle, though, is your first castle has to be at home because of this unbuildable quicksand terrain. And if you do the first castle at home, then maybe that gives Monoz an opportunity to do his own defensive castle, use the cheaper Egypts as the Italians, and try to get to Imp first. Hello, Drex. Some might say it's time for a beer, as you say it's 8 a.m. Some might say that. This is the baby of hideout and forest clearing. And hello, big Crutplasm. Jokes aside, I played this matchup a lot on Arena, granted at 1600 level. Italians are a civ that have a lot of tools to deal with the Turks. I still think I prefer the Turks because they're so absurdly strong on closed maps. Especially with their even faster mining gold bonus now. But with Condottieri, faster or cheaper Egypts. And what's that university tech? It's docking university technologies minus 33%. So chemistry's nice and cheap for them for cheap bombard cannon. Late Imp, they probably don't want to face artillery with the Turks and they don't even have siege engineers. But early Imp, they can apply pressure to match the Turks. Spanish insanely strong on this map. We can check the draft really quick. Were the Spanish banned? Yes, they were. Gabi did indeed ban the Spanish. That answered Soxy's question. And, oh, side ostrich being pushed from Monoz. Side ostrich being pushed. Will he delete the palisade or just push it through the gate? He's up to feudal first. And you can also tower rush on this map, but less effective if you have to go through one layer of palisade first. Doesn't slow you down too much, but then Gabi could also try to wall over here and stonewall behind. Condottieri? The confetti guys? Confetti guys? Oh, he's doing it. Yes, he's gonna push it and open the gate. Yes. Oh, this is my favorite thing. Thank you. Mango is old for the raid. You're here just in time to see an amazing ostrich push from Monoz that's now stuck in the wood line. Oh, no, he got it. He pushed it against the gate, got it in its running motion, and then opened the gate and it went in. Oh, yes. That's my favorite thing about pushing deer. Thank you, Mango, for the raid. We're casting some more TTL. We have this set between Monoz and Gabi, and then 2 more gold sets after this. In about 50 minutes, we have Daniel versus Terz, and Sobek and Fire are playing now, but I'll do the Rex of that later. So Gabi up now, but Monoz will have a much faster castle age. And only 2 on gold, so it doesn't look like this will be a monk rush or any type of aggression. Might just be 2 TCs, 1 on stone maybe. And then he'll adapt based on what Gabi does. Need to get out more. Now you need to push more ostriches. A lot of effort for 1 ostrich. Oh, what else is he gonna do with the scout? Scout with it? No. This is bypass. Yeah, Gabi's got one thing she can possibly do with the Turks, and that's castle Janissaries up the middle. Or even if you just use like fast imp for some other Turks aggression. Scouting isn't really gonna do anything because the buildings are inside of her walls. He's just gonna do what he can to push the ostrich on the outside. And he can do this fairly safely. We'll see if Gabi wants to fight here. Usually the Turks... There, she takes a downhill hit. But the Turks like to avoid fighting in these situations because they get the free light cav upgrade, and you want to have as much HP on the light cav as you can. And if you take a scout fight early on, you're going to be missing some HP. So, what upgrade for Gabi as she's up to the castle age? Monoz has done double bit axe and horse collar. And 1 TC for him. Will he go for a second? TC and bowsaw doesn't have the wood just yet. Oh, he deletes the palisade. Monoz, no. He could have done that again. Does he want the ostrich at this TC or the main TC, though? He doesn't have bills at the main TC to take it yet. Question is, will it run around to the other side of this TC? There it goes. Oh, he needs to build the TC. There he goes. I'll take it after the TC's done. That'll rot a bit, but that's not too much. So, house to plug the hole he deleted. And Gabi up to the castle age on stone, and she is pretty assuredly going to do a castle here towards the front of the passage, and then make janissaries. Monoz will fight this wall, and stonewalling forward does pretty much nothing because the castle breaks it. You could maybe try to destroy the outpost. She'll see the fight at least. Oh, this could be a huge blunder if Gabi's able to fight her way in and doesn't need to destroy a wall. So he doesn't. He will wall that up though, right? He will wall that up, attacking the outpost. He can't build the wall because his villager is on the foundation. And now with the light cav, she will see the scout there, and Mono is probably going to have to sacrifice the scout. So he does know what's going on. He does see the forward vills. There's not enough space between the quicksand and the wall to build a castle, so it will have to be back defending her TC. Not putting it right at the opening of the passage. Does want to make sure it doesn't die to an early imp cannon or treb fight, but we'll be a bit back. Yeah, the light cav won't catch the scout. Oh, there's the finished message. Oh, Soxy typing, I know exactly what happened. He typed that apostrophe right next to the enter key and mistyped, and it sent the message. Oh, it says Liereyy versus Lick still? I swear I changed that. Oh, I didn't. Thank you. Changed that on YouTube. I guess I didn't change it on Twitch. Thank you. The pain of needing to click too many buttons. Maybe I changed it and it just didn't save. That happens sometimes. Yeah, now it's updated. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, we don't have a night bot here. So Pat Slob strategy from Monoz. He sees FC from Gabi, so he goes to wall up, and Gabi, seeing those walls, is just like, well, I'll wall you in and I'll go around the outside and send a Vil there. So maybe we'll see a workshop on the outside. There's wheelbarrows on the way. And a defensive watchtower too, so he's not even going to be walled in. And yeah, that'll be a workshop in the back. She just has to make sure the Vil isn't spotted by the gate. Dangerously close to the gate, but perfectly calculated, not seen. And that'll be a workshop in the back as a wheelbarrow is on the way. And the janissaries start flooding around the back. And remember, if you push from this direction, your opponent doesn't have as much room to flee. Monoz could try to get out here. Has Gabi scouted that? She has scouted that, so if Monoz does run in this direction, Gabi will see the ostriches running in the fog of war. And she'll know he's out there if he keeps an eye on that.
Emret.
Battering ram on the way for Gabi.
Hazır ol. Evet. Hazır ol.
Janissaries are there along with the ram, so it will be a ram opening. I think you want to hide the ram until you also get a mangonel. But you could just push with the janissaries now.
Evet.
Doing the mangonel probably lets you get another couple of janissaries over. She has 8 right now and still training more.
Emret.
25 janissaries. What's the magic number of janissaries? Oh, she's going double rams. Double ram push. Not messing around with mangonels. Triple ram push. Okay, okay, this is getting interesting. Has to hope her units don't path into the gate. Okay, she's going forward, though. Time to push. Here come the rams. Here come the rams. Okay, this is awesome. This is awesome. Ram push on the gate. Let's go. And Monoz, he's fat slobbed one side of the map. He can't fat slob this wide of a passage. And the janissaries are ready to start breaking in. I like have damaged the wall a bit. Monoz attempting a defensive tower. Just a watchtower so far. I'm doing a university for guard towers as the ram push commences. The rams will go for the market and the blacksmith. And there could be a push on the other side where Gabi decides to go petards, but you would need 4 petards to get through 2 layers of stone walls. That's a pretty big investment. And, ooh, will this tower go up? The market's down. The tower does go up. And now the janissaries have to be careful about the mangonel. They're going to try to dodge the tower, and they want to take out the mangonel. They're gonna dodge. Oh, oh my gosh, 3 rams took that tower down like nothing. Bodkin on the way, and now the Janissaries have much more room to operate. The rams could even threaten the mangonel, but they're gonna go back, they'll get repaired, and Gabi will collect a few more Janissaries together, while being a bit more cautious in destroying that blacksmith. And that'll be another guard tower from Monoz. As he did finish guard tower from the university, we will tank a mangonel shot with the Janissaries. Remember, they only have 7 range now, not 8. That's a lot of vills dying on the guard tower. Janissaries are still strong. They can hop in the ram to dodge the tower fire. Oh, she needs to hop in the ram. Oh. Yeah, hopping in the ram there would have saved them. Oh, but they do get the mangonel. They do get the mangonel. They're fine. And they're going to rotate around and just go for houses now. Rams and Janissaries. The Janissaries have to go so far around the map. Those reinforcements are so far away. She has the stone for another castle. She's going to add a TC, though. Monoz with a 10 vil lead. He'll lose some pop space with the houses, but he is now trapped and trying to go for a defensive castle of his own. 4 rams. If they're repaired, is that enough to push another tower? Under a TC, so the Janissaries really don't want to get too close. Do you push towers or TCs here? Towers, I guess, are much weaker. Hello, Arbase. What is this strat? This is Monoz fat slobs the middle. So Gabi goes sneak workshop Janissary ram around the outside. That's what this strat is. Last time she faced a Britain's player, UCL, he was able to sneak to the outsides when she pushed up the middle. And she also stayed 1 TC for a long time. Now she's adding the 2nd TC much earlier. I'll still be careful with the Janissaries and how short their range is these days. And ballistics now for the towers as Monoz is trying to stonewall them. And okay, she tries to split, but runs right into the mangonel. And Janissary is not as strong against mangonels as they used to be. You're not seeing anything today? I'm talking about 2 weeks ago, our base. 2 weeks ago. You gotta remember every single TTL game that's ever been played this season, and all previous seasons. And that has been imagined by T90, who's thought of the maps. So, okay, another guard tower for Monoz. 5 rams. How long does it take 5 rams to destroy a TC? Mono, oh, this is fast. This is really fast. Mono's trying to do another tower in the back to defend. The TC goes down. That's the situation between Janissaries and hand cannoneers. Janissaries have more standard attack. Hand cannoneers have less attack, but more bonus against infantry. So Janissary, overall, the better unit. Will the rams destroy this tower? Yes, they will. It's another tower down. Monoz has more stone for more towers if he wants them. And Gabi probably going to lose some rams here. But with a 2nd and now a 3rd TC, she's in position to boom. Mono's down to 1 TC. She has outposts, so she is ready to check in case he runs to the side. And again, she can check those ostriches in the fog. Know that he's not out there. And Monoz, now he's forced to rebuild his TC on his starting farms. If only there were a Vil there who could have stolen and deleted the farms. Let's see, that Palisade Gate, yeah, we would love to make more room to move Janissaries, but we'll have to be careful with the mangonel. Okay, the light cap tanks the mangonel shot. We'll let her repair the rams more reliably. Imp on the way, Imp for Monoz, cheap Italian Imp. And he's trying to get enough stone to get a defensive castle. Probably has to throw the castle up, like, right here in the middle of his base. Gabi now ahead on Vils. She's doing wheelbarrow. She has a 3 TC boom, and she has a ton of map control. And once she gets up, it'll be instant chemistry, free chemistry for the Turks. So she'll get bombard cannon without needing to wait. Oh, that's true. Can Vils steal the farm now? Has that been fixed? That was the bug for a while ago. Thank you, Robinson Carrasco97 for the follow. That the male Vils would fight the farms instead of stealing them. And then the female Vils for the poles wouldn't generate gold while mining stone. I know the stone mining one was fixed. Not sure about the farm stealing one. That's a good question. That was there for a while. We would hope that the Vils could steal them again. It is a male Vil forward, so this is the Vil that might have a chance at not stealing them. Oh, also relics. Relics collected from Gabi. That's a nice first relic she'll be bringing in. And to generate some relic gold. Yeah, I think it got fixed, but I'm not certain about it. Already farms there. He can pretend he never lost his starting TC. Oh, here comes Gabi, ready for a castle. This is a tricky castle with 2 mangonels there. Okay, if there's a way to throw the game, it's by a castle that doesn't work. And she's gonna go back a bit. Here come the mangonels. Monoz with the guard tower could try to use guard tower to deny the castle. Honestly, I think what you want to do here is use rams to push the mangonels away. The light cav goes down. Monoz has a siege tower. Did he want a siege tower? Well, he has one. He wants siege tower condottieri. Now, the condottieri will have an attack bonus against the janissaries, but because the janissaries have such high attack and don't rely on the anti-infantry attack, the condottieri will not resist any attack, and they will die quickly to the janissaries. Janissaries still do have the gunpowder armor class, so condottieri, if they close the distance, plus 10 attack. So both units kind of kill each other. Chemistry on the way for Monoz. He's doing a defensive castle. He wants trebs, and he wants those cheap battalion bombard cannon. But right now, even if Gabi loses this castle, she has a 20-ville lead. Monoz will need to clean this castle. And with a gate, she probably wants some houses behind these walls. Make sure she's completely double-walled so that Monoz cannot siege tower hop the condottieri. Does Monoz know the nerf? And does he know you can only put 5 units inside? And that they have less HP? I mean, he legit might have... He deleted the walls here. I think he wanted to use the siege tower as a siege tower. I think he still can diagonally over this wall. I'm pretty sure he can get in. And there you go. There's only 2 condottieri, though. And he can't path around his own villagers. Is the siege tower trying to chop wood? Where is it going? And there are a couple of light cav on the outside for Gabi, trying to stop a TC. Nice play to get those upgraded light cav, just to hit the TC. Make sure that Monoz doesn't have an easy extra eco added in. And the siege tower is not a lumberjack. I think Monoz, it looks pretty similar to the vills. He might be a bit confused. But unfortunately, this monstrosity is constructed from wood, but it is not self-sustaining. It cannot chop wood itself. Actually, did I? No, now you got me wondering. Did I update the YouTube title too? No, I didn't. Versus Monoz. I updated the drafts and not the titles. Silly me. Condottieri attacking the outpost. Imperial Age on the way for Gabi. And Vills picked off by Janissaries. Monks want to heal. And Stooky8, thank you for the follow. Mangonel forcing the Janissaries back. Janissaries attacking the guard tower. Janissaries trying to take down the condottieri. Light cav chasing the Mangonel. Condottieri getting back inside the siege tower. Well, the siege tower will have enough pierce armor to withstand the Janissaries, but again, only 5 garrison capacity. It's slower than the condottieri would be themselves. Gabi's up to the Imperial Age. Elite Janny worth it? For the looks? And I'm not a fan of the Elite Janny graphics, though. They add too much player color. There are a few Elite graphics that add so much player color, it's hard to tell it's the same unit. The Gold Mining, Heavy Plow, and Imperial Age all on the way for Gabi. Because look at this boom! She's doing TC. She's up to 5 TCs. She has a 5 TC boom behind all this pressure. And seeing the walls in the middle, she's just like, no problem, I'll go around the outside. And this worked perfectly for her. Monoz trying to wall this off, but not succeeding. And as she gets some more light cav, they will become hussars as soon as she gets up to imp. And they'll be able to take decent fights against the siege towers. At least be able to support the Janissaries. Meat shield a bit against the condottieri. Usually they want to hussar flood. Well, it depends on their eco when they hit imp. Turks are one of those civs that can do 1 TC fast imp play and not have the eco for hussars. And another guard tower there for Monoz. Don't know why he couldn't build that. For Gabi up to the Imperial Age. She is repairing that castle and can add in a workshop. Might need a workshop more in the back so it doesn't get trebbed. But as the Turks, she now has access to bombard cannon with the free chemistry. And she still needs to research bombard tower. Koreans are the opposite. They need to research chemistry, but don't need to research bombard tower. Krebs hit the gate. Gate goes down. And Condottieri move in as a guard tower comes forward for Monoz. Sipahi Cav Archers, Sipahi Cav Archers, you have the eco for it. And unless the Italian player has Genoese crossbowmen, I don't think they have a great counter to this. It could go skirms. That's also skirms. I guess the Condottieri, I guess this is a great unit. Right, the Condottieri don't have the Pierce Armor upgrades yet. 70 HP on the Cav Archers. It's not going to be the Gunpowder unit against which the Condottieri have an attack bonus. And one of those cheap Italian cannon for Monoz. I'll try to push the TC. He's still trying to go Siege Tower. Hussars, though, the Hussars have arrived for Gabi, and they will be raiding Monoz' economy. He's down by 50 vills, and 23 of them are idle. 23, a third of his economy is idled, as Gabi is castle dropping him on the side. Gabi's having a tough time protecting her own eco, though, as here come the Condottieri, ready to take out her cannon. Yeah, that'll be a good raid on her wood line, trying to do more lumber camps. Well, this is a strong push for Monoz. Might be Monoz controlling the inside, Gabi controlling the outside. And Castle's there to hit vills. There's another TC up for Gabi as forging comes in from that blacksmith. That's, what is that? A forward blacksmith too. Wait, did she have? Oh, she had to rebuild the blacksmith because there's, no, wait, she just has 2 blacksmiths. Just a double blacksmith because why not? Why not? She wants the Hussar and the Cav Archer upgrades to come in as fast as they can. Well, that is a busy lumber camp. There's a GG from Monoz, and brilliantly done from Gabi. I still got to give Monoz credit for that deer push, that ostrich push through the gate, but reacted perfectly to everything Monoz did. She had a plan for once that wall came up, sent the bill forward. Now, if Monoz is paying attention and scouting for that, imagine Monoz does a few scouts on the way and can pick off the forward bill. That changes the game. But Rams, out of the darkness, pushed in, destroyed the guard towers, destroyed the TC. And behind the push, she added her own eco, recognizing Monoz had to do so much to defend, getting the castles and the towers up, that even with 2 TCs, she would have the stronger eco, be able to outboom him. And she goes up 2-0. GG, and hello, Jenny. Welcome to the chat. That's a 66-62 KD for Gabi. Better eco for her. And better imp time, too. GG. Alright, so I'll just get an ad out of the way on Twitch before we get into the next game, and then we'll hop into game 3. And remember, you can watch on YouTube if you don't want the ads between the games when I'm updating the scoreboard. So that's a loss on his home map for Monoz, and for the Civs, that is a win for the Turks over the Italians. Now, what Civs do we have for African River? Mongols against Wu, I would guess. Sicilians, maybe Gabi has a donjon strategy. I wouldn't be surprised if Gabi had some type of crazy donjon strategy planned. But Mongols are indeed Monoz' first pick Civ. Kind of interesting that they both went for a first pick Civ that is fitting for their opponent's home map. Who won? Gabi's up 2-0. I don't know who won game 3 yet, but she did technically win the set then. And a reminder, in 30 minutes we will have Terz Daniel, and after that we will cast the Rex of Sobek Fire. This is my 3rd coffee of the day, because we gotta be awake to cast. And maybe I stay up to do some overlay editing after this. Thanks for casting the set. Well, thanks for watching. We've had really great viewership throughout TTL. So hopefully people are interested in all the amazing AoE 2 we've been having. Alright, so the ad almost done. Thank you, Mary, for the follow. Yeah, Daniel Terz in about 30 minutes. I got my eyes on that Arbase. And game number 3, Monoz Gabi. watching TTL, and thank you so much for covering all of it. Well, it has been amazing. We've had great sub support, too. We're at 374 sub points, so we're closing in on 400. It'd be crazy if we hit that this month. That would be the highest since we've gotten since Cartographers. So from Red Bull to TTL, I think this is also a good time of year in January when lots of people are watching Twitch. Platinum will get better, too, throughout the weeks. You know, I feel kind of bad for Ciskhan, Arbase. I feel bad for Ciskhan. I think he's in a group where he might legit not win a game. I think that group will probably come down to who farms the most wins from Ciskhan. I feel kind of bad for him. 'Cause he's a really good player, and he deserves to be in Platinum. But he got the worst group draw imaginable. He did make a couple of them exciting, but Yo did win 3-0. At the end of the day, that's what matters for the standings and the prize pool payouts. So this will be African River. This was Gabi's home map, but Monoz' first picked Civ against Gabi's last picked Civ. And we can see a lot of men-at-arms play. So Sicilians for donjons and sergeants. Certainly an interesting Civ pick. For Monoz, though, the Mongols, we see him already taking the rhino and the zebras. Lots of hunt is available on this map. And Mongols gather from hunt ever so slightly faster even than normal vills gather from shorefish. So without the old Indians shorefish gathering bonus, this is now the fastest way for vills to take food in the Dark Age. You heard your own name, so you had to join the chat. Jenny's Unite. Oh, welcome in. And actually, the other day, I went to... I've been having this problem quite a lot, where I go to restaurants to pick up food. And I went through the drive-thru window to get my order. And I said that my name was Travis, and then they handed me the wrong order. But then they, like, immediately closed the window and ran away. And I was like, I had to, like, sit there for another 2 minutes until I got their attention again. And be like, yo, you gave me the wrong Travis's order. I happened to be at the airport on my way to NAC, too. Couple of years ago. Oh, hello, Thunderbolt. And she's pretty much 100% first. Oh, she did lose 2-1 to Husiel. I haven't seen... Did he lose another set yet? I forget if I casted his next set if he played. So Ostrich is being pushed from Gabi. So she will win the set, but every game counts. It's games first in the standings. Games, then sets. Did I get Travis Scott's chicken sandwich? I did not. You have a teammate named Zion, which sounds really like Ryan. You have to pronounce that kind of not how I'm used to, though. If you 3-0 your last two opponents, it'll be really hard to end up first. That's why you have the play-in, right? That's why you have the play-in. If you're not first, you still have a chance. It does when you shout it. Our base having some outfield collisions because he can't hear which name is shouted. I'm named after Travis Darno. Hey, Travis Darno was named after me. I know it's weird. I'm at that point where like athletes are, some of them are younger and some of them are older. Yeah, Soxy was also the first Alex. Time traveler named Alexander the Great after Soxy. So defensive donjon in the Dark Age, it does not shoot. It's just there on the wood line, but Monoz will see that and he'll know for certain that Gabi is going to want some sergeants once she is up. But Monoz says the Mongols will be up much faster. He didn't even dock on the map. I don't like skipping the dock on this map at all. Your fish are really safe with how far apart they are. And Gabi also stole a water buffalo. And she now has 3 fishing ships. She will have a much stronger eco henceforth. And will use the fish to make up for the difference from the Mongols' hunt. You're not okay with Ricky's now being like 10 years younger. It feels weird. It feels weird. House going up for Gabi. feudal age on the way from Monoz. Just about to come in, and there he is. He's up. He's not going for men-at-arms. Gabi's gonna go for a forward dock just to find out, oh wow, he doesn't have any fish? I'll do some safe fish here. Are we donjoning? No more donjons, it looks like. Gabi's not mining stone. They are 175 stone. You start with 300 as the Sicilians. So she could always long distance mine 50 stone. Looks like she's sending a bill out to the stone now. Or is that? I need to look at the tool. That, nope, never mind. That's a lumberjack. Capture age only shows villager. It doesn't show the individual villager names, like lumberjack, stone miner. And Big Babs02, thank you for the follow. Garlic Witch is in some type of anti-time paradox where she gets younger every year. So extra line of sight on the Mongol scouts as Monoz will commit to scouts, and he will go straight to the Castle Age. Straight up to the Castle Age, and if there's one way to fight sergeants, it's to get to the Castle Age. Feudal Age units against Castle Age sergeants are awful. Castle Age units against Feudal Age sergeants should be great, especially if you can get out a couple of steppies or knights. And he'll try to wall double stable, so double stable, either step lancers or knights once he's up. Still no fish for him, and Gabi will be committing to more fishing ships. Can Sicilians play all in feudal against Mongols playing all in castle? On a map that's this closed, maybe she just needs a second donjon here? And then maybe is in a good spot to defend. And well, one thing we didn't discuss, Starbase, when we looked at the map was the cracked terrain and how it's kind of uneven. It usually is atop the hills. But here, Gabi has some cracked terrain that Monoz doesn't have to deal with. And seeing the double stables, maybe recognizing that he's up to the Castle Age, he'll try to put pressure on the gold, going for the forward donjon. Oh, actually, there is a bit of cracked terrain here. Maybe it's not based on elevation. Okay, well, that's bad news for the donjon if the donjon's on cracked terrain. That'll be weaker. I'll need to double check the map script and see if this is actual cracked terrain or just terrain masking. Yeah, but nice build from Monoz to go up this quickly. And there is the donjon. Once he gets up, that tower gets a bit more HP in the Castle Age. Still a bit weaker than the donjon HP, though. So Gabi more score, and she has a ton of fishing eco. Significantly higher res collected, and 29 to 21 villagers because of all the time spent up to the next stage. Those 4 donjons will try to pump out spearmen, as she needs to fight off the step lancers. If you use the range properly, you can avoid taking pokes from the spears. She will go double forward donjons. And now at home has to make sure everything is walled so that the step lancers don't get in. She's almost walled, doing an archery range, needs one house and she'll be okay. And maybe we'll need a second donjon at home at some point. We got 2 donjons forward, and she has the fish. Maybe, oh, the step lancers are going straight for the fish. Does a demo destroy, or does a demo kill a step lancer? Maybe she needs some demos. Now there go a couple of vills down to the step lancer raids, and the fishing ships will have to run away. At the very least, Monoz has not scouted the fact that Gabi has a forward dock. And she could try to get another dock down here. She does have 1 fire galley. But here it probably wouldn't be spotted either. And she's attacking the stable. Now, step lancers, there's no hole. There's just a tree. Okay, I was afraid there was a hole between the range and the house there for a moment. But she's heavily mining stone. And probably in a good position to do another donjon. Do you want the donjons defending each other? Maybe putting it on the hill. Putting it on the hill might be better just so it has the hill bonus. Yeah, there she's going to go for the hill and can garrison the stone vills. Sicilians are so cool. Hello, dancing cactus. So that's water. That's just water texture. That looked like a dot for the blue player, but it's just water. Actually, Vils can walk on this part of the water, right? There's no gaps? Maybe there are gaps. I'll need to double check that. I'm just seeing that on the minimap now. Ooh, forward Vils dying to the steppies. Oh, one survives. One survives. Very low on HP, but one HP is all you need, as we like to say. They can't. It is actual water. Okay, in the middle it's all shallows. Do we like that, our base? Are we okay with that? I guess each land has maybe 2 or 3 little patches. I guess let's keep the fishing ships kind of safe, though, if they have water to fish on. Yeah. Oh, that dancing Vil spins his way off of the palisade foundation, keeps the step lancers out. As you right, Gabi's stuck in feudal. Mono's stuck doing a few steppies. And he will have a lot of steppies, up to 9. 10th on the way. He's a bit housed, though. He is housed. People were talking about the capture age dots earlier. They don't display if someone's housed. The production isn't started. There we go. Well, another dock for Gabi in the northeast, looking to get more fishing ships. And can't do... Well, could do that for a dock. That Vil in the donjon is healing, at least. He hasn't managed to destroy the stable fully, though, and there will be some repairs from Monoz. And this, what little military she has forward, will be picked off by Step Lancers. At the very least, the donjons defend each other. At some point, there are maybe enough steppies from Monoz where he could push this, but not yet, especially when they don't have any upgrades, no bloodlines, no armor. Oh, he's gonna push, though. He's sending everything. He's sending all the Vils. He's sending the entire village to attack the donjons. He's got 27 Vils, 12 of them are here. That's almost half of his population. And Gabi will have 1 Vil who tries to run, but won't get far with the Step Lancer. And the 2 donjons will go down. Not a single Vil lost for Monoz there. And he's sending 2 Vils forward. Where are these Vils going? Is it workshop time? He does have control of the front of the map. There are still Step Lancers out there. Gabi's up to the Castle Age, though. Up to the Castle Age with her TC. Donjons will... What do they get when they get up to the next stage? They get a bit more HP, I think, and more garrison space. I forget the exact mechanics. I used to know that. So many new civs have been added, I forget exactly how stuff changes over time. I'll need to double check the donjons. So Step Lancer's still looking to try to get in. And then destroying some houses. There's the workshop and a mangonel. Mangonels can push the donjons, they can push the TC. I'd imagine you push the donjon, though. You have the hills there. And you also want to hit the part of the eco that's protected. Our race has co-casted IRL before. And then he's solo-casted. With Memb and Dave in the background. Alright, so Mangonel out, has a hill from which to attack the donjon. Yeah, I had to drop out to cast with T90 mid-game. Oh, the Vil's hit by the Mangonel. Gabi up to the Castle Age. Yeah, the donjon more HP now, and it can shoot more projectiles too. Oh, look at that thing go. All that 10 garrison capacity now. Vil picked off. Monoz takes the score lead now. Gabi up by 9 Vils. Or actually, it's 34 to 31 Vils, but she still has 6 fishing ships. Bodkin on... Oh my gosh, I'm worried about this army. How is Gabi's micro? Those are some weak Step Lancers. Nice quick wall to keep the steppies away. And Monoz will see those soon-to-be crossbows and run away from the gold. Use the Step Lancers still to defend the Mangonels. Crossbows don't really have a way to fight the Mangonels, and Gabi has struggled to afford the crossbow upgrade. Now she'll have another TC in the back. I feel like she's ahead, but Monoz at least does have the score lead. She will look for Vils on that wood line. No ballistics, but crossbows should have the right timing. He has a 3rd Mangonel. Gabi will try to repair the TC and hold for a bit. One of those villas is standing idle and not repairing, but she is getting in on the wood line, and that will be 5 villagers down for Monoz. That watchtower is weak from the donjon, but the crossbows probably still don't want to dive under it. And the vills are running, but they're being hit by the mangonels. She has to about face and turn in another direction. The step lancers finish off the TC. She'll have to run to her second TC. At least she still has a TC. And forward monastery, crossbows picking off more vills on the wood line though. Still no ballistics, but they're doing damage. It's a 10 to 16 vill KD for Monoz, as the step lancers have killed quite a few vills earlier on too. There's your voice after 2 hours. I used to. I've gotten better at talking for a long time. I can definitely feel it, like, in the morning, though, the next day. And it's Huang time. It's Huang time. Gabi did get Huanged by that TC. And she will garrison this donjon and try to use all those arrows to destroy mangonels. And she hit the repairville. Hitting the repairvilles would be clutch. Now she's still on the outside with those crossbows, forcing Monoz off of wood. The only units Gabi has are crossbows, and she can't realistically engage that many step lancers and mangonels with only crossbows. But Monoz he doesn't have any wood. He doesn't have any wood to repair the mangonels. Wait a minute, he is completely off of wood. 0 vills on wood. The crossbows will dive under the tower, and as the donjon goes down, the mangonels will not have repairs. He has to buy wood to repair the mangonels, and she now is under the tower, and Monoz 0 vills on wood. 12 vills on gold, because these vills are walking off of the gold and going to this gold mine. However, this will be the death of the crossbows as the step lancers come over. She'll put the spears in the front and take the best fight she can. The vills will pop out too, and the step lancers will try to patrol stack. Monoz is not having the stack he wanted, but he will clear everything here. He's gonna lose a couple of steppies too in the process. Oh wait, what the heck? What the heck? How did the step lance? Oh, they don't have any upgrades at all. They still don't have any upgrades. And the crossbows almost win the fight. They do win the fight. And with no step lancers left, Monoz will call the GG. And suddenly, I thought he was going to clear the crossbows, but no, he lost everything. Not a single armor upgrade. No bloodlines. The step lancers have only 1 pierce armor. And what are there? 4 crossbows left stacked on that tile. His step lancers derped out a bit trying to go for that patrol stack. And he didn't kill anything. Expo's OP. Step lancers more like step pool noodles. GG. And great showing from Gabi. Only 11 vills left too. Oh, because at the same time, while that was happening, Gabi also realized Monoz needed gold. She had another group of crossbows that she sent over to this gold mine and picked off the villagers. And while Monoz was trying to get the patrol stack, he was losing villagers. So only 11 vills left. These KDs don't add up. I guess the mangonels did some self-kills too. And Gabi still with a TC and 2 donjons and 7 fishing ships. Certainly was ahead there against 49 vills to 11. Oh, that was crazy. And Oladushik, thank you very much for the raid. We just finished Gabi versus Monoz, and in about 8 minutes, we're supposed to start Daniel versus Terz. So thank you very much for the raid, and we will have another set coming up in a couple of minutes. 11 vills, everyone get your 11s in the chat. Gabi versus Grubby? We don't want Grubby to be beaten that badly. He didn't even know how to pronounce MBL. I think he needs some practice before facing Gabi. So a loss for the Mongols, win for the Sicilians. Are the Sicilians OP? Are they OP? So I'll update my title. We'll have Daniel versus Terz coming up next. And I'll make sure to update my title properly on YouTube this time and not forget about that. What is wrong with M-Block? M-Block. Thank you, Vovality, for the follow. And congrats to Gabi. But, Arbase, let me know when the drafts are going to start. Let me update my overlay for the next set. It'll be Daniel versus Terz in the Gold League. I'll update my capture age logo too. Forget about that. So thank you all, Dushik, for the raid. Thank you all for tuning in. I'll have a brief break before the drafting for the next set. Let me check my Twitch timer. Yeah, I can hold off for a moment before playing ads. So yeah, congrats to Gabi. Ooh, and how's everyone doing, hon? Are you having a good Friday, a good Saturday morning for the Aussies? A moment I can finish my coffee. Made soy sauce and sesame noodles. Now that sounds like a good Friday/Saturday morning. I'll go Friday late at night if you're British. Any Aussies here? We had Soxy here earlier. We had Kita here. She's from New Zealand, right? I always forget. Okay, what is this ping? What is this ping I'm getting from our base? Oh yeah, our base. That's the bug. That's been around for a while. Yeah, I'm not sure how to replicate that, but there are issues where unbuilt foundations sometimes are attacked by villagers. I think it started in the patch where they changed the foundation graphics. Maybe I'm wrong about that. But yeah, unbuilt foundations. They shouldn't have to deal with mangonels. I think other things can do it too. Yeah, there's a bug I've seen going around where players go to place castle foundations, but the enemy has a building atop the castle foundation, and then somehow their villagers can attack the unbuilt foundation and destroy it, and there's 650 stone down the drain. That is a thing that's been going around. So Daniel versus Terz. I won't look at the Gold League standings because I think Fire Sobek is going on right now. But we can look at the Silver League standings for a moment and see the results of Gabi's set. Oh, they postponed again. All right, they postponed again. So we don't have Fire Sobek then. We'll just have Daniel Terz, and that'll be our last set. So let's look at the Silver League. There you go, Gabi, 7-2 in her games. But she did lose her first set to Husiel. Husiel, though, won 3-0 over Lamo, but did lose 2-1 to Cosmonaut. Did I cast that? I've casted so many, I've forgotten what I've casted. Gabi, first place in the group, and she still has Cosmonaut and Lamo remaining. That'll be a good set against Cosmonaut. Right now, Cosmonaut and Husiel in second, with Cosmonaut taking the tiebreaker head-to-head over Husiel. Group D, Stark still dominating as he has been. He'll play Nawe and then Dennis remaining, but he's 9-0 so far. The only player undefeated in silver. You get a bug where the AI on hardest crushes you repeatedly. It's all due to the fact they convert your castles, right? That's a bug. AI converting castles sometimes from range. Stark is a menace? Well, he's about to be a golden menace. Alright, so since I think we'll probably have a few moments before they start drafting, why don't I myself just take a break? And then we'll get going in a couple minutes when they're ready. I'll remove the Fire Sobek set from my YouTube description, and this will be our final set for tonight. So thank you all for watching. Hope you enjoy the 5 sets of TTL. And do we have a draft? Oh, we do have a draft. Wait, we do have a draft. Alright, never mind. Who is favorite? I have no idea. Whoever prepares more, I think, is favored. And did we have the Civ draft? Just the map draft. I'll put the draft up when we get both of them. gonna pick a favorite by game length. I think if it's super short or super long, then maybe Terz wins. If it's mid-length, then Daniel. Hello, baskets. Everyone type Lons in the chat for baskets. So, alright, like I said, I'm going to take a very quick break. I'll be right back. Alright, we are back. And have the draft going. We'll have Burgundians and Britons for Terz. Britons highly picked. And Koreans there for Daniel. Monocle game 1, then Quarry for Terz and Valley for Daniel. And Ivy, hello! Ivy, I got your card. It's on my desk. I need to open it. Long bowmen shoot long they do. Rawr. And Baron. Hello, Baron. Hope you're having a good Friday. What is Lons? What is Lons? Oh, and Crab's here. Hello, Crab. Crab ready to watch Daniel versus Schmurz. Yeah, we did just cast the Gabi set. If you want to go back in the VOD and watch that. Do we need an exclamation mark Lons command? Chat, what is Lons? Vanilla, what is Lons? Do we have a basket sub? Someone who subs to basket, type a Lons in the chat for us. So, welcome in everyone to our final TTL set of the day. And then unfortunately we will have a gap until 16 GMT tomorrow. Until we get more TTL. A long, barren period of no TTL. Hello, Buck Pucker. Welcome in on YouTube. And just about finished with the Civ draft. Persians. How are Catans so low on the Civ draft? Does Terz think Britons are going to be a really strong quarry Civ? And then Burgundians feel like the Civ to fight with militia on Monocle, whereas Daniel went longswords for Armenians. And he might also go Georgians for the hunt in the middle with the meal cart like we saw Yo do on Valley. And Turks for Terz. Does he want Turks for quarry? And I imagine it's Persians or Catans for Valley. 18 hours with no tournament games? What is this, 2025? You're in London? Is that Lons? The first 4 letters are the same. Close enough as far as I'm concerned. Jam today. Alright, so as they'll probably get the lobby hosted in just a minute. Let me reset the ad counter and then look for the lobby. What is here? What is here? You did hear your name. Only a different spelling. And I guess there's a slight phonetic difference between Baron and Baron. But it's a very subtle phonetic difference. And oh, my OBS is on this monitor. I always lose track of where OBS is. So, in gold, look at the ELOs added once they actually, I don't need to add it. It's live. Hello, Hackor. Low ends. Lons over 2 lines. Also, chat, give me your feedback. The chat on the right side of the screen, does that background need to be darker for it to be legible? Names such as Baron or Crab, who are in that dark purple, don't really show up all that well. Does it need to be larger, too? How's the size? The names take up a lot of space, but that's just Twitch chat. It's good, it's fine. Alright, alright. Totally fine. Could be better than fine, though. I think I want to change the gradient down the side, though. I think that the cyan-colored gradient probably worked better with the Red Bull background than the video background. So I might change that. I don't know if I'll go back to white, but maybe just a full lighter cyan shade. You think it would be distracting if it's darker? Okay, okay. Maybe just I make the bottom a bit distractor. A bit distractor, a bit darker. Oh, Tantron, Lawns Tantron. There we go. Basket says Lawns. Finally, someone with the Lawns emote. I need more basket subs. And Monocle, they have launched. They have launched on Monocle. Here we go, our third set of the day. Playing a big chess tournament this weekend. Good luck. I played Lego chess when I was a child, and a king taught me how to play chess. With an Elvis, not Elvish, Elvis. Very different languages. An Elvis impersonating king. As a Lego minifigure, taught me how to play chess. And I won the elementary school chess tournament. I like the full column, though. I like the full column so that if people are watching on their TV, they see the whole chat. I think we have enough room on the out-of-game screen. I can put it there. I'm going to rearrange the camera and the scoreboard so that properly covers the rest of the space. I had it set up originally for the Red Bull ladder, which fit the space more nicely than the scoreboard does. Elvish Presley is a great pit. Some kind of Elvish, but I can't read it. There are a few who can. I also need to get more scenes for the background. I've had this for a while. And more different music tracks. Elvis has pointy ears. Also, Quigun, thank you for the follow. I was probably AFK, or otherwise just not paying attention properly, but thank you for the follow. If you hear the music, you can hear the AOM voice lines. Ostagma. And, oh, well, that's why. Sorry, chat. I didn't notice. I failed to download match content. Thanks, DE. Failed to download match content, and that's why I didn't launch. I was like, this spec delay is really long. I had capture age in front and didn't see the countdown. Sorry about that. I need a third monitor. Like the game on one, that would be very distracting if I saw the game twice. Alright, so Daniel is his flag. He is from the United States of America. Terz, he is from Germany. I think that's all the overlay setting up I have to do. So here we are. On our final set of the day, Daniel will be in the blue. He'll be playing as the Armenians. He will be lamed by Terz, who steals the boar right away, loses some HP on his scout, and a wonderful start to the game from Terz. He'll be the green Burgundians to the northeast. So Armenian longswords against Burgundian instant men-at-arms. This is Monocle. There are some fish and box turtles on the outside. I edited the map ever so slightly from previous versions. And I did two things. Terz had complained about this earlier. He said that there weren't enough spaces to place mills. So I just added a couple more spaces to place mills. There were ever so slightly fewer shorefish on the map, but there are still 120 plus, so I think it's enough. And the other thing I did, there were some cases, especially when I added a few more spots, where players would be able to place a TC on the top. And I hadn't seen that, but that wasn't the intention of the map. The intention is you can mill here, but not TC. So I added some rocks just to block off those spots. So the big rocks are saying, aha, no, you can't do a TC here. So, wait, oh, I'm sorry, Burgundians. I read that as Bulgarians. It's Burgundians. Burgundians, I'm sorry. This is the civ that makes sense here. Should you give Eli some chicken? Yes. I don't know the context, but yes. Funnel them straight to Eli. So he's going to go Flemish Militia. As we've seen so many times on these shorefish maps, you have the mill for food, and Daniel will do an early mill to make up for the stolen boar. This will just mean he needs to move the mill around a bit more in the feudal age. He'll need to move it around a bit. And we'll have Flemish Militia. I will have to see if I can replace these with a 1-tile rock instead of a 2x2 rock. That's the one thing I'd still like to change. Because then you can fit the mills in those spaces a bit more nicely. But I think it's fine. I don't think you'd go for a mill on that rock, but you would if there was space, maybe. Terz didn't use the right spot. I know, I gave him a spot. He has a mill spot right here. I'm pretty sure you could fit a mill there. I made these spots just for him, and he doesn't use it. Who is the favorite here? Well, Daniel has the higher elo. In an earlier set, though, Daniel also attempted to transport ship to do sneak ranges on Coast Arena and failed. So I don't know what that says about Terz's chances, though. I would probably say Daniel. If they're both playing at their best, I think I'd pick Daniel. But Terz is also the type of player who's going to be very well prepared for these type of maps. And a Feudal Age for Daniel. And here we're starting to see the downside of the lame, where Daniel takes the fish completely, and we'll need another mill. Have to move around this way a bit. Yeah, definitely good that Hindustanis don't have the shore fishing bonus anymore. Mongol hunt bonus will be there to stay, even though it was nerfed, so that'll still mess up a lot of maps, but Hindustani fish, at least, won't be as critical of a thought for the map designers anymore. Daniel will lose to you in USA Cup in the semifinals, and then Emu will lose to Smokey in the finals. Masty, where will you lose? And there's Terz taking the fishing ships. He's adding in a barracks. And it will be Flemish militia. Now, some Armenian spears from Daniel. Oh wait, it's spears. Does Terz have his hotkeys right? Why is he doing spears and not Flemish militia? What is Terz doing?
Bonjour. Vos orders?
Oh, there you go. Canceling the spear, making a Flemish militia. I can understand 1 spear to fight the scout, but 2? That's a lot. So Terz doing a tower among his shorefish now, trying to keep him safe. Could delay going out there because of the hunt. Hunt ever so slightly slower than shorefish, so you're probably happy to take the boars in the hunt early on. And have a longer lasting mill by virtue of making the mill later. And there is the militia, and will poke the spear. So Daniel with the Armenian Dark Age spears immediately gets thwarted by the Flemish militia. They are pretty speedy, but took them a while to walk around the map. Yeah, Mongols hunt's faster than fish, but not normal hunt. Normal hunt is ever so slightly slower. Britain's herdable is also, I think, between normal hunt and fish. Leave Terz alone. Well, I don't think Daniel wants to do that. I think Daniel wants to raid Terz. And he's going straight for archers. Okay, interesting. He's not going Armenian longswords. He's going archers. I mean, longswords and feudal should beat the militia. But it will be double range archers. All right, and Terz is not going to scout the second range. Ooh, and that's big if he doesn't see the second range, but he's turning around. And Daniel has the eco set up perfectly for double range archers, and if Terz is going fully for militia archers... Okay, yeah, he does have 1 archer, then skirms. And here's the downside of the lame. Terz will lose the scout, 2 HP left. When we saw Gabi lame on this map, she lamed with a villager and didn't lose the scout HP. Here, this could be really bad for Terz if he has no scouting information. Daniel not going to engage the army with his scout, though, and Terz will flee on 2 HP. A very weak scout now, won't be able to use it in the fight. A small advantage there for Daniel. Militia build way too fast. Imagine if the Way also had Flemish militia. Might as well with all the bonuses they have. And nice archer micro from Daniel. 2 ranges will be a lot of archers. And now he has to find a way to deal with the skirms. So the question is, will he go for a scout transition? Or will he just try to force 2 range archers, maybe add in skirms? There's fletching for him. But so far, a great fights against the militia, even against the skirms. It's another skirm dying. And Daniel has done everything right for the ranges here. Pick off the skirm and get more archers over. That's a lot of production from 2 ranges, playing this like you would a team game flank, essentially.
See. Pozot. Avutavis.
You've returned. What did you miss? A few sets earlier, but we're just starting this one. As Daniel's getting 2 ranges reducing
Pozot.
as they run forward to hit Terz's army. That army meandering about. And the archers for Daniel will stack up. Now Terz getting a few skirms out. They have fletching, they'll have armor. And Daniel will have to run away. Especially if you have a hill bonus, archers can fight skirms when they don't have armor. Once the armor comes in, Daniel will need something other than pure archer. And he's going to try to run back. He picks an archer. Oh, nicely done if Terz isn't attacking. And ooh, hello Terz's woodline. And that's a few vills going down. Archers will dodge the TC. Oh, can Terz wall the archers in? Almost. Ooh, not quite. Almost. Garrison, 1 volley of arrows gets an archer. Oh, the pathing. What is that pathing? Oh my gosh. Nilly trying to help out his fellow countryman Terz with that pathing there. The archers tried to path outside, but it was walled, so they turned around. Even though there was a clear path this way for them to go.
Bonjour.
The archers killed by the skirms. They're on their way back. And Daniel up 35 to 28 vills is a good eco lead. Terz, however, does have bowsaw. You're maybe wasting the early and cheap horse collar and heavy plow with Burgundians on this map when you're not doing farms. And it will indeed be a scout's transition from Daniel to try to fend off the skirms. So scouts and archers against skirms and Flemish militia. Teutons are literally the Galactic Empire.
Pozot. Avutavis. See. Pozot. See.
You could play Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds with AoE2 civs and try to fit them into the right roles. That was a big wall of text.
See.
Oh, Maesty's gonna copy pasta some AI generated message now.
Pozot.
Alright, chat, get your copy pastas out. Get them out of your system. Get them out of your system.
See.
So, Castle Age for Terz as he's going up. He's going up first. And 1 militia trying to harass the vills. Terz is up, but he is pretty big villager deficit. 5 to 2 eco KD. Oh, a couple of scouts trapped. What is that wall? What is that wall? They'll be trapped and killed. Or actually, no, never mind. They're not trapped. I thought there was a wall there. Never mind. Oh, T90's even getting in on the copy pasta. So archers here, they're diving the skirms. But I think there's enough scouts there. The archers just want to clear the militia so the scouts survive. And everything they're dying for Terz as Daniel wins the fight. There are a couple of skirms left. The skirms might clear the rest of the archers. There's a skirm and a militia left. Terz, nothing under the TC to garrison, so that's not shooting any arrows right now. Weakville does just manage to get in. And now Terz kind of has control of that lumber camp again. He has another one in an awkward position by the panicked blacksmith, I guess he must have thrown up there. And still taking the shorefish around the outside. He should be able to do a couple good mills out there still. And Daniel, full feudal scale barding armor, committing to more scouts. Ville's on the woodline getting picked off. And slightly ahead in KD, but now Terz is up, and Daniel, pumping scouts, is still stuck in the feudal age. And Terz with a good score lead now. Maybe I'm a bit worried for Daniel now if he's stuck feudal. And he's doing a market with his shorefish vills to try to make sure he can click. Up. And the scouts from Daniel still raiding a few vills, but Terz at least has that tower and some militia there still. And with the militia getting armor
See.
now in the castle age, should be able to push the scouts back. Remember, they do get +3 attack once the castle age comes in.
Bonjour.
Vill on the gold hit. No bloodlines for the scouts yet. I think Daniel will skip that in order to click up. Scripting the map to deny chat or Armenian demos. What, should I connect all of the beach terrain so you can sail freely around here and make this all shallow water so you can dock? And then give us Cilician fleet demos?
See.
Yes? Okay. Because Terz told me that there wasn't enough space to build mills earlier. Maybe I should have replied that there isn't enough space for demos. And then done the opposite of what he wanted by adding more water.
See.
So militia pokes down the Vill. Our base doesn't want to hold fest before the patch. Just play on the old patch. And there is Castle Age for Daniel as the Vills go running away to the TC. And the Vills are all taking one fish there. And Daniel says, no, I'm going to do another mill. Go for another mill. Those shallows are using the building foundation trick? Nope. No, they're not. These aren't shallows. This is medium and deep water. This is all done in terrain generation. These rocks are using... These rocks are universities with modified dead objects. So archers still fighting on the hill, trying to keep the militia away. But the militia now should be even better against the scouts in the castle age. Daniel almost up, falling behind quite a bit in score, even though he does have a huge villager lead. And if he can get up and do crossbow, that might swap the scores right around again. As he has 14 archers to turn into crossbows, Terz will be down by 7 vills still, as Daniel tries to stay walled up. And then we ask, what do we see next? Do we see buying stone for another TC? Do we see maybe a workshop? At 17 to 20 military, crossbow bodkin right away from Daniel. No elite skirm from Terz, even though he does have bodkin. And Daniel has to be careful about his gold supplies. Still no one going to the outside on the minimap. And a couple of houses and a palisade going up for Daniel. So he's walled at home. And now he needs to go take the hill. Crossbows will not win the foot race. Those militia are very speedy. If I can click one, 1.03 speed. I don't think he has squires yet. Okay, he does have squires. Right, with squires, they're speedy. Actually, they're a bit slower than longswords by a fraction of a tile per second. But the crossbow's over, and against the feudal age skirm, should still be able to take an okay fight. An elite skirm is on the way for Terz. No ballistics for either player, and the crossbow's not hitting the skirms. They try to shield the vills. As Daniel has started playing Migration, he'll head over to the shorefish on that side. And one knight does have forging and the first armor from the feudal age, but still doesn't want to fight the militia. Okay to fight the skirms, but not the militia. If only Armenians had a unit from their barracks that would counter this. If only they could make champions right now. But with that many idle vills, I don't think Daniel has the eco set up to make champions.
See.
And the mule carts certainly help for all the tiny, scraggly wood lines in the middle. But he didn't go for the longsword, which is quite weird. Double archery ranges feel like they could be a nice opening against the militia, but once that's scouted, the skirm transition is such an easy change. And you don't have a quick follow-up. The scouts took a long time, even with all the food. Grayson for no church rush. Well, he'll do his first church and get his own relic. Maybe he can go forward in church rush now. The churches are 3x3, so you can fit them in a couple spaces up on the top. I didn't block the 3x3 squares. Only the 4x4 squares. Terz will sit on the outside, and yeah, there are those churches on the top. And these crossbows now, if they take the hill, feel pretty scary. Terz at least does have both armors for his skirms. And it'll be elite skirm now from Daniel to follow up. And crossbows could push this maybe. Only 7 skirms. Thank you, Gabi, for the follow. Hello, Bertus. And those militia not going to try to push the church. How often Armenians have 1? Do we have win rate stats, our base, for Civ picks on this map? We have seen a lot of Armenians. Also quite a bit of Burgundians. And also Romans and Dravidians. And Koreans even. I think those are probably the top 5 civs. So scouts off of the workshop. If you had arson, he could probably destroy the church. Maybe. Militia don't have attack bonus against buildings like the longswordsmen do, though. They only get +2 from arson. Yeah, so second TC, 32 minutes in. We've had a pretty aggressive map so far, but Terz will look to recover some of that Vil difference now that he has a TC up. And Terz, he is military to the left, military to the right, and he still can't find a way to attack due to the churches. Daniel, I think he could maybe get another church over here or here. If you get a church there, he could push Terz back and take more shorefish. We've seen churches and also creposts used on this map. Yeah, we did see Bulgarians once. And this church will go up, but at the cost of a few vills who didn't garrison right away. How do warrior priests do against militia? They actually probably win that, right? They have more attack and more HP. Pretty good. Okay, here's Daniel. Here's Daniel. Crossbows pushing, and Terz will not get the university up. He will not get the university. That's a lot of skirms that Daniel's trying to push into. He'll snipe a monk and run away. Daniel cannot stay here for this fight, and Terz will get the university. He'll lose a lot of crossbows. Picked off a couple of vills, but has to run away with the crossbows. He didn't scout the TC yet, so he might think Terz is still on 1 TC. Hasn't really gotten to the outside. No ballistics for Daniel either. At least there's no ballistics for Terz yet, so he can run, and maybe if he runs, he'll scout the TC. Terz has to garrison those vills, and Daniel sees it now. He'll run around the outside, but Terz will be there with a market. And those crossbows will die to the skirmishers. I think, let's see, he right-clicked and the crossbows turned around because they couldn't pathfind anymore with that market there. And now they all die to the skirmishers, and look at those beautiful crossbows on the ground. There goes Daniel's army. On the other side, he has a mangonel. Terz trying to destroy it with a militia, but militia will go down. And Daniel will do a TC on the outside. What is his scouting? Hasn't seen the gold, hasn't seen the stone. Doesn't see any of the other resources he could be taking on the outside. He will go far away for gold, even though he could have just TC'd one. And he actually needs a bit more stone, too. He can do a mule cart on the golds. Need stone for another TC. So both players will be on 2 TCs. There'll be a slight Vil lead for Terz. By slight, I mean 1 Vil. And skirms from Terz will be coming forward as he does a workshop. And cav archers now. Daniel going Armenian cav archers against pure Burgundian skirmishers. Armenian cav archers good, no Parthian tactics, and no thumb ring. So I'm going to say no heavy cav archer. Oh, right, this is the unit. It's not that it scales poorly, it's that it doesn't scale. We'll get the blacksmith upgrades in Imp, but that's it. That market foundation's still there. And, well, Daniel, someone said he wasn't church rushing. He's defensive church rushing his own base. Trying to keep Terz's military advantage away. That's 31 to 14. Both players on 68 Vils. 69 now for Terz. Why does everyone get Cav Archer every time, regardless of the Civ? Maybe it's just a habit at this point. But they're very mobile. And this map is hard to wall, so the mobility does pay off. All these shorefish and the rock terrain on each side of the slope creates a nice barrier.
Abu Davis.
Monks want a couple of conversions on the knights, and the knights have to run. As the skirms will make their way forward. Vils on the wood line, getting hit. Vils repairing the church, under attack, ballistics. For Daniel, Terz will do another TC. Although Skirm's doing quite a bit of damage, as he's also going for rams. Oh right, ram push from Terz, 3 battering rams, pushing through the church. And when we have mostly ranged units, lots of cav archers from Daniel, he's gonna rely on the mangonel to stop the rams. And thank you, unrecognized viewer, for the recognizable follow. And well, knock down one church, another one rises in its place. These things are cheap and they're constructed very quickly. Daniel will slam that down. As the mangonel wants a hit on the skirms, the Burgundians have to run. Burgundians do have good monks. There could be redemption as an option here. Oh, and stuff lagging a bit as the cav archers and the church pick off the monks. The mangonel still looking for a hit on the skirms, and it does go down, but here come the mule carts, hopping in and out of the church. And the ram push will push the front of Daniel's base. There'll also be a castle trap at the same time for Terz. And this is looking better and better for Terz. How well will this mangonel do, though? Or rams, can it destroy all of them? The walls don't go up in time. The militia ungarrison, pressure the mangonel. No siege tower for the militia from Terz, only rams. And those militia will die to the church. Another mangonel out. He's pushing the TC. Trying to use the ram to pressure the mangonel. The Vil will block, and the Vil will attack, and the Vil will get the kill. Hero villager there, even surviving on 1 HP. Another mangonel forcing the skirms back. The castle goes up, though. The rams will go down, and the TC stays up with some repairs from Daniel. So he fends off the attack for now. He's fallen behind in Vils. At the same time, though, he's getting a nice raid. Doesn't deny the TC. It kills a handful of Vils out there. And he'll have some skirms and outposts on the outside. Terz trying to pick up relics. Daniel has that free Armenian relic right now. Terz is the monk on the opposite side of the map. Daniel and Terz, your 2 AoE crushes, says Sato. Terz now up 17 Vils. The Burgundians have the late game composition to beat the Armenians. And what are these mule carts doing? I'm pretty sure mule carts don't count as drop sites for shorefish. Well, they will move to the outside. Daniel says, I don't have enough mule carts. Let's build another one on this stone. I need more. Daniel workshop at the front, too. Daniel does have better army value. 1k. I've never looked at that stat in my life. And it's because it's valuable army, but it's fighting skirmishers. What army value doesn't tell you is how many skirms there are. How many good mangonel shots there will be. Ooh, dodges that. Now the mangonel's uphill. Hard to pick that off. Before mule cart rushing. Remember when the garrison in towers and you could still drop off on them? And okay, nice mangonel shot. Nice mangonel shot for Daniel. Gets a few skirms down. 20 Vil difference though. And oh, Terz, how did he survive that? He's on the hill. Repair Vils takes another mangonel shot. Repairs for Daniel. Terz looping back and forth. Doesn't know where to go. Trying to micro the skirms. Mangonels will chase him back. And how's his eco looking? His eco's looking like he wants to add more TCs. Probably inspired by Stark's amazing play. He'll now be up to 5 TCs. And oh look, it's a Castilier raid. Castilier raid, the Vils by the outside will have to run. And Daniel isn't noticing. He's trying to micro with the mangonels to hit the skirms and push a TC, but at the same time his own Vils are going down to the Castilier. And he's not running. He doesn't. Oh, Daniel doesn't notice this. Now it's 35 vills. About to be 40 vills if Daniel keeps losing 2 TCs versus 5. And oh, one Castilier snipes off a Mangonel. There is a shot on the skirms though. There's a shot on the skirms. The Terz keeps pulling farther and farther ahead. Daniel, he's gonna hold on though. He's not gonna resign early. He's gonna fight this out. Few vills being picked off. It's too late for him to call re, then go longswords. Yeah, 47 minutes is a bit late for a restart. In the old days when you still could call restarts, usually it was 4 minutes. So you need to time travel, both in the game and IRL to do that. Still, yeah, fended off by the TC at least. But now Terz doing a defensive castle, might lose 1 TC. Then can run back and go back to his castle as the Mangonels take this one down. Daniel would never resign early? Never. Not in a billion years. We'll see those little... They look like lily pads, those green skirms. And so it's like I placed some plants on the map to make the shallows more pretty. So vills now need to run. Terz selling some wood. Does anyone hear from the future? If you sub, you can rewind the stream and then everyone's from the future. Ooh, splash on the skirms. And Castilier go down. 4 Mangonels, but they can't push a castle. They also can't pathfind. Past the vills. Their vills get past. Or Terz. The Terz Titanic League. Cav archers pick that vill. Still a lot of skirms from Terz. This is the 134 to 79 vill difference. Huge vill lead for Terz. And oh, converted Castilier. No more raid. No more raid. I was worried more vills would die. Now, the market could go down soon for Daniel. That'll be a worry for him. He's still down by 50 vills. And I don't think this Castle Age army will cut it anymore. There finally is Bowsaw. Even with Bowsaw, it won't cut it. Still, Terz not able to click up to Imp himself. You can get very low eco games on this map, which I love. Kind of like Stranded in that regard. 2 players 50 minutes into the game, still in Castle duking it out. Whoever does Wheelbarrow first. With all the vill migrating you have to do on this map, Wheelbarrow is probably worth it early on. Does he not have Wheelbarrow? I don't know, maybe he was practicing with Nikov? He needs to learn about the eco upgrades. He did heavy plow though, he's fine. Well, you're right, as Burgundians, when it's cheap, you really do want it early. And Mangonel's hitting the TC, but Terz has plenty of TCs to spare. He just needs to make sure that when he clicks Imp, where he's almost clicking, he doesn't put it in that center TC. And oh my gosh, all those Mangonels suddenly go down to the Castilier, who run in from behind. He'll lose against the Mangonel in the front. And Daniel will run away from the Castilier with the Cav Archers. Another Mangonel coming in to hit the skirms. Nice hit on the skirms, doesn't kill any. Maybe needs a second hit. They dodge it. And there we go. First player to do Wheelbarrow is Daniel, but Terz manages to click up to the Imperial Age. Probably the easiest upgrade to forget. Grab needs to go play more Arena and forget Loom more often. And Castilier fended off by the Cav Archers. Another Mangonel, but nice micro from Terz to run the skirms away. Wheelbarrow is greater than Imp. You guys really believe in Daniel. I'm the first person to cheer for Daniel all the time. See, he was an American, but you guys believe in him even more than I do. And the skirms are even ready to raid the mule carts. Daniel's trying to make it harder to click the vills, but Terz is precise with those javelins. And castle race in the middle that Terz also will win. And since he's an imp, will also win the race for Trebs. Daniel with some cav archers won't try to deny it, even though he does see it. And there it is for Terz. He'll snipe off a couple of vills with the castle. Daniel with his own rams now, but harder to do a ram push against Terz's castle since he does have a melee unit. And he will do two-man saw now. Two-man saw at the same time as wheelbarrow. At least he remembered wheelbarrow. Now he'll need handcart. And Terz is indeed floating some wood. Doesn't have that much farming space on the outside, to be fair. And Daniel has been pressuring around the top of the hill for a while. And he'll call the GG. So Terz will do it 1-0. Well, Daniel sees Imp, calls GG before two-man saw comes in. Both players with wheelbarrow. Daniel even did handcart, but it's not enough for him. GG. And there was also a castle about to be denied in the back for Daniel. So doubt castle. And Terz goes up 1-0. And Deacons of the Yeet, thank you for the follow. That's 200 to 172 for the KD for Terz. Better eco for him as well. Faster castle age time by about 5 minutes. And the double range opening for Daniel. Interesting. I don't know if Armenians are the civ for it, though. Maybe you want to go Japanese for the cheaper mills in that case? But right away, starting from the lame from Terz, that was a game. Felt like he controlled. I like the Dark Age Spearmen from Daniel, but they're so far apart that didn't even manage to turn the edge for him. It's a win for the Burgundians and then a loss for the Armenians. Alright, so next will be Valley. It'll be Valley, and it'll be Georgians for Daniel and Khitans for Terz. So if you were around earlier today, we did see Yo make good use of the Georgians and the mule carts on this map. Could Daniel think he could defeat the winner of Hidden Limbao? Well, maybe he doesn't know who it is because it was hidden. I don't think we'll ever know. For sure. I mean, you have to trust the admins and all the players not to be faking us out. Alright, just checking Twitch, making sure everything's set up. Another Armenian loss on Monocle. I'm thinking Longsword Rush just isn't it. Well, that wasn't a Longsword Rush, though. That was a different strat. Our base is sleeping. What is this? Our base doesn't sleep. And alright, loading into the game. And here we are on Valley. Let me stay hydrated then. Arbace needs to wake up at 3 a.m. to watch baseball. Arbace needs to sleep so he can play baseball. 3 a.m. is like 3 hours from now. How many chickens are there? Chat asked how many chickens there are. Let's see if I can double click all of them. I think there are 3 types of chickens. I want to count them and not the hares. That's not a chicken I'm clicking. That's a chicken. There are only 2 types of chickens here. Oh, nope, there's more chickens. There we go. Right there. All right. There are 24 plus 6 plus 6. So 36 chickens. 2,700 food. If you're interested in the hares... oh gosh, that's 106 hares. Are the hares not random? Oh no, there are more hares than just that. Hold on. There are also 22 additional hares. So that's 128 hares on the map. And also up to 10 ibex / deer in the middle. Terz will be pushing one of them back to his TC. Daniel will be forward with his scout, almost blocked the lumber camp, trying to go for the diagonal hit on the Vil. So Daniel will be the blue Georgians to the northwest and Terz the green Khitans to the southeast. Daniel, don't think he'll steal the boar, but he'll probably steal 2 sheep. Don't let me jinx him. Oh, yeah, Daniel, so close to doing the lame, so close to pulling off the lame. Just misses it. I mean, you missed the sheep by a hair. What will Daniel do with the Georgians? Well, he does start with a free mule cart, and that means he can use the mule cart to scout his base a bit while running forward with the scout. Oh, he gets them. He loops back and he gets the sheep. There's a hill by the boar. Will he steal this? Will he? Oh, he's going for it. He's going for it. Yes, he does it. He steals the boar. Let's go. Is Terz? Ooh, Terz doesn't see that. He fails. Daniel, no. You had it, Terz. Terz didn't scout it. You would have been in the clear. Well, yeah, get some Fs in the chat to pay respects for the scout's HP. Lost at the boar. And no, 1 sheep. I think the other one was taken back from Terz. But Daniel does at least get a sheep. Well, as I was saying earlier, the mule cart is a nice scout, and the ability to do mule carts means you can take the hunt in the middle. The downside of mule carts compared to mills, though, is that you can't take the shorefish from them. I think you can gather from the shorefish, then right-click a hare and drop off at the mill, but that's a lot of trouble if you're trying to go men-at-arms or micro. And Daniel, after failing at the lame, will content himself with an ibex push, and might also need to pick up his sheep. He does see them. Terz can't lose, says Masty. I'm sure Masty's a big Terz fan. And the scout gave the boar a haircut. That's the best way to think of it. Scout gave the boar a haircut. And Gybex is in, taken under the TC. Nice push from Daniel. And he'll immediately go grab his sheep. And he will click up on 18 population. So 18 pop with loom. That'll be an 825 up timing if he clicks up without idle time. Will he? It'll be close. It'll be close. There he goes. 5 seconds of idle time. So 1830 up timing from him. Lots of people in chat playing Terz. Everyone changing the percentages now. So militia from Daniel and men-at-arms to put pressure on Terz while he goes to control the middle. Sounds like a plan. Terz, not worried about the middle, will use the Khitans to add pastures. And I expect him to stay at home and pasteurize the area around his TC. He'll do a barracks too to try to protect the berries. A little bloodless. Everyone in chat loves Terz, don't you? So feudal age for Daniel, and there go the militia. As soon as they go forward, he'll need to drop off some gold, but he'll get man-at-arms. There he goes. And the berries mostly walled. Barracks in front of them, but Terz not doing anything from it just yet. He'll probably want a stable when he goes up. Goes up on 20 pop, though. A bit late for the Khitans. And so far, no one taking anything in the middle. Daniel not going there with the mule cart. We saw Yo, I think, had a very good strat of spreading the mule carts out to the sides on his set. And, ooh, Vil trying to wall from Terz, but his first mistake, that Vil will be on the outside. He'll try to Alcatraz her, but won't get the wall successfully, and that's 1 Vil down. Daniel having a nice success with his early man-at-arms push. And Terz going for the stable. I'd see a lot of players at this point give up on the stable and just do the archery range now. But Terz committing to the stable. Well, if Terz says he's a great singer, and do we have karaoke Terz somewhere? If he wins the set, do we have to interview him and make him sing? And And domestication plus double-bit axe for Terz. Domestication, the equivalent of horse collar that adds food to the pastures. And some walls for Daniel, going for a very compact wall, it would seem, using the stone. He can go for that potato wall around his base. Very compact, and the gold is very far forward, though. So hard for him to wall that. Hard for Terz to take gold, too. This one's kind of in the back, but it is pretty wide open near it. Getting 3 pastures. 3 pastures with domestication. Sing for 20 minutes. That's a lot of Terz singing. Where's Varian? Varian likes to sing. Hello, Timber. So, archer, spear, men-at-arms forward. Daniel forced the quick walls earlier. Terz has to run from the mill now that the archers are here. Terz will add in a range after the stable. So, looking still for forging, but the range will slow that down a bit. Terz will have to get some more HP on that wall, but with 3 men-at-arms and an archer behind this, Terz will have to pull more vills if he wants to keep them out. And is there arson? No arson in yet for Daniel. Daniel will come around the back with some scouts. I don't think he wants to engage against 4 men-at-arms. Scouts do not have forging for the +2 now yet. And Daniel will lose control of the scout for a moment, and that'll wander off to fight Terz's scouts. Not what he wants. Now a skirmisher will come around for Terz. Daniel's eco is still completely peaceful as he's trying to get himself walled up and will add in his own blacksmith. Storm will try to focus the archer if it can, or the spear. Spear is maybe the scarier unit. Yeah, it looks like he's trying to focus the spear. Daniel has to be careful with the HP on the scout now. Down to 9 HP. Men-at-arms still push the skirms back. And full skirm from Terz. They do train faster as the Khitans along with their scouts. So, basically a combination of the Britain and Huns bonuses. I'm sure faster working ranges and stables, respectively. Skirms faster and scouts faster. And, ooh, Daniel, don't run into the TC. Okay, Terz doesn't garrison. He pulls back. Still nothing on Daniel's side of the map, and still no one taking the hunt in the middle. Will this be another game that brings us to an hour 40 before people take the hunt? A repeat of Jordan Dogal. I fear that it might be. Here's another house for Daniel, as he has a bunch of farms at the front. And skirms hit the scout goes down by the house. Men-at-arms will run back and forth, and the archers will attack the house. Still full skirm defense from Terz. Not that the Khitans particularly mind that. Daniel will be training more archers. Again, it'll be full archers into skirms. And the men-at-arms running into the TC, dodging some TC shots. Dangerous territory for Daniel. I think he does eat an arrow or two. 1 minute idle TC, balancing out the eco damage he did. True that, as Terz is actually up in eco and has Khitan pastures. And now he has 8 pastures. Good spot for a 9th and a 10th by the TC. 8 safe pastures. And fletching finally for Terz. He will pick the spear regardless. Daniel dance. Does Daniel have a dance emote? And Jimmy T, thank you very much for the follow. And Skirm's still cleaning the archers, but everything will die for Daniel. And Terz says, I don't have enough pastures, let's add some more. Another group of archers at the front, but again, scouts and skirms, especially with forging for the scouts now, for the Khitans, should be able to deal with that. Daniel has a nice score lead. Has collected are slightly more for Terz. Daniel adding in quite a few farms, 15 himself. And doesn't look like any player is thinking of castle yet. Now, if you're the Georgians and you're against the Khitans, what's the end goal here? Is it Fortified Church Eco? Will that beat a Pasture Eco? Pastures are so strong, I don't know if it would. Yeah, this wall, that's what you gotta do sometimes if you don't have anywhere to wall. It's not gonna use the gold as part of the wall, and I think rightly so. Wants the wall in front of it. Oh, spawn towers. You're right against about spawn towers. Yo used them very effectively earlier. And could go for the same strat, wall and boom into spawn towers. How do they beat spawn tower? What are they? Oh, they have heavy rocket carts with siege engineers. I guess that is like having siege onager of a different flavor. Another stable in the back from Terz, not showing the stable either. Khitans could be going cav archers, so not showing that means you're forcing Daniel to scout more to determine if it's stable units or cav archers. And there is wheelbarrow for Terz. As Daniel comes forward now with bloodlines, no other upgrades on the scouts, and only double bit axe on his eco. Terz is pretty far ahead in upgrades. Scores will flip back and forth. Daniel with more military, but now these are Khitan scouts. The archers do not want to be downhill when they fight. The valley does mean you can camp fairly well on both sides. Skirm still forward, and the armies will bypass each other, just passing. Do you have some T90 just passing emotes? Can you throw them in the chat? Give us some just passing emotes. And, oh, the spear will scout the skirms. Now, Daniel himself pretty well walled. Tower on his gold, spear ready to find scouts. And Daniel says, oh no, you're not going to come this way. I will send my army back to deal with that. Well, I'll send a couple of scouts. And he will wall. Yes, he walls in time. The spears will start poking the scouts. Will the vills on the tower be walled? They will garrison. But the scouts will run in anyway. And these vills will need some quick walls. And on the house, killed. Terz up to the castle age. All the scouts pouring forward. What's that going to be? Triple stables from Terz? When we go step lancers or will we go full light cav? Full light cav might even make sense on this map. As long as it's completely open, and so far it is. I think you should do an eco play. Boo, we want heavy cav archers. We want Terz to do everything all at once. He's doing armor now, castle age. We did see Terz as Magyars on Mudflow go for an all-in 4+, 5+ stable light cav play. Very different situation though, but I imagine the Khitans could do something similar with their farming eco. 3 stables now. And he doesn't want to fight before upgrades, and especially not before castle age, and he can do another attack or armor upgrade. Probably do the attack upgrade as the Khitans. And wheelbarrow is on the way for Daniel. And there is the castle age. There's the castle age. I have a market in the back for Daniel, as these scouts keep running around in the back. And big scout fight, but pastoralism and light cav, the farm upgrade and the light cav upgrade for Terz. Still, he'll want iron casting as soon as he can get it. Daniel trying to get a good number of crossbows out. Scores are still really close, but Daniel, just doing horse collar now, just clicks up to the castle age, has 25 farms, along with some reseeds that he added without horse collar. That is painful, and now Terz with the light cav will attack a house and force Daniel to wall behind that. He's looking to break in, and he's going to be relentless with a forward workshop. Some scouts for Daniel are in. No forging, though, only bloodlines, so vills can run for a bit, especially since the vills do have a wheelbarrow. That's 3 total vill kills now for Daniel. And Terz right now, he's the Khitans, he could do a couple of camels if he wanted to clean this. I think that'd actually be smart. 2 camels, and then you go back into your light cav. There's a market for him. Did I miss anything today? There was a big copy pasta about Teuton town centers. And ooh, some of those Catan Light Cav did get in for Terz. Maybe they ran in through the... Oh, the gate's opening. Losing must have ran in through the gate. The ambulance might be for them, though, as the archers are here to clean them. Hills. Ooh, Catan Light Cav will slaughter Hills very quickly. But not going for it, turning around. And Light Cav down on the other side. A couple scouts from Daniel not being able to scout the wood line. And now the Catans want to push. That stable's being hit. Spear poked away by the Light Cav. And Terz looking for a way in. Will his siege get forward? There are his rocket carts. Crossbow Bodkin being clicked for Daniel, who does have a Vil lead. And as the Georgians with fortified churches might be able to use churches to stop the rocket pushes. If you see you're stopped in your Terz, maybe you swap to picking up relics and then adding TCs. Doing iron casting now. Is that the right decision, or should he be booming? Oh my gosh, what are you doing? No, Daniel, no, not like that. Not against the rocket cart. Well, that's not how you want a patrol stack. Terz, at least he only got one shot there, and the crossbows can go heal. That is not what Daniel wanted with those crossbows. That's not how you patrol stack against rocket carts. Oh no. Oh, Daniel. Iron casting and husbandry on the way for Terz. He's investing into those light cav upgrades. Still no extra TCs from him. He's looking just to push and win with pastures. Doesn't want to stay up all night. It's late for him. And it's past midnight. So he will invest all of his eco not into a boom, but into a push. One knight for Daniel, but the light cav with their extra attack, maybe they even could fight that. Monks now to help deal with the knights too, and a few camels there to fight the knights. What is this pathing? There, the knight goes down. And that gate won't stay up for long if the Hindustanis were to attack it. Fortified church at the front for Daniel, and he does get it up before the rocket cart hits anything. And lucky for Daniel, it targets a house instead of some vills. And more camels to deal with the knights. I like the unit composition from Terz, adding in the camels. After seeing the knights. Hindustani, no Hindustanis, no attack bonus. Just extra attack. Which I guess is as good as an attack bonus. Against the 0 building armor of the tower. And tower hitting the rocket cart. Oh, crossbows! No, Daniel! Oh, well, that was the damage from earlier coming back to haunt him. Oh, losing the repair bills, too. Those are some weak crossbows now. Will he suffer one more shot? Ooh, he dodges, he dodges. This is risky, though. He's dodging so far. He destroys the rocket cart. He's fine, he's fine. Just lost the crossbows. Oh, go, the gate's open, the gate's open. And Terz decides to run in. He doesn't keep it open. He's just in, and he's going to dive the tower. Indeed looking like the Hindustanis with light cav and camels attacking the tower. Extra attack. Oh, there's a church. He's not going to fight that, though. He's going to wander around and try to find an area that doesn't have churches. His search will be unsuccessful, so he'll just stand ground underneath the church. A spear doing work at the same time, though, the light cav pushing forward. This tower at the front about to go down to the camel, and Daniel will start losing vills. He has to garrison some of them, but the rest are weak. And Terz on this 1 TC push. He took a bit of damage from night raids, but nothing a few camels can't clean. He'll do a second TC himself to add eco behind this. And of Daniel's 42 vills, 36 are idled. He has 7 non-idled vills. And the cav archers are in desperation mode, trying to clean all the camels. What is a strategic resignation, Bloodless? What is so strategic about it? A tough job market. Still has 28 idols. I love how that rocket cart shot came in 2 halves. The first half weakened all the crossbows, and the second half killed all of them.
Timur.
Now, Terz at least will lose forward vills. No, he won't. No, he won't. No ballistics on the cav archers, and that vill will not be picked off. Now, do we have Terz copy pasta? I bet we have lots of Terz copy pastas, chat, don't we? I bet we do. I should update the bot to detect copy pastas and join in. Cav goes down to the church. And the monk will fend the cav archers off. At least this keeps the chat engagement high. We've like multiple copy pastas. Did I get rated? I didn't get rated. This is just the Terz fans jumping into the viewership category now. All the Terz fans staying up past midnight with Terz to watch his gameplay. And the rocket carts fending the cav archers back. Daniel now, oddly enough, he's only down 20 vills. It feels like this should be worse. He is back to 0 idols. 0 idle vills now after that devastating raid earlier. Oh, nice rocket carts on the cav archers. And they split, The last moment, Terz trying to get the relics. Has a second relic garrisoned. Room, that's the sound the siege towers make. I don't know if anything else really goes room like they do. Maybe Berber trade cogs. Hello, Borwen. Thank you. I'm good. This is probably one of the favorite matchups I could cast, Daniel Terz. And okay, Daniel's trying to do a TC, and he deletes a wall so he could pathfind. I was afraid he wouldn't have a path out there for a moment. Rocket carts, can they hit the cav archers? Terz, ooh, doesn't split the shots up. And, ooh, one single rocket shot there. As the rocket cart does go down to the cav archers. And they'll dodge another shot, pick off the monk first, then the rocket cart gets a couple of rockets to land on them, but doesn't get a kill. And now it's a fight on the hill with the camels. Daniel running straight into the fight. Terz doing his own cav archers now, because why not? Everyone wants to go cav archers. 2026. Everyone learned from 2025 that cav archer is a good thing. And Daniel's still with that forward gold. Oh, those vills, remember when they opened a path to pathfind to the TC? Well, they didn't make it. The cav archers are there, and Daniel will call the GG. Finally calls it 50 villagers, 50 idle. And is that just a capture age thing? Maybe that's just realistically how his eco is. Now they're just all idle because he resigned. Here's heavy cav archer, the castle age heavy cav archer just finishing for Terz. And GG, Terz dominating so far. And that was Daniel's home map. He had the civ he wanted, the Georgians. 92 to 77 KD for Terz. Daniel picked the Georgians, but he didn't go forward to take any of the hunt early on. Maybe that's just he was worried about the Khitans and their scouts and didn't want to go forward. But Khitan's OP again. Khitan's OP. And once again, the Khitans falling towards the end of a draft. Check the time. Alright. So that is 2-0 for Terz. And Daniel loses Valley. And he will lose with the Georgians against the Khitans. Khitans fell very, very low in the draft. But next we will have Quarry, and I imagine this is Koreans against Britons. But that's a matchup I think Britons lose quite handily. Although I don't know, maybe Turks? I don't know what civ actually handles the Koreans. Gabi was very effective with Turks on bypass, and Quarry also kind of a closed map. Gonna go full degen laming forward vills. Does he pick Maya then if he wants to go laming? That could be an option for him. And let's see, Quarry. Let's go. Capture age open. There we are. T90 with the roller coaster tycoon emote. We need some Marcel Voss subs in the chat to spam some more roller coaster tycoon emotes. All right, let's stay hydrated at the start of the game.
No.
Well, welcome into Terz's home map. Daniel asks how many boars there are, and Terz politely says 2. As Daniel didn't scout his boar by 1 tile, and now is worried that he doesn't see where they are. Oh no. Well, he has one at least. He has one at least. There are lots of deer in the middle, and Terz giving Daniel the ability to push deer. So last time we saw Daniel's home map in one of his earlier sets. Not the 15-minute set against the Duzu, but an earlier set. He went for Coast Arena as his home map, and tried to do a transport ship to land villagers and make archery ranges. But doing that against a player who has a dock and fishing ships and seawalls was very easily revealed and did not work out. So Daniel, so far, T90's hypothesis of full aggro lame mode has not come to fruition, as Daniel with Koreans versus Britons is probably thinking, maybe this isn't a matchup for Fire Lancers right away, but I can use the War Wagon, the other strength of the Koreans. The Britons won't have any cav, but I can go War Wagons, force some skirms, and then go Fire Lancers. You can go for keeps, and the only thing the Britons really can do then will be War Wolf Trebs. You could see War Wolf versus War Wagon. Danny Boy is definitely our best player, and maybe our least prepared. Both of those things can be true. Both of those things can be true. I mean, that was also true about Spring, when he was our best player. Maybe that's just the curse of the Americans. So what do we have here from Terz? A forward barracks. And on Quarry, we do also have these 50 wood reeds along the sides of the map. You can chop through those and then go try to raid on the outside. You can also wall behind them. It would be pretty sick if siege towers could hop these. They can't, but would be awesome if they could. Baskets is 2K. He's higher elo than those baskets on the docks that are knocked over, spilling the apples everywhere. IRL baskets holds the apples. He's 2K too. Look at the skill from baskets. So pre-mill drush from both players, it looks like. Or Daniel just opting to skip the mill. He's doing loom and will go up. So second Dark Age building will be the barracks for Daniel. Not investing into the militia yet. Might go for the men-at-arms on the way up. Will he be able to click after loom? Always hard to tell after the boar vills drop off. Won't quite have the food. Okay, there he goes. 2 seconds of idle time, not that bad. Drops off the food and on his way up, sends some more vills to wood. His res will be in the back as they are on this map. And he'll head to the back wood line to keep chopping. Everyone's going to lose to probably Butter in USA Cup.
Ready.
But we have it to figure out who comes in second.
Ready.
It's like Hera or Old School Viper. We still have second place. Mining camp on the gold for Daniel. And militia now for Daniel, but Terz is here. And is Daniel aware of the militia? Yeah, yes, he sees the militia. Those Korean vills with extra line of sight, great at stopping or being aware of the drush at least. And 2 militia drush against Koreans. Honestly, kind of hard to pull off. Such nice line of sight around your drop sites that Daniel's able to wall inside. Question for Daniel then is, does he go forward or does he stay back to try to clean the drush, and his answer is let's go forward. He's the Koreans, and he looks like he'd love to do a tower on the berries. He will be up significantly faster than Terz, so if those militia get forward, then it should be tower time. This Basket's copying a copy pasta that a bot would have otherwise. Basket's being his own bot. He's an AI now. Archery range on the hill forward for Daniel. Terz is going to pull the drush back. Daniel will scout that it's on its way back. And Man-at-Arms on the way. And he'll try to break through the houses. Archery range, so a defensive tower here from Terz might work out. One of the small updates I made to the map is there were random spots of cracked terrain where the dirt and the grass are intersected. I got rid of that so players don't randomly have one player with weaker walls. So the Men-at-Arms will have to break through that house of their own accord, and immediately we have a defensive tower from Terz. After he sees that tower from Daniel, Daniel will get an archer out though, and the Men-at-Arms still fighting the militia. As the archer comes forward, Man-at-Arms will be upgraded for Terz. 10 seconds, so he won't turn and fight on that hill, but could run to the second hill. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Man-at-Arms is in as he has the hill advantage. Scout goes for the archer. That archer key to the fight. It looks like Daniel will win the fight, though. Daniel wins the fight, keeps 2 Men-at-Arms alive, and starts amassing more archers. He can delete that tower and rebuild it over here to try to break in. He'll do exactly that. This tower still will be able to deny the berries. So Daniel maybe has something working so far this game. Looking to pick up a win here. Doesn't want to go down 3-0 to Terz. Your keyboard is wrong. That's okay. I spilled coffee on a keyboard once. Immediately it killed the keyboard. So market on the way for Terz. And Archer is still trying to break through. Tower goes up for Daniel. And will he be able to break through? That's the question. Market walling from Terz will only go so far if the towers can move around and the Men-at-Arms are still there. Koreans do have arson as an option. Daniel could always add more Men-at-Arms if he really wants to apply pressure in Feudal. And remember, if these towers stay up until the Castle Age, they freely become upgraded to guard towers. The Koreans a great save to go forward with this type of pressure. We'll have the forward blacksmith from Daniel. It is pretty hard to push uphill against these walls when Terz can defend with archers. No fletching yet for Daniel, but he does have the free Korean armor, so that'll help him out in the archer fight. And Britons, remember, they won't get any free range until they get up to the Castle Age, where they'll get their first +1. In the Feudal Age, they just have the faster working ranges. The ranges that were nerfed a bit. Used to be 20% faster, now they're only 10%. That's the team bonus. And, oh, the market's down. Did Terz delete that? Wait, what? Maybe he deleted and thought he has enough archers now? Okay, well, the Men-at-Arms are in. Daniel will look to raid with archers. This is a bit of a risk if he dives in too far, because then it could be rewalled. He wants to keep enough archers by the tower to prevent that. Who's my favorite other Travis? Honestly, I've had so many experiences recently where I accidentally get handed food from other Travises at restaurants. I try to pick up my order. That it's going to come down to whoever orders the best food. Whoever accidentally enters the name Travis and has food started delivered to my address, that'll be my favorite. More archers forward for Daniel. And, oh, wait, look at this. Terz has the perfect gold mine shape. Look at that. That is ideal for him. Not a 7-tile gold in that shape, though. Only a 5-tile gold. Well, that looks beautiful. He has the perfect mining camp. And even if he loses the game, he's got to be satisfied with that mining camp. And more market walls. We have a bit of a lag spike, and the Vil will be pushed back by the archers. The gold predicted he'll lose and needs a bit of a spirit boost. If I dox myself, I might get more food delivered. Oh, ooh, look, Daniel has one of those golds too. He has a V. That's a V for victory for Daniel. Terz has just a greater than sign.
Yay.
The Britons have extra range? No, they don't. Happy the Andy knows the answer to that question.
Yay.
Yeah.
Ready.
Ready. Yay.
Piggy. Yeah.
Fletching finished for Terz. Finally, he gets fletching. Now he is the range to match Daniel's archers. But he's going full skirms. Do the Koreans mind if your opponent goes skirm? No, they have fire lancers now. They have fire lancers that can counter the skirms. And looking at those res collected, Daniel's very close to clicking up. He's applied all this pressure to Terz, forced the farms to go super far away from the TC. At least he does build a mill out by them. I can't drop off at the house. And now Daniel will go to a lumber camp out by that gold mine. And he's got to be tempted for a mining camp on that gold soon. A skirm war? I don't think you need to declare that. I think that's just declared every game. And Castle Age. Castle Age for Daniel. Horse collar on the way. Oh, Terz's eco is horrible. No eco upgrades, no double bit axe, no horse collar, no wheelbarrow. And Koreans feel like, honestly, I think they are a pretty good counter save to Britons on this map.
Piggy.
Late game Britons against Koreans I really don't like. I guess the good thing they could do is if they do elite longbows. This isn't AOC, they still would outrange the heavy rocket carts and be decent against the bombard cannon. But even then, it's kind of tricky to use them against Upseong towers where you're relying on trebs. And you're playing dodgeball with Warwolf trebs versus bombard cannon. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm glad my chat can count to 10.
Ready.
准备.
That's how we know we have the best chat. You know your numbers. AOE2 only has 8 players, but you're not restricted to counting to 8. Castle Age for Daniel. I remember years ago I was playing a game when the Koreans had their extra range on Mangonel's bonus swapped to more minimum range. And I thought, oh, I'm Britons, my crossbows have the same range as Mangonel's. Let's get within their minimum range and win the fight, which was the opposite of the thought process I needed. Because they no longer had the extra range, and I ran with their minimum range and got splattered, because they had less minimum range, and it was a sad day for my crossbows.
Grayton.
More sad for me,
Grayton.
but very sad for the crossbows too. Odds are very good Daniel does not know about our self-siege tower nerf. Well, he's doing the forward workshop, so he's in position for siege towers. He's got the fire lancers on the way. Well, you'll find out about it soon enough. Honestly, I think the siege tower still will be decent for getting fire lancers in position under the TC. If you're going pure crossbow, I think you lose to the siege tower anyway. Well, he's going for rocket carts. He's not even doing the siege tower. And I guess the counter to Britain crossbows at this stage would be more Korean keeps. Or guard towers, at least in the Castle Age. Doesn't go for a ram. Not the arena clown opening with a ram.
Piggy.
Rocket Cart Fire Lancer with Bowsaw on the way, not skipping his eco upgrades. Terz will use the Britain's cheaper TC bonus to add in one more TC. Only on one range though, and it'll have to be a workshop to defend, which doesn't bode well against the Fire Lancers that can run in and snipe off Mangonels. Primary unit, even if it's infantry. And being a melee unit is great against Mangonels. Maybe the problem would be Britain crossbows outranging the rocket cart. So Daniel might need some more towers up to make sure he can get the rocket cart in the right position. He doesn't care about the nerfs. He knows the mental damage of a siege tower will invoke the survivalist effect and grant Terz minus 200 elo debuff. Do you really want to debuff someone's elo though? That just means you lose more points if you win the game.
Mandatum.
Maybe you want to buff their elo. Or so you lose more points if you lose the game and win fewer points if you win the game. You want to buff their elo but debuff their skill. Problem is we brought logic to the situation. I think chat brought all the logic tonight. You managed to count to 10. That seems pretty logical. And will the rocket carts hit the crossbows? No. Terz microing properly. He's not going to patrol stack into the rocket cart shots.
Ready.
We'll see if I jinxed him there.
Yeah.
Mandatum.
So another guard tower up, but Daniel having trouble pushing, and behind this will now be a third TC for Terz. Daniel may be deciding, okay, the push isn't going as fast as I want it to, I'll add my 3 TCs too. He'll take out the archery range, open up some more room at the front for attacking the TC, and still has a hero villager trying to construct the guard tower. It looks like that'll go up eventually. Rocket cart's still downhill though, that makes this pretty easy to defend. And it's a very low HP Mangonel. Guard tower will destroy it. Repairs just not in time for Terz. Oh, counting to 20. And it'll just be boom time for Terz. Simple boom time. Good way to nerf fire lances is to make them cost food, not wood. That might be a nerf. Rocket carts attack the market. Market 42 HP, about to go down. And down it goes, so Terz losing the market. Pretty open at the front of his base if Daniel were to rocket cart these palisades. Makes it easier for him to micro. Also can get the top of the hill for microing too. TC doesn't quite cover everything on the top. And the guard tower is able to hit the TC. Oh yeah, also archers in the towers. Fire lancers also add arrows to towers. Only when I learned that while casting Red Bull. Fire lancers add arrows to Korean towers. I don't know why, I guess it's because their charge attack makes the game think they're a ranged unit, but you can just put fire lancers in here and shoot more arrows. That TC actually taking a ton of damage from the towers. Promise you, he does not know that. It is very unintuitive. And fourth TC though for Daniel, adding in farms around it. Does know how to use auto farm by the looks of it. And Mangonel slowly destroying the TC, but Terz maintaining parity in the vills. And at this point, I think Terz has to hope Britons will be a better late game civ. He is down quite a bit in eco and in map control. Wait, Terz, he's got a lumber camp. Terz. Oh, Daniel didn't do outposts, and Terz has crossbows breaking through into Daniel's base. Oh, Daniel, not like this, not like this. Terz playing the map like it were his home map and he knows what to do. Oh, and that's a good raid for Terz. Well, Terz just evens up the bill count, and Daniel may be regretting not having a mining camp on that perfectly shaped gold mine. Oh no. Tower going up for Daniel, trying to defend. At least he has guard towers. Oh, but Terz picking off some vills. He doesn't have ballistics, but all of Daniel's production buildings are forward. He doesn't have anything at home to make skirms to clean this up. He's doing elite skirm now. He's gonna lose the vills building the tower. He can't construct the tower. And it's a good thing he has the fourth TC, and that's maintaining his vill lead now. Doesn't even have wheelbarrow or handcart to run the vills faster. And he does manage to wall this out, but not before Terz gets vills forward. And Terz just gonna leave the vills there. He's got too many crossbows to micro. Towers going up for Daniel, and at least the Koreans with their guard towers are a good civ for stopping this. Daniel had to do a defensive range, get some skirms. And he is going to love having the free armor on the skirms now. That tower stopped at 69%. Nice. And Terz will camp the tower, camp the farms, try to idle them. And at the same time, that's been going on. Terz getting a forward castle. He's got a couple of Mangonels to defend. And Daniel swapping to fire lancers. He doesn't even have crossbows. He's just putting archers in the towers for the fun of it. Can he get a shot on the castle vills? Terz runs them. Nothing lost for Terz. He gets the castle up. And now he's defended at the front. He can go longbowman now. Castle should be able to hit one, if not both of the towers. Yeah, it looks like he hits both of them. Too many lines. It's confusing to me. It looks like he does this castle. I think it's this line. Does hit both towers. And Terz still trying to pick vills with those crossbows. Meanwhile, Daniel's actually opened up a vill lead. I think Terz idling his TCs during this entire fiasco too. Yeah, killing the rocket carts with the castle is amazing too. Daniel, well, he has to bring his skirms back. Might have to find a hole in the wall to bring the army in. Did he make a hole? Is there a hole there? Is there a hole somewhere? No, oh my gosh. The army can't get in. He doesn't want to delete the houses, which would let the crossbows flee. Terz could chop over here and make an escape route with the crossbows. But Terz is up to Imp. He's up to Imp. He has the castle. That means he'll have trebs. And he's down still 1.5k res collected, but now he's secured the front of his base. Wheelbarrow finally for Daniel. Terz doesn't have many eco upgrades, still stuck on the feudal age upgrades. And has to micro the crossbows against the skirms. Skirms at least are armored, but they don't have ballistics either. Wheelbarrow on the way for Daniel. And the forward bill's doing a range. Does that outpost see anything? If it doesn't, the Villa with extra line of sight does at least. What are Daniel's upgrades? He has Town Watch? Yeah, he has Town Watch. As soon as you see sneak crossbows, you kind of want to do Town Watch just to keep track of them better. So rocket carts attacking the houses. Still would love to see that palisade taken down. It would open up a bit more raiding room for Daniel if he could get around this side. Oh, there he goes, there he goes. But Terz is forward. Daniel, still not enough to clean this at home. And he's trying to get a range up. Crossbows don't, or a workshop up. Crossbows don't want that to go up. And lumber camp now for Terz with the forward vills. Maybe the lumber camp to chop back on through the other side could have been nice. And more crossbows being queued. They do have ballistics now, so able maybe to dispatch the fire lancers. Yeah, there he goes. Starting to get more crossbows. Ballistics for Daniel. And some longbowmen from Terz now. Also relics. 3 relics for Daniel. There is 1 in the middle and 2 on... Or actually 3 in the middle and 2 on each side. So the outside relics were not taken by Daniel, only the 3 middle relics. So he has 1 more and should be able to get 4 relics. These crossbows finally cornered right by said relic. They'll sacrifice their blood to imbue it with power. And finally be cleaned by the skirmishers. And a ram from Daniel wants to ram down Terz's forward buildings. Did you know that Terz means third? This is foreshadowing for the fact he will win 3-0. In what language does Terz mean third? Army of Rams, how quaint. Oh, rocket carts at the Repairville. And there's Daniel up to Imp. So up to Imp, he still has a good villager lead. And now we get to the point where we wonder, how do the late game compositions compare? I still think I like Koreans. But Terz now taking the middle. This is a Gold Rush-like map with all the gold in the middle. Terz forgot that farms exist. Did he? He only has 14 on food. He does need some farms. Well, if he just wants to go longbow treb, he doesn't need food, does he? Still needs the treb upgrade. Still needs yeoman. Wait, do yeoman and werewolf not cost food? Oh my gosh, Britons don't need food at all. Maybe he remembered that farms exist, but just remembered he was Britons. Elite longbow, does that cost food? I don't think I can see that in Capture Age. Ooh, this is a risky castle. Oh, Daniel also running the relics away. Oh, the monastery's being castle dropped. Wait, Terz could grab 2 relics from that. Terz could grab relics. It's a musical regriff. I'm guessing that means note. Bracer, chemistry, capped ram, as the skirms dodge underneath the mangonel shot. And, well, Terz is building this castle on the cracked terrain. And maybe doing it a couple tiles back on the dirt might have been good, but I guess he really wants the relics. He needs to drink his chemicals. And it's true, the chemicals are in vials that you can drink from. That's how the archers gain the fire arrows. They just drink it and it gives them fire breath they can use to put the arrows alight. He still has no wheelbarrow, still has no bow saw, no heavy plow. What about gold? He is gold mining, no stone mining. No guilds, so he's lacking on the eco upgrades. But he's maybe ahead in spirits. As he's starting to treb. He has some vills that could repair if he wants to. He has 4 trebs, and he wouldn't be trickling them if that treb could pathfind. Just going around the back Hack of the gold. And oh, can it find a route there? There it goes. So keeps for Daniel, who still needs bracer, still would need the unique tech, the unique tech Upsiong for the range. And nice mangonel shot on the skirms. If Terz can mangonel the skirms, that would be crazy for him. Chemistry on the way, Warwolf also on the way. Warwolf Trebs with some splash damage also can be useful against skirms. Mangonel finally does go down to Daniel's skirms, as Daniel's starting to take a better score lead. Terz still has a range over here that hasn't been cleaned. And Daniel will get his own Trebs out, but you don't want a Treb versus Warwolf Trebs. Now, with splash damage, the Warwolf Trebs could clear the skirms. Yeah, look at how effective they are there. Problem is they auto-target buildings, so that they gotta right-click them all the time. Bombard Cannon is out, and Terz losing a ton of bills trying to repair the trebuchets. He can't keep them repaired if he doesn't have repair bills. That's now 140 to 91 bills. And Daniel should have the eco to win this, as all the Trebs are cleaned by skirmishers. There I am saying maybe you could use Warwolf Trebs against skirms, but not the case for Terz, when he has literally 0 army of his own. Maybe he forgot that skirm is the best unit in the game. Could have been making his own skirms. His own faster producing skirms to outnumber Daniel. Yeah, skirm the Trebs. Skirm's always the answer. As we learned as kids, when you attack castles with longbowmen, 1 damage adds up over time, and there is Terz. He will call the GG. And Terz, I guess it doesn't actually mean third then, if it's 1 to 2. But Daniel at least gets a point. Our American best player does get a point. Get your GGs in the chat for these two. And Terz maybe stubbornly picked Britons after seeing Daniel had Koreans. Maybe he could have swapped to Turks. Not sure what civ would beat Koreans, though. Koreans really good, especially on the map where they always have the room to boom. The boom room. And GG's. So I guess that Sobek Fire set from earlier actually got rescheduled, so I don't have the Rex to cast. So that will be the last set tonight. But I hope you all enjoyed that. We did a lot of TTL casting today. And both players losing their home maps. Both players also picking civs for their opponent's home map. I don't know how Terz got Catans that far down in the draft. Maybe that's just a drafting mistake from Daniel, preferring Georgians to Catans. Catans should be very scary. I don't know why you wouldn't draft them. TY for the castle. TY for watching, everyone. Also, I didn't even realize Lordson, thank you for the sub. Oh, because I didn't see the alert till now. Thank you for the sub.
Barbarossa, I do hate to strike you when you're down, but the Lombard League has agreed that I would make a better emperor. So sorry.
Oh, freaking Henry the Lion. So, thank you all for watching. We'll have... I'll end the stream on YouTube. We'll raid someone on Twitch. Maybe we should look at the standings first. Is there anyone around to update the standings for Gold League after Terz pulled off that amazing set of games? Let's check. We'll refresh the Wikipedia standings and see if we can take a look at it. TY for casting, well, TY for the subs and everything. We had amazing sub support too. We're almost at 400 subs. We're 27 subs shy of 400. So what do we have here? Did we have this updated? We didn't have this updated, but Terz needed that win. He needed to pick up a couple of points. He was down at the bottom. And NHB1G Mac, thank you for the follow. Or NH Big Mac, the ones and I, thank you for the follow. And then this will be Daniel who gets up to 5 points. So ironically, that loss will tie him for first for now until the rest of the players complete the third round. Terz will then move up into a tie for fourth with Stone Please. And we have Jordan at the top of Group C still. Jordan undefeated. He will be playing Margugu this week. And Margugu looked pretty good in his games against Ganji early on. And hasn't played Uzi yet. So I haven't seen him playing Age of Empires recently, but the one set of games we had against a player who also hasn't been playing recently maybe bodes well for him. Hello, Terz. Hello, Terz. Thanks for stopping by the chat. Everyone say hi to Terz in the chat. Terz, we heard you have to sing for us, too. Can I show Chinese players? What do you want me to show? Everyone's on the scoreboard. I think I've casted almost every game. Yeah, the only... See, the only player from China here is Deduzu. And, well, I did cast his set versus Daniel, if you can call that a set. And over here, Doubt, also Doubt, dominating Group B so far. He will face Kapach now. And Prisma. Prisma, I think, is the favorite for Group A. The rest of it really depends on how well players play. Miguel picking up a win over Valesa. And then Valesa also winning 3-0 over Taken. Overtaken. So I have no idea what's going to happen in Group A, other than I think Prisma wins. In Group B, the old school group of Doubt, Kapach, and Fire. So that'll be it for today. Thank you all for watching. And we'll be back. Platinum starts 16 GMT tomorrow. What if Terz wins the rest of the games? Is T90 on ladder again? No, I need to go eat. We've streamed for almost 8 hours. I need to go eat and also take care of random car insurance stuff. I guess I'll do that in the morning. Making sure I get my neighbor's payment properly from the insurance. Anyway, thank you all for watching. See